My people, sons and daughters of Helgen, for many years we have been a broken nation, shunned, oppressed, and conquered by those we sought to escape. 10 years ago, I asked for time, and that time was granted by you. You, the strength in my arm, the holders of my dreams. Our forefathers embarked on the greatest exodus in the history of all mankind. An exodus for freedom. Helgen became that freedom. Our new world changed our bodies. At first, it weakened us, but in fact, we were growing stronger. In the time you have given me, I have rebuilt our nation. I have rebuilt our strength. And I have rebuilt our pride. Our enemies at home have been re-educated. We have given them new insights into our cause. On this day, we stand united once more. On this day, those driven to divide us will hear our voice. On this day, we shall act as one, and we shall be ignored no more!
General Adams, sir! We got multiple Hellgas vessels approaching. What do we do, sir?
Fire! Defenders of the Helgas dream, now is our time!
Now is our time! Oh. I'm sorry. That is the first live stream I'm doing on the topic. I know it's been 3 days. But it has taken this long for the erection to go down just a little bit and for enough blood to actually flow into my brain so I can make a coherent statement. My God, boys. My God, yes! Yes! Ah, right. The Summer of Salt is officially ended. Until... It's like a ceasefire. Until Wednesday or Thursday. And then, obviously, if the balanced data slate comes out and ruins everything, then the Summer of Salt is back on. But until that day, to quote the great prophet Cypher, ignorance is bliss. How are we all doing, my little chickadees? It's time for a Mordian Glory live stream. And, of course, we are going to be talking about the... Of course, we were talking about the detachment that released on Friday. Now, I did do a video on Friday, an hour long, going into my first impressions of that. But, of course, we're going to be getting into it again today, along with many other topics, because it's not just Warhammer 40k. I know there's going to be loads of stuff that you guys are going to want to talk about. There's going to be stuff that you guys have been working on over the weekends, whether that's games or whether that is, hobbying and all that kind of stuff. And there's going to be other games that people have been playing, like Conflict, still fucking love Conflict, and Old World, and Bolt Action, and Nostalgia FX already trying to get me with that Battlefleet propaganda. I'm well ready for it. So we're going to talk about everything and anything tonight. But of course, it's inevitable. We are going to be talking about the new detachment and what it means, not only for the Guard, but what it kind of means big picture as well. Big picture. And honestly, to give you guys a quick summary, this is what I'm talking about. This is like Games Workshop when they're actually at their best. They're releasing rules which, are very powerful, but they've got some, you got to give up things like lethal hits to get them, and lethal hits is a hell of a drug, do you know what I mean? But this is a detachment which isn't just like really, really niche. It's actually a detachment that all Guard players can enjoy. And whether you like pure infantry, or whether you like pure tanks, whether you like pure artillery, or something in between, this is a detachment that actually accommodates multiple play styles. And that's good, and that's fun. And some detachments should be specialist, but some detachments should be generalist. Like, the special detachment should, really obviously lean into like one direction. But, you don't. Sometimes you need something that you can just. Sometimes you need something that you can just whack out. That you can just whack out and that you can use to accommodate multiple play styles. And this is it. And I'm going to say something controversial now. This actually feels like our Guard Codex. Like, I actually think this is the only thing the Guard Codex really brought was like the new data sheets, right? Like, oh, you can have a Rogue or Dawn commander over a regular Rogue or Dawn. That was really, that kind of stuff was really what the Codex brought, which was great, but that's more of a like, hey, these things should have been there from the beginning. Whereas this actually feels like this detachment should almost have been in the Codex. I'm not complaining it's here now, but I'm telling you right now, if this thing had been in the Codex, we would not have had a Salty Summer of Mordian. We would not have had it. We would have been, our hype would have been untethered and unbound and no limit. So this is a really, really good detachment. Better late than never, but this is a very, very good detachment. I'm very, very excited for it. And guys, I actually like, not on a personal level here, it's actually interesting. Like, holy shit, like, God, it's actually fucking interesting to talk about. See, the problem with some of the other stuff that we've had in 2025, it's not been very interesting to talk about. Like, Guard has had basically nothing for like a year, apart from like nerfs, and Baneblades got a little bit cheaper, and that was basically it. But like, it's just been, the start of 2025 was like nice because the Codex came out, but very quickly it went, and now we're ending 2025 on a high note, which is really, really good. But like, it's hard to put into words. Do you know what I mean? It's hard to put into words. Like, it's big, it's great, I'm happy, I'm excited, and it's actually interesting to talk about because it actually shakes up the Guard meta. It actually shakes it up. The Codex came out and like, it didn't change all that much. And you might be like, that's crazy talk, Mordian. That's crazy talk. Like, nah. It came out, but before the Guard Codex came out, people were running like loads of tanks, and people were running like, pure infantry and stuff like that. And then after the Codex came out, weirdly, things almost became constricted because obviously we lost a lot of data sheets, right? So if you notice, like, there's not been much to talk about for Gardo over the last 12 months. You know, like, there's not been much to talk about. And now this attachment drops, and it's like, oh, thank God, like, holy shit, actually interesting. I'm actually building lists. I'm actually building lists outside of my normal 5 Chimera, 5 Lehman Russes. I'm actually looking at Rogel Dawns again. I'm actually looking at artillery again. I'm actually looking at the fucking mortar pit again. I'm looking at Ogrins and Bulgrins in equal measure, in equal light. I'm looking at everything. Everything is back on the table. Nothing is off the table. Everything is back on the table. It's great. It's actually great. So, yeah, like, this is really, like, it's bittersweet, but it's mostly sweet. It's 90% sweet, 10% bitter. Okay? Like, 10% bitter because I was like, where was this 12 months ago? Fuck's sake. You know. But you gotta go through the bad times to get the good times, I suppose. And this feels like 90% just... It just feels good. It feels good, and it feels like the last 6 months of this edition are going to be really good. Now, the big question is going to be, obviously, when we get, we'll get there in a moment. The big question is going to be is does this detachment carry on into 11th edition? Now, the rumors are that 11th is 10.5 and that it's going to be more of a tightening up of what exists. But, of course, they said that about Heresy, so... it's the same game you know and love. Is it, though? So, I don't know. But the rumors are that this is... that we're going to have a continuation. We're not going to get re-racked into indexes. Now, if that's true, and I know, don't give me hope. Don't do that. Don't give me hope. But if that's true, then this new detachment that we have is even bigger. It's an even bigger deal. Because this is like something that we're going to get to enjoy for longer than a few months. We're going to get to enjoy this attachment for longer than we got to enjoy the 9th edition codex. Whatever happens, to be fair. Whatever happens. But hopefully this is something we can take with us. And if not, we'll obviously just enjoy it for as long as we can. Now, one thing that I know some people are thinking about, and this is all sort of part of the intro, and then we'll get into it, right? But one thing that I think actually is important to mention is how to put this. This detachment, people keep talking about this detachment getting nerfed into the ground. I'm not actually worried about that. Controversial opinion, I'm not actually worried about that. I'm more worried about the points going up and down, because if everyone switches over to one detachment, like 90% of players switch to one detachment. But okay, I'm more worried about the points going up and down. I'm more worried about that. But the detachment itself, I'm not actually worried about. And the reason I'm not actually worried about it is because the detachment is actually really solid. Like, even if they reword a bunch of, unless they completely reword things, it's fine. And the reason for this, the reason why I'm not predicting, I don't know, but the reason I'm not predicting a Bridgehead strike situation where they just nerfed it into the ground is Bridgehead was a total one-trick pony, right? Drop in, smash fuck out of everybody, wank yourself off, go to the next game, right? That was Bridgehead. And so it was very easy for Bridgeheads trick. You know, I've been talking about how I don't like tricks, I don't like gimmicks, and how this whole fucking edition has felt like tricks and gimmicks are us, right? Well, this detachment doesn't have a trick or a gimmick. It's just got multiple layers of just solidness. Why has the guard been able to keep chugging along, up until this point, throughout every nerf, every datasheet being ripped out of us? Because we've been fundamentally built on very solid datasheets, and that's it. So I feel like this detachment, because it's not a one-trick pony, it's much easier for you to pivot within it. It's much easier for you to improvise, adapt, and overcome. Now, like I said, where I think things are a bit of a concern is the points values, because if 90% of players jump over to this, then, GW could fuck with the points. But in a funny sort of way, that's less of a problem when everyone's running the same detachment, because you're not having people who are going, I like recon, and you fucked me over because of grizzled veterans. And it's like, well, actually, no, everyone's running grizzled veterans. So if things go up and down again, there's almost an advantage. It's a weird, fucked up, like, yeah, it's a weird, fucked up, like, getting it. Turns out having multiple detachments was bad for balance. It wasn't, but having multiple detachments with one points list was bad. Having one detachment with a dedicated points list is much better. But yeah, so basically, I'm very positive about this. I'm very happy about this. We're going to get into the nitty gritty of it later on. I'm sure many of us have been cooking up things over the weekend. And I am very, very happy and very, very excited for this. I'm at peace. I'm becalmed. Feels like, it's funny. On Thursday, the day before this came out, I said I was ending the salt. And no matter what happened, I was ending the salt. I said I'd had enough. I was ending the salt. And the very next day, this detachment comes out. And Grotmus goes from being a bag of wank to like actually something legit. I feel like it's a sign. I feel like it's a sign. I feel like it's fate. It's the 4th of July. I don't know. But I'm taking it as an omen. I'm taking it as a sign from the God Emperor himself. No salt, no sodium. We've had our salt. We've had our sodium. We've got it out of the system now. And we are finally back. Whatever happens, boys, we're finally back. So there we go. All right. So it was your fault, Scribbles. Yeah. All right. So let's, that's the intro. Let's get into it. And let us start, of course, with our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? We've got Mankiewicz and Bronski, Nostalgia Vic, James the Basic Basis, Andrew Hutt, Stephen Wilson, Solaris, Ishmael Thompson, Christian Steve Camp, Lee Wiles, Chicken Dete, Steel X Banner, John Shepherd, Baby Ruth, Devil Hunter, Toshbeam Station, Airborne 342, Zello. 1 minute. There's a lot of people. Oh my god, there's a lot of people. 1 minute. Zello, Super Onyx Fire, Lord Castellan, Raygun 9000, Chicken Detonator, Joel Richardson, Ozroth, Garzano5, Savaloy Lover, Squawk! We've got Joe69 Fix, we've got Punchbowl, Addy, back. The Sixth World. Scribbles. Daniel Simpson. It's me, Rev. Ranger Holt. Gabby. D-Mac. Cool German Dude. Joel Richardson. Mostly Harmless. Gal Sparks. Hornet. Godlike Burrett. Castle Newell. Black Hawk 40. Jaeger Scots. Briggs. We've got Cuz 40k. Stacey Pierce. We've got Big Bug Mania. Eternal Rhombus. Ajax. Freedox. Agent Hubby. We've also got the Warp Forge, Simple Logic, Russell W, Joel Richardson, Florida Eccentric, Cyrillic Dude, Prime Lever. We've got Devil Hunter, Atomic Activity, Forgotten Soldier, Bob Dylan. Oh my God, Bob Dylan's here. We've got Joel Richardson, Mei Dingbat, Sonsu, Wolf 58th, David Pigeon, Joseph Christ, Forgotten Soldier, Void Forge, TJ, Kirk and Chappers. Probably Kirkland Chappers, probably. We've got Yao Greyback, Justin Miller, Trooper. We've got J Bond, Reaver, Horizon Bantams. We have got Amanda, Damn Legion, Mike Thompson, Ishtarahara, I should say, Butt Mountain, ML. We've also got Pac Sam. We have got the Black Zone Chapter Master, Trooper, Margaret Taliplan, Deathstyle. We've got Mrs. Mordian. We've got DMAP. We've got Anonymous, Mr. BB Number, Sam Wilson, Go Accor Band, Ranger Holt. Hey! There we go. Welcome to all of you beautiful, crazy bastards. Thank you all for joining the stream. If I could go ahead and politely ask you to smash that like button if you haven't already done so, and subscribe to the channel. I know it's cringe. I know it's cringe asking, and I know I normally do some sort of like funny, like degenerate thing, like the stream, and you know, I'll suck your toes, something like that. But I'm just going to ask nicely today because it's a hype stream, it's a positive stream, and I just want to be happy about it. So I want you to just give that like button a little kiss. Give it a little smooch. Like you're kissing your sister. And if you could subscribe, that'd be awesome. We're trying to get to 80,000 subscribers by the end of the year, and we've got about 600 to go. So it's getting pretty close. It's very close. We might make it, we might not. We'll see. There we are. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that has liked, subscribed, joined, but also a huge thank you to everyone who's got the stream popping up, baby! Oh my God, and the super chats and the member flexes and all this stuff is flowing in here. And I know a lot of them are going to be related to what we've been talking about. So let's have a look at what you guys are saying, and let's start off with those super chats. Thank you to everyone who's already supported the channel. I want to say a huge thank you to Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership, mate. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Summer Led, who's also a gifted membership. Amazing, man. Amazing. Thank you, bro, for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. Big shout out to Chicken Detonator for keeping us freshly stocked as well with more chickens, I suppose, because he's also done a gifted membership. Amazing, man. Chicken Detonator 07, you magnificent bastard. We've got J Bond coming in with the 40 months. X-Force, baby. X-Force, 40 months. Guard are back. Embrace the guard. Reject the meta. 07, mate. Dude, I'm feeling it, man. I'm feeling it. I am feeling it, bro. 40 months. You and I have served the trenches for a long time, J-Bon. A long time. And there's been some good times, there's been some bad times. But it feels like we're out of the bad times. We're into the good times. And whilst I'm a little nervous for a, big guard points nerf, even if they do give us a big points nerf, I feel like we can take it now. I feel like we can take it, boys. I'm hoping that this is my hope. Right, gentlemen, this is my hope. The balance team didn't talk to the marketing team. Now, this is very likely. If you know something about GW's internal processes, this is highly likely, which means that the balance team didn't know this attachment was coming, and they've already got the points all sorted for the Mutaton field manual. And so we get a bunch of points buffs at the same time we get this new attachment. That would be perfect. And I know what some of you are thinking, but Mordian, wouldn't that be bad for the macro balance of the game? Oh, yeah. It would be. But that's not my problem. That's all of my opponent's problems. There you go. I want to say a big thank you to Lord Castellan. Lord Castellan, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes! The new attachment is so much fun. Finally, my commissars can lead Bulgrin and Ogrin like they do in the lore. Bro. Right. I don't think people understand how big the whole Ogrin, Bulgrin leading thing is. I think the last time we could do this was 7th edition? Maybe 5th. It has not been possible since before COVID. Just think about that. It's not been possible before the event. That's how long we have been waiting for this to come back. And it's finally here. And do you know what's crazy? It just feels right. It just feels right. It just feels... This is what I've been saying. I've been saying this about, why have I... Right. Like, talk to me. Listen to me. Right, listen to me. Why have I been salty? And I'm not going to be salty now. Don't worry. This is no salt. But why have I been salty? Because things haven't felt right. There's been obvious gaps in multiple places, many places, the majority of places, I would say, for the Guard for a long time. These gaps have led to not only tactical limitations, which could be frustrating, but also list building frustrations, because these gaps, you can't do what you need to do to build an effective list. And it's not a gap that makes sense. Like, oh, well, my faction wouldn't have that capability, like Tau having a close combat capability gap. But it's like this just should so obviously be a thing. And then it's also been a flavor gap. This is just obviously how it should work. And this is how it worked for the longest time. And then for some reason, it's taken them what feels like 10 years to bring it back. So the new detachment is fun, guys. The reason, right, it's very, very simple. The new detachment is fun. Even if the new detachment gets nerfed, even if the new detachment isn't overpowered, it'll still be a great detachment because it'll feel right. It'll pass the vibe check. As long as they don't completely fuck it up, which honestly, 50-50, right? But I'm hopeful. It's got good bones. It's got good bones. Like I said, even if they were like, okay, we're getting rid of the, even if they were like, we're gonna have to change this detachment rule up. You don't get the reroll ones on objectives. You just get the reroll ones when affected by an order. Even if it was just that, I would be like, okay, that's fine. That's okay. If they were like, even if they like reworded like loads and loads of bits, as long as it can still be the detachment that actually affects every unit in our army, that's what I want. I don't care for the power. Why is this thing so good? Because it actually affects our fucking units. That's what it is. Doesn't matter what the fucking rules are. It almost doesn't matter what the rules are. It's the fact that this affects everything from fucking Ogrins to Baneblades. That's why it feels right. Because I can finally have a detach rule that affects my fucking Titanics. Do you know what I mean? Like, finally. That's why this works. That's why it feels right. It's not about the power. It's about the breadth. It's about the scope. It's about, well, I can build so many lists within this detachment. And those lists will all feel right. That's why the detachment is good. It's not a power thing. They can make the detachment, like, they could make they could nerf the detachment. And as long as the core thing is it affects everybody, I think it's good. It's not a power thing. I do think the detachment is very powerful, though. But I think it's mostly very powerful because it can affect so many different things. But I also think it's very powerful, but it's still up against lethal hits. And when you look at, like, Combined Arms is still an incredibly good detachment. Lethals everywhere. Good stratagems. You know, Combined Arms has got fantastic stratagems. Like, if this detachment gets the shit nerfed out of it, I'm obviously going to have to ask, well, what the fuck? What's happening with Combined Arms? Because I wouldn't say this detachment is better than Combined Arms. I'd say it's equal. I'd say you've got slightly better enhancements, but you're giving up lethal hits and stratagems. Maybe slightly better. Maybe. Reinforcements is obviously very good, but it's once per game. Extra AP on a couple of units versus lethal hits whilst being on an objective. I don't know. I think it's I don't think it's more powerful than Combined Arms. I think we've all got very used to Combined Arms. We've all got very, very used to Combined Arms and lethal hits, because remember, we had it all through the end of 9th and going through 10th, right? So we've all got very used to it, that we think it's normal. But one of the things I've learned by going to other games and going to other armies, well, mostly by going to other armies within 40k, but also by playing other game systems, is where you get very used to lethals being normal, but when you don't have them, you really, 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 really fucking miss them. Yeah, you really miss them. Like, people go on and on about, like, Hammer of the Emperor, for example, and I think Hammer of the Emperor is a great detachment, but I think it's a great detachment. But let me tell you, as someone who has played a lot of Combined Arms into a lot of Hammer of the Emperor, whenever I go to tournament, I always face off against the guard person, and they always seem to have Hammer, and I always seem to have Combined Arms. I've not lost a game to someone like that yet in that matchup. So I think Combined Arms is still was still the best attachment guard has. I think this one is going to be equals to it. Yeah. Also, what's kind of funny is I expect loads of people to jump on this and for this attachment to have a terrible win rate. And the reason why I expect it to have a terrible win rate at first is because there's going to be a few people that very quickly work out, like, okay, these are the best combos that we want to take within this. And then that's going to be like 5, maybe 10% of all the players that jump on this. And the other 90 to 95% are just going to be like, Ogrin spam! The other 90% are going to be like, a Baneblade, I think. Think I'll have another one. You know what I mean? Like, and there's going to be so many people that just jump on this with 1,000 different, 1,000 players will have 900 different lists. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And 900 to 950 different lists. And so the win rates and of those, 95% of those are just not going to work, but no one's going to give a fuck. Yeah, so I think that's what's going to happen with it. I think people are going to jump on it. They're just going to be really happy. They're going to win some games, lose some games, and just not give a fuck because they're finally going to just have an arm. They're finally just going to have an army that just feels right. Yeah. Because like even combined arms, and I need to do some more super chats at the moment, but even combined arms didn't feel 100% right. Because there was always that thing at the back of your mind, like, why doesn't my Baneblade get lethal hits? Why don't my Ogrins get lethal hits? You know? Why am I not getting, you know, why am I not, why does it only affect me some of the time, not all the time? Do you know what I mean? Whereas now it's just like, my Baneblade does get reroll 1s when ordered. My Ogrins do get reroll 1s when ordered. This affects me anytime I make an attack, not just in ranged. So, yeah, I think this feels, like I said, this feels right because it's not, if there's one lesson that I think GW needs to take from this is that sometimes you need detachments that affect a wide range of units, because otherwise there's always going to be moments where you get very frustrated with your detachment. Yeah, even ones that are meant to be broad brush. All right, let's have a look. Who's next? I want to say a big thank you to Lord Castellan. Lord Castellan again. Thank you for 32-month member flex, man. X-Force, baby. MG should get an Imperial Navy fleet. Battlefleet Gothic awaits. So apparently Battlefleet Gothic is coming. I'm not yet sure whether it's going to be Battlefleet Heresy or Battlefleet Gothic, as in like, you know, which era it's going to be set in. But if they do it in the 40k setting, then you can call me Admiral M Glory. Yeah. Baby Ruth, thank you for the super chat, man. The Giga Chat, yes. So excited for the new meta list in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Our first list. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Need a quick drink. Okay, I found it. So, here we are. Ursula Creed. I'm a Grizzled Company. Aquila and I. Ursula Creed. Okay. See, it affects all cat. If I can see them changing one thing about this, I can see them changing it to non-include epic heroes. Because they're already meant to be as represented as they are on the tabletop. Right? I think. But if that was the situation, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Because, you know, I think it's kind of funny. I've actually run into a little bit of a problem with the orders, which is that I almost don't need as many as it's throwing at me. But we'll get to that in a moment. Yeah. But Ursula Creed with 4 orders. Cadian Command Squad with the Aquilan's Eye. Nice. Another Cadian Command Squad. And then a Catachan Command Squad. And a Commissar with the Abhuman Detail. 20 Cadian Shock Troops, 20 Cadian Shock Troops, 20 Catachans, 10 Catachans, 10 Catachans. Cadian Heavy Weapons Squad with Las Cannons, Cadian Heavy Weapons Squad with Las Cannons. Field Orders Batteries with Bombast Field Gun, Field Orders Battery with Bombast Field Gun. 1, 2, 3 squads of Ogrins. Tempest Aquilans, Rough Riders, Rough Riders. Oh my god. So you're just taking like pure infantry. So, I do think it's a good list. Because you're going to have everyone hitting on, like, everyone is getting access to the rule because of everyone's got an order, right? The only problem I really see with your army is the fact that you've only got the 2 Cadian heavy weapon squads for your anti-tank. I mean, after that, we got some plasmas and melter guns, and I know you do have the new stratagem Mordian Minute. I didn't even last a minute when I saw this fucking detachment. But that only gets you up to like strength 10. I still think you're gonna want some more anti-tank in here. I mean, I suppose the Rough Riders have got lance and stuff, but again, that typically only gets them to wounding on 4s. And I like to wound vehicles on 3s if I'm going to be reliably popping stuff. So, I think the list is great. I think you could do very fine with that list. My only instinct is some proper ranged anti-tank would feel nice in this army. But even if you didn't take it, I think between the Rough Riders and everything else, you'd probably be able to scrape by until you came across like something mental, like Knights maybe. Now maybe the Rough Riders would be okay into Knights, maybe. Very strong chance, but there's a good chance also that there's just so much armor there for you to deal with that the Knights can handle you. They just kill the Rough Riders first, right? So that's my only concern. You could deal with anything, but I think a lot of armor, and then I think you might struggle. Yeah. But hitting on 2s, rolling 1s is very nice. And having lance is very, very nice. Cyrillic dude, the thing is you have to get the horses there. I have no doubt that a full squad of Rough Riders will kill a knight. I have some doubts that a full squad of Rough Riders will connect. Because, some of them are going to die. Right? And you've only got, 3 squads of them. So what happens if, one of them dies, one of them gets, halved? There's more than one knight you have to deal with. Right? So my like I said, my thinking here is it's a good list. I think you could win games with it. I just have one tiny concern. Which is you might struggle with very, very armor-heavy lists. All right? But I think it's a solid list, man. And obviously it depends what's in your local meta. Right? You can, if you don't have any knight players in your local meta, you'll probably be okay. Sweet dude, again, I have no doubt that you'd be able to do. I have no doubt that you'd be able to kill a knight. I still doubt that you'd be able to. Because you're saying rapid ingress, and then move 15 inches, and you're acting like your opponent will do nothing to stop that from being effective. Do you see what I mean? What if your opponent screens you out? And they can, and knight players can screen you out. That's why they have baby knights, and they also take some little allies and stuff, like infiltrating little bits forward and whatnot. There's absolutely possible for you to get screened out by any army, especially on the smaller boards. And what you're going to do when you can go in there and you can basically bum a baby knight. Oh, great, you've spunked your wad on that. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not saying that. I'm just saying. Look. Having all of your anti-tank tied up in 3 squads of Rough Riders and 2 heavy weapon squads is risky. I don't think any of us can argue against that. Think about it. We're not talking in isolation. We're talking big picture. Big picture. Right? Cyrillic dude. I think you put... Are you trolling me? He has 2 heavy weapon squads for ranged anti-tank. 2! That's 6. That's 12 wounds. That's 12 toughness 3, 5 up save wounds. They're gonna get cleared before they clear things. I'm not saying that the combo doesn't work. I'm saying you're looking at 1 squad versus 1 knight. And I'm looking at the whole list versus a whole knight army. And I'm saying, once those last cannons will go down quick. And then it's a matter of how do we get the Rough Riders to connect. And I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm not saying it's not... I can't deny the laws of physics. What I'm saying is that is the challenge. Getting the Rough Riders to connect is going to be a challenge. And there are going to be things that make that more difficult for you. And that's why it's risky. It's not impossible, but it's risky. Right? Right? So you're right. And so really, dude, you're right. In many ways, you're right. But there's also the whole pie. You're just there like, you're just there like rubbing a little bit of the pie. You got to take the whole pie into account. All right. All right, what have we got next? Is the siege council list? There wasn't. It's a good list. It's a good list. It just has one limitation. Now, you don't necessarily need to change anything about that list. You don't need to change anything about that list. What you need, if you're not going to change anything, is figure out, okay, these are the barriers. How can I play around those barriers? Like, how can I overcome those with play, right? There you go. All right, what do we got next? Lyman Abraxas, thank you for renewing your Tana membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you so much for the 42 months, man. Xbox, baby. Yes, amazing, man. Thank you for doing your part, bro. I'm getting hot. I'm riding hot tonight, boys. I'm running hot, I should say. All right. Here we go. I was getting hot under the collar then. So I'm getting very hot with all this grizzled veteran talking like, suit you, sir. Suit you, sir. I want to say a big thank you to Ozroth, my boy. Ozroth, first RTT with Metgard in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Ozroth, are you making me roll up? Are you making me scroll up? Could have fucking reposted it. I've got to scroll back ages. My God. Ozroth. It's a good job that you're a fellow Soviet commander. And that, I love you. There you are. Let's have a look here. All right. Just played my first 40k RTT with Metgard combined arms. I was not expected to win any, but I won one and came 10th out of 16. The real victory was I won $50 store credit for best painted. For Valhalla and the Emperor's True Finest, his Imperial Guard. So, it looks like you won two. Oh, wait, no. The Blood Angels were. I see. So, you lost to Space Marines, beat G-Zilla Cult, and lost to Blood Angels. So what you're telling me is that the Imperium had a 100% win rate. That seems okay to me. Let's have a look at that. I remember I commented on this earlier. This is a beautiful army, by the way. Very, very beautiful army. But it seems oddly familiar. 5 chimeras. I like taking 5 chimeras. What did you put in those chimeras? 5 squads of Catachans. I like taking 5 squads of Catachans and put them in 5 chimeras. What about the tanks? 3 vanquishers. With plasma cannons? But everyone says you should be that vanquishers are rubbish and you should take multi-melters all the time. But I always like taking plasma cannons and vanquishers. What's this in the tanks? 2 tank commanders with plasma, and las. 2. You're just pissed off, Swillet, dude, because I didn't agree with you. 2 artillery batteries. I was almost going to not make the noise, but I'm going to make it now just to annoy Swillet, dude. with heavy mortars. And a commissar. And a castellan. This feels very familiar. Joking aside, man. Joking aside, this army is beautiful, man. You've even done the fucking wires on the plasma cannons. Holy shit, bro. Yeah, it looks good. And that's why I make the lists for people to use and stuff. So great to see that you did well with it. I mean, you've not played 40 Quay. Too much qua getting into my brain. Not played 40k in a little while. So basically, having a cold start and managing to get a win at a tournament is pretty good. It's pretty good. And, you got, that one's nearly 50 points. That one's over 50 points. And you got over, you basically got 50, on average, you got more than 50 points in every single game, which is really good as well. Because I always say, if you manage to get about 50 points or more, it's not really a smashing. So, yeah. Yeah. So, dude, I think you did really, really well. Going into a 40k tournament with not much practice and being able to pull out like a cheeky win at this late stage in 10th edition, it's very, very nice, man. And I'm genuinely glad that you you found the list helpful, and I hope that I hope that it all sort of played quite naturally. I hope it was easy to pilot. Yeah, I always try and build my list so they're relatively easy to pilot. Yeah, it should. I've not played 40k since August, and I've never played competitively. I was just burnt out and was going to wait till 11th. Then they dropped the new detachment on Friday, and I was like, oh, okay. And when I got home from work, one of my local game stores sent out a ping and said they still had slots open for the RTT. I was like, damn, I haven't played in a bit. Why not? But then I was like, what do I even take? Oh, yeah, MG's Met Guard competitive list for beginners. I've only been playing Guard since January. I never would have tried to play an IT if it wasn't for you and this community. So thanks, man. Dude, you are very, very, very welcome, sir. And I have to say, you did really, really well. If you've never played competitively before, you've only played since January, and you haven't played since August, coming out of that Valhalla-like cold and getting a win is awesome, man. Really, 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 really good. So, well done. A testament to the player, I think. Excellent. There we are. Excellent effort, mate. All right. Hell, I'm using your met list. Civilic dude. Thank you, man. It's so funny. I'm gonna say it, and I know that you're gonna lambast me for it. My ego has taken a real bruising over these last few days. You see, I did a video last week saying that I thought Liam Rust commanders were better than Rogal Dawn commanders. And there were some quite vocal people that said I was wrong. So then I made a mistake, which was I was like, I thought that's okay. Maybe if I do like a follow-up video explaining the reasoning a little bit deeper, that people will see where I'm coming from. But then I realized that I was on the internet, and so I had grossly underestimated the situation. So I made an hour-long video respectfully going through, I think the Rogal Dawn's good, but there's a lot of factors that aren't being taken into account here, like terrain and like doctrine and all this kind of stuff. And the overwhelming response that I got was, nah, you shit, Rogal Dawn's a bet. And I was like, okay. I understand now. And the thing is, like, I'm not saying the people that think the Rogal Dawn, are wrong. I'm saying that there is a huge difference between playing on GW terrain and not GW terrain. It's a huge, huge, huge difference. And I really think that it's funny. It's almost like, you know how there's the old saying where the English and the Americans are separated by like a common language, which is like, you know, a bit of a tongue-in-cheek joke how, you know, the Americans have got like a lot of Americanisms in their words and stuff. Like you say trash can, we say rubbish bin, for example. But I think there's actually, that can be adapted for Warhammer. You know, English players and American players are separated by a meta. And I think there's such a difference between playing on like non-GW terrain. And I think that difference, it really ripples down through doctrine and through choice and all this kind of stuff. Because like a lot of people were saying like, oh well, if you take the Rogel Dawn, you can like use it to like bully enemies, and like I'm gonna tell you, you take a Rogel Dawn and try and bully someone with it in the UK meta. Your Rogel Dawn is gonna get sent back with its tail between its legs, getting with its tail between its legs. People were like, oh yeah, like because the Rogel Dawn could shoot into melee with those multi-metals, and I was like, you guys are Rogel Dawn surviving melee? Bro, who's got Rogel Dawn surviving melee? Oh man. So yeah, but the thing is, like, both sides are right. You know, I'm teasing and we're having a bit of tongue-in-cheek here. Both sides are right, because there is a massive difference depending on meta. There's a massive difference depending on terrain. There's a massive difference. You know, there's a massive difference depending on what else is in your list. Right? Huge difference. Like, if you can actually have, yeah, even if you take terrain out of it, and even if you actually take meta out of it, you can have Rogel Dawns in your army. You can have Rogel Dawns in one army list that are not going to work, and you can have Rogel Dawns in another army list that are going to be amazing, and it's going to come down to force composition. So yeah, there's just so many there's so many different factors that need to be taken into account. But this is also if I tried to explain in my follow-up video, but then the people were mean to me. My ego got bruised. Turns out I've got a very fragile ego. No, like I just one of those things where I actually, you know, teasing aside, I actually think people made really good points in both videos. And I'm not just saying that to, like, you know, cover my ass or anything like that. Jesus Christ, when have I ever done that, man? Fuck's sake. But I will say there were some really good points in there that I hadn't considered. There's some really good points I hadn't considered. And it's definitely maybe, it's also, you know, it's always important to keep an open mind. And it's important to note that, like, I haven't run a Rogel Dawn in like 6 months. So there's a really good, like, I actually want to build up a few more Rogel Dawns. And I actually want to give them a fair shake again, especially in the new detachment, because I think that, you know, it's always best to, you know, even if there's a unit that you've not been convinced by in the past, to give it another go to see if it can work. Because hell, at the end of the day, like, I ran like 3 Death Strikes at a tournament, went undefeated and won the entire event. I have a fucking trophy that I won because of triple Death Strike. So it's one of those where, like, never, you know, if enough people are saying to me, hey, you should give Rogel Dawns another look, then I definitely should be giving them another look. And hey, maybe I'll come to the same conclusion, but at least then I can say I tried them out. Yeah. How many have you got? So I've got 3 Rogels at the moment, but the problem is that 2 of them aren't tournament legal. They're just battle report legal, because they're 3D printed ones, but they're quite a lot bigger than the original ones. And there's a couple, if I'm going to like a fairly serious tournament, I need to make sure that I'm having the right units, the right proportions. It's fine if I'm doing a battle report, or if I'm just going to like a local RTT or something. But if I'm going to like a more serious RTT, or if I'm going to a GT, I need to make sure I've got the right models. Yeah. If they were the same size, it wouldn't be a problem, but they're not. I mean, always, Civility, dude. Always, man. Just slide that into my DMs. What have we got next? I want to say, Osroth, well done. I forgot to say it before, but mate, well done. And thank you for support, man. Marold, my boy. Marold, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Amazing, man. I raise my glass to you, sir. Fantastic. Dantastic, man. I want to say thank you to Addy. Thank you for renewing your channel membership. Yes. Thank you for continuing to support the Emperor's True Finest. Thank you for doing your part. I want to say a big thank you to Andrew Hutz. Thank you for the super chat, man. Spent a weekend building and painting about action. Now I'm having an autism flare-up about being historically accurate and trying to not buy Soviets too. Why are you resisting? Resistance is futile. We will add your plastic models to our own collection. We are the autists. Resistance is futile. We will add your wargaming and modeling distinctiveness to our own. Actually, Andrew Hutz, I actually also spent the entire weekend building bot action, including conscripts, and just off camera there, I now have 80 Soviet conscripts and sort of 10 power armor guys and stuff from that I built during the week. But I've got 80 conscripts. I want to show you guys something. I built something really cool. I'm just going to grab a quick refill. I'm going to be 30 seconds. I'm not going to be long. Give me 1 minute. It. All right, I'm back. Speaking about action, reminding me, look at this fucking thing. Look at this. I built. It's like a ruined. It's a ruined tank factory. So it comes in like two halves. Right? And it's obviously you can go inside it and fight. There's like a half-built. You get like a half-built like tank as part of it as well. And then if you can have the two halves be two separate buildings. or they perfectly line up so you can have one big building. So that's really, so it's really cool. So you can decide how many terrain pieces you want. And it's got some cool like propaganda posters on the back there. And it's got it's the sign on top says factory. Yeah, so it's really cool. So it didn't take me that long. I built it during the Formula One. So it took about like, it's like an hour and a half to build it. And it came, and it's pre-painted. So yeah, it was, it needed a combination of super glue and wood glue. Like the main wall bits, they did need super glue, but all of the, because they like, because they're like two halves, right? And they wanted to like come apart. So I just put a little bit of super glue down there, held it together, and that was right. And then I did the same up here. But yeah, it was quite easy to build. Yeah. So yeah, really happy with that. I've got a school and I've got an apartment block which do the same thing. So I'll have 3 big or 6 even that on its own is pretty big, right? But well, that's actually very big. That's actually very, very big. That's bigger than the houses I've been fighting over. So I'll either have 3 massive terrain pieces or 6 large, medium to large ones to fight over. But either way, it's looking good. To give you guys an idea of size, this is the large house, the large white house from the battle reports, and it's tiny. It's like half the size of that factory, maybe 2/3.
Infantry, sir.
So it's very big.
For you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Yeah. So yeah, that was so Andrew Hutz. You got me thinking because you said you built by action. It made me go, I built something for action too. So yeah, there you are, man. Chris K, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Amazing, man. We've also got Blackstone Chapter Master. All the Valrak memes in stream discussion. Are we shitting on Valrak again? All right. It is hilarious how Valrak made a video about how shit Grotmus was, and then like amazing detachment like dropped the day after. The Game Awards didn't show Total War 40k. Yeah, he's got a lot on the line. He's got a lot on the line. All right, how bad is it for Valrak if the gamer if did he say this Thursday? He said this Thursday, didn't he? How bad is it if this Thursday we don't get we don't get Total War 40k? I'm not sure it's coming. I don't know what I'm like 50-50. I'm like 50-50. If it happens, it happens. But if it doesn't happen, yeah. Closure of the channel bad? Nah, man. The face of Bridget when he sees Total War Lego. They didn't actually announce Total War Lego. Like, they announced Medieval 3. Medieval 3 is big enough, right? Medieval 3 is pretty big. It's Total War Star Wars. Now I have heard Total War Star Wars. But again, I'm not like sure. The thing is, it's a lot of guns, right? Yeah. I'm not sure how Total War Star Wars would work either, but yeah. I'll tell you 50 members. Oh, what's a scam? I'll tell you for 50 members. Oh, man. What's the last one? look, you can't be too mad at Barak. If he gets it wrong, he gets it wrong. But everyone knows that Iron Warrior players always get things wrong. So, there you go. Empire Total War 2 would be amazing. Because Empire Total War, the original, was like the best one for a long time. Just because of how big the map was. Yeah. Yeah, if they did that now, if they redid that with today's technology, it would be unreal. It would be unreal how good it was. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Rome Total War is good. I like Rome 2. Rome 2 is, yeah, really, really solid. Spriggs, my boy! Spriggs, thank you for the super chat. I've heard good things of the Sabaton concert from friends. Also, when to the Knots one, how was it for you? Also, check your DM for dates for New Year. So, Spriggs, I went to Sabaton this Friday, and it was the best concert I've been to. Like, up until this point, I hadn't realized how much, like, artists had been half-arsing it, frankly. Like, the amount of effort put in to the show was insane. Like, the set design, the costume changes that the band and the performers and like the backing like orchestra and stuff was just like insane. Yeah, it was really, 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 really good. So Sabaton was very, very good. Highly, highly recommend. They just did a very, very, very good show, and they just completely smashed the vibe check. Yeah, it was very, very good. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed it as well, Spriggs. Dark Knight Curran, thank you for the super chat, man. Oh, you didn't see it, Spriggs. Oh shit, you should have done. It was very good. It was very good. But apparently they're always like they always put on a good show. So if you don't see them this time, get the tickets next time. You won't regret it. They came out right. So to kind of describe it, like they had like the main stage, and then there was like, you know how often where like you've got the people that do like, you know, in the arena you have like the main stage, and then you have like a mini, like it'll come out, and then towards the back, you know, sort of mid-ground towards the back, there'll be like a mini little cordoned off area where often you'll have like extra sound guys, or like if they do like, you know, like a special effects, like little special effects areas, so the people at the back and the middle can also experience some of the special effects and stuff. And in there, they actually had like a second very small like mini stage, like maybe like 6 to 8 foot by 6 to 8 foot, right? And what happened is like the performers came out like one at a time because it's legends. So Napoleon came out first, and he was like an actor, and he was doing loads of cool stuff. And then Genghis Khan came out, and they had like a bit of banter back and forth. You know, and I've all these different these legends are saying why they're the biggest legend, and they're hyping the crowd up. It was a very, very good start to the show. And then Caesar came out, and then coming in from one of the entrances to the whole area, right? So like just walking through the crowd, like Richard the Lionheart. No, it wasn't Richard Lionheart. It was like the head of the Templar Order came, and he had like a group of Templar like bodyguards with him, and he came up and he was like, and you know, the Templar bodyguards like took position on this mini stage, and you couldn't see who they were, and suddenly like they took their helmets off, and it was the members of the band all in like full chainmail, full tabards with like the cross on, and like they, you know, a bunch of like crew came up and gave them the guitars, and they just started playing. And so the first few songs, they wore like full chainmail the entire time, just rocking around, and they obviously played Templars, and they played like Last Stand and everything, and it was so cool. It was so fucking cool. Yeah, and then they changed out, and at one point they Attack of the Dead Men came on, and they came into the crowd with a bunch of like gas masks on. They had like German, or was it like their Russian World War I uniforms on and a bunch of gas masks, and just like went through the crowd like spraying them with like steam. It was so cool. Yeah, it was very, very, very well done. So so definitely would recommend it in the future, man. Yeah, it was just a very, very good show. And obviously I knew all the songs, knew all the music, so yeah, it was just, couldn't recommend it enough. Moving on. Dark Knight Curran, thank you for the super chat. I'm seeing people on social media saying they're going to avoid guard until the new attachment is nerfed. Lol. It's afraid. Wild to see so much salt. It's funny, right? It's funny because they hate us because they ain't us. Like, anytime guard gets any kind of buff, people complain. Like, people actually complained when the Baneblades got a little buff last time. I don't know what it is. It's like, I'm going to start calling it like GDS. It's guard derangement syndrome. Anytime guard get anything nice, the whole, this is not the whole community. This is vocal subset of the community that's go and just start fucking losing out. And it's very simple why. It's simple because, like, the thing is, so many armies these days are basically built on gimmicks. It's that simple. And the thing is that the guard, like, the guard obviously we have our own gimmicks. Of course we do. Like, being able to spam loads of tanks and stuff, right? But it's funny how, people complain about guards spamming tanks. They don't complain about knights spamming knights. Like, both are stat checks, right? People do complain about knights being a bit of a stat check, but it's not the same. Most of the time, people don't like playing guard. It's not because a bunch of guard players spammed a bunch of tanks. Actually, you'll find a lot of players love it when guard players spam tanks because it's such a one-trick pony that it's very easy to counter, especially in dense terrain. It's the fact that it's as Dark Knight goes, it's the fact they just don't know how to fight into guard. Because everyone else is out there running elite Death Star bombs, and you're looking down at your like Victrix guard, and you're like, but there's just 10 guardsmen on that objective. And you're like, yeah. But I don't want to send my Victrix out to kill 10 guardsmen. Well, I guess you'll give me 5 primary points then, won't you? But I don't want to give you 5 primary points. It's like, well, I guess you have to come and kill the guardsmen then. But I didn't bring my own ship munchers. It's like, well, maybe you should have taken 2 squads of Victrix instead of all 3 and all the Primarchs and shit, right? No, God overpowered. I don't want to think. I just want to be entertained. That's what it is. It's because I've said this 1,000 times. I've said this 1,000 times over many different editions. The reason why people don't like playing guard is because they're a very unique army. And you might not think they are because they're just basic humans, but they're a very unique army because they're a horde army that shoots. It's that simple. It's just that simple. Every other horde army out there basically does melee. It's why everyone lost their fucking minds over Tactical Brigade. Like, honestly, it blows my mind, right? We have never played on tables with denser terrain. Even GW terrain is way denser than what we used to play on back in the day. Melee armies, it's honestly, I'm just going to say, it's fucking melee army players. It's just melee army players. The moment that melee armies can't just basically walk across the board unimpeded and just buttfuck you, they just lose their fucking minds. Like, do you know what's funny? Salty Simon, who doesn't describe himself as a very, like, competitive player, played into Mordaka, played into the most powerful Mordaka list at a tournament without realizing it was, like, this super powerful list. He just thought it was Orcs, and he beat it, having never played it before. And I went, dude, you beat Mordaka? He went, yeah, it was easy. I don't know what I went, but that's really powerful. He went, oh, is it? I wondered what my opponent was going on about. Like, he just fucking... Like, when I say he beat this guy, he just butt-fucked this guy. He just butt-fucked him. Like, it wasn't even fucking close. Because Simon just rocks up with the same... Simon rocks up with the same Steel Legion army list he's had since the first week of 8th edition. He's had this Steel Legion army for, like, almost 10 years. And he just he's running, like, battle cannon. He's running 3 El Clasico Lieben Russes. And he just fucking stomped them. Yeah. Yeah, so Rick remembers. Yeah, exactly. Right? And it's just like... It's one of those things where... And we saw it with Aquilans as well. Aquilans were never broken. A bold statement. A bold statement. But Aquilans were never broken. Aquilans were an IQ stat check. It's that simple. You want to tell me Aquilans are broken? And then you, in the same sentence, say that Death Guard with 6... Which is more broken? Aquilans? Or Death Guard with a 6-inch deep strike? Which they can... which they can charge out of. With Death Shroud. You tell me which one's more broken. Right? Aquilans were never broken. They were just an IQ stat check. And people complained about them rather than learning, how to deal with screening. Because a lot of death... Remember, this was the time when Death Guard... When World Eaters got their codex. World Eaters got their codex. And they were like... But I can't, like, I've got to take stuff to, like... They deep strike the Aquilans in front of me, and then I can't, like, charge through them. And it's like, okay, well, clear them out of the way. It's like... But I don't have any shooting! It's like... Okay. So you have a massive tactical gap, and you're complaining about screening. Do you think there might be something you can do to fix it? And they were complaining at the time about their codex being really shit. Do you remember when everyone said the World Eaters codex was really shit? And I said it wasn't. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. I said it wasn't. Even Swordsmith Smith, if he's here, will back me up on this. He said I was right on this. He said I was right on this. He was like, at first you went, oh no, they've completely fucked it. I went, no, they haven't fucked it. You just now have to, like, turn 1, stage, turn 2, go, rather than turn 1, go. And oh look. Oh look. What happened? What happened since the World Eater Codex came out? Everything I told them to do, they did it. Everything. From the staging to the screen clearing, everything I told them to do, they did it. I said, maybe you shouldn't take a quarter of your list in Angron every single fucking time. Maybe if you took Angron out, you'd be able to afford some other little bits. But I need Angron. No, you don't. He's a lot of points. That's like me saying, I need a Baneblade. So how the... think about it. Think about it. Yeah. And oh, look. But the crying of the World Eater players got our Aquilans nerfed. Do you think if they undid the Aquila nerf now, do you think they'd be broken? Ask yourself that. Do you think that's air you're breathing now? You know? How many times? How many times do I need to show you guys, whether it's through the salt, through the beef, or through the tabletop, how many times do I need to show you guys that I might, and I'm sorry to wank myself off a little bit here, I might just have a small idea. Like, I've played a couple of games. Yeah, I've played a couple of games. Your head's getting so big I can't fit through the fucking door. Head's getting so big I won't be able to fit on the screen. Oh man, you guys think that the camera is actually like zooming in right now, but it's not. It's my head getting larger. That's what's happening. Oh man, there you go. All right. Anyway, so yeah, Dark Knight Current. When Aquilans came out, everyone said they were broken. The one time. Do you know what's funny? The one time when everyone said guard was broken was Bridgehead Strike. And do you know what I said? I said they were right. I said it was broken. And everyone... And do you remember... Jafar, hear me. Do you guys remember when the Guard Codex came out and Bridgehead Strike came out? And I said it was better for the Scions to lose their Deep Strike. And everyone lost their fucking minds at me. I was like, guys, you've got Bridgehead now. Like, the Scions losing Deep Strike makes sense in the context of Bridgehead coming out. Because if you have Scions and with Deep Strike and Bridgehead, that's obviously fucked. But if you lose Deep Strike, then it makes Bridgehead actually okay and, like, relatively balanced. Like, powerful, but you actually have to put the work in to get the setup. Rather than just, Deep Strike. And I was like... I said, if you demand your Deep Strike to come back, if you demand your Deep Strike comes back, then you're gonna have to pay the piper. And oh look, what happened? They nerfed Bridgehead so hard, no one's run it in 12 months. And everyone who told me to shut the fuck up, Mordy, you know what you're talking about. Everyone who told me to shut the fuck up has since gone very quiet or has come back and said to me publicly, they went, Mordian, you were right. You were right. We should have lost Deep Strike to keep Bridgehead. That would have made sense. Anyway. I'll move on from wanking myself off. I don't want to, but it's getting sore now. Right, fucking hell, where are we up to? Right, shit me. I'm well far behind. I'm well far behind, but everything we're talking about is like guard related, meta. Guys, you know what, man? I know I'm a little behind the super chats, and we're getting through them bit by bit, right? We're getting through them. But can I just say, doesn't it feel good to actually be able to like talk about guard meta and it to be interesting? Can we all just like, let's put Mordian's fragile ego to one side for a moment. And let's all come together. It's like soggy biscuit. Let's all come together. Doesn't it just feel nice? Like, for 12 months, it's just been, yeah, Hammer of the Emperor, yeah, combined arms, plasma guns and melter guns every time. Maybe a bit of discussion about melter gun, multi-melters versus plasma cannons. Maybe a bit of discussion about Rogel Dawns and Lehman Russes. Maybe. But that's basically been it. That's basically been it. Feels nice. Feels nice. I'm very, I'm very consistent with my policy. If GW does something good, I will be their biggest shill. And I've said, I don't want to make salty content. They've just given me a lot of reasons to make salt. But if GW gives me reasons to make hype content, I will make hype content. I will make hype content about anything that gives me a reason to be hyped about it. Yeah. There you go. There you are. So yeah, I'm just really happy to be able to make hype content again. I like it. I'm going to make so many tactics videos. I'm going to cover today's Kazakhstan tactics videos. It's the beginning of a golden era. I'm going to do so many quick tip tacticas, crunchy combos, unit reviews, specifically through the lens of the new detachment and everything. Everything. It's going to be great. Until Wednesday, and then they give us a 200-point nerf on average across most lists. But until then, there you go. All right. Didn't the Blood Angels get a new good detachment too? I think so. I think the so far the worst one has been the Wish.com Dread Talons. I think that's been the worst one. I think the Blood Angel one was solid, although I think a lot of people were saying that I'm not sure they would give up Liberator Assault Group for it, but I think the Blood Angel one's been fine. And the Harlequins one seems... I haven't looked into it, but most people seem pretty happy with the... I think people like the stratagems in the Harlequin one, but I care not for the blood crazed Sons of Sanguinius or the gimp suit clowns. I only care for the Emperor's True Finest. Listen, man, I only need to know one thing about the new detachments: where they are. Anytime, anywhere. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Ishmael, my boy. Ishmael, thank you for the super chat, man. Got an engineering interview coming up. Wish me luck from a simple blue collar to engineering work. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Hey, that's amazing, man. 07, mate. Hope the interview goes well. And if you don't get it, they're fucking idiots. And you do get it, you fucking earn it. There you are. I want to say big thanks to Jack Handsome. Thank you for the super chat. Achtung Panzer Mordian. Don't worry, I'm not forgotten. I actually have a KV1. I didn't know this, by the way. Warlord Games has updated the KV1 boxes. So now when you buy a KV1, you get 8 infantry with it as well. And, they didn't increase the price. I think I know why they've done it. I think it's because... they've done it since the new Soviet infantry came out. So you used to get just a tank, and then the new Soviet infantry's come out, and I think Warlord has basically been like, well, we've probably got a lot of these old Soviet plastics on hand, so we'll just give them out with the tanks and stuff, which is cool. So yeah, if you buy a KV1 now, it's on the website as well. If you buy a KV1 now, and some of the other, they always had that. I never had that. Is that true, Ed Scar? Oh, fair enough. Well, I didn't get one in the last KV1 that I bought, but the last KV1 that I bought was actually in the Winter Starter Army. So it never came with the T-34-85s though. But I wonder if I've seen it on a few of the Soviet boxes now. I wonder which ones it is. That's kind of cool to know though. Buy a tank, get some infantry. That's fucking sick. I wonder if they do it with any other tanks. I don't see it with the T-34s. Just the KV. Is it the IS-2 and the KV-1? That's kind of cool, though. I can't see the IS-2 on here. I'd probably have to search it. But that's kind of cool. Well, so what you're telling me is it's even better because they've always done it, not just when they were trying to get rid of some old infantry, which in a funny sort of way is even more commendable. Oh, yeah. Oh, cool. But with the IS-2... Okay, this is new. This is new, right? If you buy the IS-2, you get 5 of the new infantry. That's definitely new. Now, what happens if... Did they update the KV with the new infantry? They did! Oh, wow. So for no additional cost... You get 5 infantry, and Warlord has taken the time to put the new infantry in there as well. Now, I know you're only getting 5 rather than 8, but you are getting 5 of the new, much better kit. That's cool. That's cool, man. Yeah. Anyway, you live and learn. Love that. What do we got next? Trooper number 1202. Thank you for the super chat, bro. 07 Sat. Brief game summaries and pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah. You got absolutely bombed by a bunch of urban mechs, didn't you? 07, sir. I played 2 matches of Battletech on Friday that were part of the same narrative in my head. The Bulldog Grenadiers repelled enemy forces in 2 decisive actions that culminated in a close-quarter street brawl under the highway of an industrial site. Can confirm Marauder 2 does not react well to a salvo of missiles and laser fire to the cockpit, and the blackjack without case goes up like a Roman candle when its ammo is hit. The game I played of that was for the lulz. A teammate and I faced off against a meme list comprised of 24 urban mechs and an Overlord class dropship. It was brutal. Urban mechs really hurt when you have 8 to 14 shooting at you at once from several angles. So what you're saying is I was right. Because remember, I did say if I was to get into Battletech that I wanted to Irby spam. And I worked out what's the maximum Irbies I could take. And you all laughed at me. It turns out, even games I don't play, I know how to break them. I will break it. That's cool. Looks like you're playing on like a Scale Electric set, man. That's cool as fuck. If it is a Scale Electric set, that is actually cool as fuck. There you go. The sound of it makes just like, anytime someone mentions anything spaceship related, the sound of it was like, have you heard of Drop Fleet? It's great. I love Drop Fleet. I swear he's working on commission for them at this point. Oh, man. This is so cool. Look at that board. That's a great fucking board, that is. Yeah. That's cool, man. The Irby Derby. That's what it's all about. The Urban mechs, there are so many of them. We kept shooting and slew so many of them, but they kept coming. Sir, Urban mechs, dozens of them. Well, shoot them. I'm trying. Autocannon clicks empty. Oh my god. Actual Irby spam. That's exactly the kind of list that I want to collect. Full on Irby spam. Because the great thing was it was mass produced, so it even makes sense in lore. Yeah. Amazing, man. That's so cool. That's so cool, man. I love it. I want to say a big thank you to Ranger Holt. Thank you for renewing your channel membership. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Amazing. I also want to say a big thank you to Trooper1202 for the 19-month Perflex X-Force, baby. No guts, no galaxy. No guts, no Conflict 47. Russell W, thank you for the 18-month Perflex X-Force, baby. Yes. Hoorah! 18 months from Legion to Conscript. Hey, from the Penal Legion. You've actually been promoted because technically, you know, I guess Penal Legion's even lower than Conscript. There you are. Thank you to you and for Trooper for both supporting the channel for over a year and a half. And 07 to each one of you magnificent bastards. Savaloy Lover, thank you for the gifted membership. Sah! Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Amazing. D-Mac, thank you for the 17 months, man. X-Force, baby! RT, back on the menu, boys. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, a lot of people are going on. A lot of people are, you know, talking about like things like Rogel Dawns in the new Grizzled Veterans. It's called Grizzled Company. I'm just calling it Grizzled Veterans. Okay? Like, it's an interchangeable term. Grizzled Veterans is way better than Grizzled Company. Unless they give us a Veterans data sheet back. In which case, I'll make sure to make the distinction. But, a lot of people are going on about like tanks and Rogel Dawn stuff, but I think artillery is very, very much back on the menu. So firstly, you only hit on 4s, but you reroll 1s. Secondly, backfield objective holders and shit munchers. What do they like to do? Certain objectives. What happens when the enemy unit's on an objective? Oh yeah. Reroll 1s to wound as well. The big question is, what artillery do you go for? Do you go for the Basilisk, the Siege Cannon, the Siege Arty team, the Fob, or the Humble Mortar Pit? Because the siege cannon is very reliable, and against most infantry will wound on 2s, rerolling 1s. That's quite good. The death strike. Oh, that's not actually a bad idea. Chicken Daddy, it's not actually a bad idea. Hitting on 2s, rerolling 1s with the death strike. Did the death strike just become meta? Because remember, guys, the death strike is not an indirect fire weapon. Oh, it may look like one. It may act like one. But it is not, in fact, an indirect fire weapon. Go and check its data sheet right now if you don't believe me. Look for keyword indirect fire. You won't find it. You see, the death strike doesn't actually shoot like a normal unit. You pick a point on the board and then everyone in range gets hit on a 2+. Now, what's really funny about this is it does actually affect things like cover. Because you're not hitting the enemy with an indirect fire weapon. They don't get the benefit of cover unless they're actually in cover. This catches so many people out about the death strike. So a lot of vehicles only get cover if you're either like shooting over the cover to get them, or if they are like, no, that's not true actually, is it? Do you get cover on a vehicle if you're wholly within it, or if you're just shooting over it? I think you have to, it might just be wholly within it. I'm not sure. But the point is, if people have got a lot of units stacked up behind the L-shaped ruins, but not actually in the L-shaped ruins, which is very common because sometimes you don't want to go in the ruin because it gives you it makes the ruin open up and you can be seen. So they've got a bunch of units that are stacked up behind the ruins. You'll hit them on 2s, re-rolling 1s, because you give the death strike an order, because why the fuck not? Because then it gets re-roll 1s to hit. And it basically, they don't get cover, because it's not an indirect fire weapon. I'm just saying, this detachment is so good, it actually makes the death strike viable. Here's the thing. Death strikes have always been viable. People say, oh, why is the death strike 160 points? Because it's worth it. I know. I ran them. I'll tell you why the death strike is so good in a tournament setting. Right? Hear me. Jafar, hear me. If you use a death strike in a casual... Ironically, the death strike is a competitive unit, not a casual unit. The reason it's not a casual unit is if you play against someone with death strikes multiple times, they figure out very easily, like, how to sort of beat them. All right? Because they're not actually that scary. They have the potential to do a lot of damage. They're like Vanquisher cannons. They have a lot of potential. They're a dilemma unit. Now, if you take them to a tournament, then there is a nearly 100% chance that your opponent has never faced against a death strike before. Think about it. Why would they have done? So what happens is maybe after one game, if they were to play the game again, they'd know how to handle them. But if they haven't played against it before, the potential is if a death strike pops off, it could do a lot of damage. Now, it might only roll double 1, but it might roll double 6. I've had a death strike nuke a Hecaton land fortress. I've also had a death strike kill 2 cultists. Who knows which way it'll go? And so it's a real mind fuck for your opponent. And I won a tournament with triple death strikes. The after action report is out there. Go and watch it. I won a tournament with triple death strikes, and the reason I won it, and I played against 3 good players. One of the players that I played against is someone that basically, when he turns up, he always wins that local RTT. Just like you know how like in game, there's always like the top dog? He's like the top dog. Guy called Jack. Love him. A lot of time from him. He's a very good player. I beat him, and we agreed afterwards. Like, we get on really well. He was like, if I played that game again, I know I would be totally okay with facing off against the Death Strikes. I went, I know. He went, what? He went, they're just a total mind job the first time you play them. He went, yeah. Well, I said, yeah. Total fucking mind job, man. He went, God, if you ever bring those again, like, that's like 400. How much are they? I went, that's 160 points each. He was like, it's like 480 points, like, wasted if you brought them again. I went, I will never bring them to this RTT ever again because they have lost their power now. So, there you go. Death Strikes are actually really good in tournaments because no one knows what to do against them. They're not like necessarily going to win you a GT. But, you know, because players who are very good, players who are very, very good, will not get psyched out by them. But a lot of people, the Death Strike gets in their head. Get out of my head, Death Strike! Ah! A lot of people, it's just a mind fuck. That's all Death Strikes are. They're a complete mind fuck. Because they might do no wounds, they might do 12. You don't know. But I'll tell you what they do. Hit on 2s, rerolling 1s in Grizzled Veterans. They're very, very experienced at launching Death Strikes in the Grizzled Company. Oh, man. You know, one unit which is probably not going to get nerfed anytime soon? It's probably the Death Strike, right? So you're looking for something to invest in with Grizzled Company, knowing it'll be safe. That's probably a good place to go. Or they just gave the vets the better warheads. That's true. Maybe they gave the vets the better warheads. Yeah. But yeah, Grizzled Veterans is awesome. But artillery is back on the menu in general. So it's not really the reroll 1s which makes your normal artillery good. It's the ability to ignore cover. Because you've got the stratagem, just ignore cover, right? And if you're on an objective, you get lethals. Think like if we bring it up here now, this is why it's so nice. All right, give me a second. Where's it gone? Oh, it's here, I think. I'll just find it on Warhammer. I did download it. I'll just find it on Warhammer Community. Faction pack. So, if we have a look here. So if you have a look here, purging fire requires you to be on an objective. Now, there's one unit that's almost guaranteed to be on an objective, and that's some form of artillery on your home objective, right? So purging fire is really good to put on something like a field ordnance battery because it's got hitting on 4s, rerolling 1s with sustained hits and lethal hits, which is very, very nice. You've also got like veteran sharpshooters, which is very good because that also allows you to ignore cover. Yeah. Lethals is good. Veteran sharpshooters is good. What's kind of interesting is maybe Aquilon Eye. I'm not sure though on Aquilon's Eye. I'm not sure on it because obviously you need take aim to hit on 4s. So you kind of have to. I kind of want Aquilon's Eye to boss around the fobs and the arty teams, but I'm feeling like you go hit on 5s. I'm not sure what's better. Like, I'm honestly not sure if you want to go Aquilon's Eye for the extra AP or if you want to go Take Aim for the extra to hit. You do within 12 inches of Aquilon's Eye. Oh, you do. You do. Right. So that, okay, that's cool. So that solves that argument then. So definitely not Aquilon's Eye. There you are. Good spot, chat. Very good spot. Very good. Very good. Appreciate it. Keeping me honest. So yeah, it definitely comes down to veteran sharpshooters and purging fire on like artillery teams. Or whatever, or whatever artillery you may choose to go for. What arty teams? I still probably think your best bet for artillery teams is to go for the heavy mortars. They're just less swingy. D3 plus 3 shots. D3 plus 3 shots. Like, I'm still tempted over... a lot of people are going on about Field Orn's batteries. I've run them. Okay, now I haven't run them in Grizzled Veterans, to be fair. I haven't run them in Grizzled Veterans, but I've run them. And I ran Field Ordnance batteries for 3 practice games and 3 tournament games. And by the end of it, I was just like, I'm not convinced by these things. I could be wrong. Grizzled Veterans might make a big enough difference. But the issue was just the 2d6, man. So swingy. Even with blasts, so fucking swingy. The artillery team with the heavy mortar, I actually ended up preferring 2 of those versus 3 Field Ornance batteries. Think about that. I'm taking 1 less unit and I'm still preferring it. Rocket battery with auto Helens, sustained, and rerolls. Let's have a look at that, actually. Do you mean the rocket artillery team? Let's have a look at that. It might actually open things up a little bit. Let's have a look. Multiple rocket launcher. It is indirect. It is only strength 2. But it's anti-infantry 3+. I don't think it's worth it, man. No way. Heavy mortars also. It's the same amount of shots, bro. It's the same amount of shots. So you definitely want to go heavy mortar over rock, because this thing will probably wound most. Strength 8, this thing's wounding every infantry on 3+ anyway. For the fob, it's not indirect. What are you guys on about? Do you guys forget the Malice rocket launcher isn't indirect? Like, I mean, I don't know why. Yeah. Wait, why? Zitron? It's a great question. It's a great question. Do you know what? They haven't ever been indirect. Ever. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. Trust me. Trust me. But the bombast is. Yeah. They weren't indirect in 9th either. And they're not indirect now. It's so obvious that they should be indirect. I mean, look at them. Look at the angle. But yeah, they should be indirect, but they're not. God, I wonder, like, honestly, boys, I wonder how many new guard players are going to make that mistake. Imagine building your list. Because you're just like, of course it's indirect. You don't even think about it. Of course it's indirect. And you get to your first game, you set your rocket fobs up behind, you know, on your home objective, and you go, okay, I'm going to shoot. And your opponent goes, how? Well, they're indirect. No, they're not. Wait. No. Yeah. It's aiming up. I know it's aiming, man. I know. I know it's aiming up. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's why you guys will take the siege cannons on the artillery teams. Right? It's like, everyone thought they were going to take these, but you're going to take these with the heavy mortars. Because D6 plus 3 shots at strength 8 is better than 2d6 at strength 5. Strength 7, sorry, strength 7. Yeah. What do we do if the data state changes it to indirect fire? Well, then obviously we spam the fuck out of Marius rocket launchers. No questions asked. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I think sustained hits is nice. It is nice, but I'm feeling quite strongly the heavy mortar. Yeah. It's one of those, like, I'm just not sure about this. Like I said, I've tried bombast field guns. I'll give them a go. Obviously, I'm going to try both. As a Krieger, I had to go siege cannons. Why? The Kriegers, the original heavy mortars were in the Krieg. My friend, technically, if you're playing traditional Krieg, you'll take all your artillery teams with heavy mortars and thud guns. I'm just saying, bro. Just saying, technically. Kriegers use all the artillery. I don't think they're too picky, but I know what you mean. There's something about taking that big gun. Yeah. But it might be a case of a bit of both. I mean, it doesn't have to be one or the other, right? You could take like 2 artillery teams and a bombast maybe, or some other combination of it. I feel like maybe lethals go on the bombast and the ignores cover goes on the artillery team. Maybe, if you're going to spread the love out. But I'm suspecting. I suspect people will try the bombasts, and I suspect they'll quickly go over to the artillery teams. But we don't know yet. Both are viable, but like I said, I'm not going to keep repeating myself. As someone who ran FOBs fairly strongly for a period, I found them underwhelming. I found them good, fine, but not a wonder weapon. Artillery teams I found much more enticing. Yeah. JO69 Fix, thank you for the super chat, man. I don't know if you've played the newest Dark Tide Levermus escort mission, but it is damn good, fun with friends. Kept yelling at the mic, "Forward, you dogs!" when it was time to cross no man's land. Bro, I don't even know if I've got Dark Tide installed anymore. I have to look. I might do. Oh, I do. It needs an update. I do. All right. So, I haven't played it yet, but I'm very, very pleased to know that Dark Tide is still going strong, because it's a great game. Florida Eccentric, thank you for the super chat, man. Some hobby update in stream discussion under Old Gamer Vader. Let's have a look, man. What have you been working on, man? Here we go. Ooh. Some hobbying train at work and finish Hauptmann Heinrich Gross and his bowling buddies. Nice. Wait. Who is that on the screen? Do you not love me anymore? What does he bring to the stream that I don't? Is it just about sex? They look great. Holy shit, man. You've nailed the camo. Ah, that's so cool. Wow. I like the effect you've done on the body armor, man. He does giveaways? Ah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I do. I don't do giveaways. Maybe I should. But I want you guys to love me for me, not me for my free Warhammer. But the one problem in that plan is I'm a raging thunder cunt, so maybe I need to rethink my strategy. Wait, you're telling me I could just like buy subscribers? All right. It's time to give that credit card a damn good seeing to. Oh, man. I want to say a big thank you to Kirkland Chappers. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Why am I not showing up as Nigel Thornberry anymore? Oh, well. 07. Streams go to my first ever tournament pictures and rundown. Dude, thank you for the support. And it's probably because you YouTube kind of fucked things up a little bit. If you go on your YouTube studio, so click on your icon in the top right, YouTube studio, go down to customization. On the left-hand side, you should be able to change your handle, which will change you to Nigel Thornberry. If anyone's still struggling with the names, that will work across all of YouTube, not just for my channel. Let's have a look. Had my first 3-round tournament on Saturday, and it was amazing. Ended up going 1 and 2 and placing 16th, scoring more points than everyone up to 13th place. All my opponents are fantastic, and I count myself lucky to have been matched with them. Game 1 was against James's Crush Stampede Tyranids and ended up as a 92-84 loss. That's a very, very close loss, man. They want to chalk up to bad secondaries, but plenty of compounded mistakes made the ones I did draw much, much harder. Learn for the next game. Game 2 versus Mike's Eldari Spirit Conclave. That was lost 83-60. Much less close, as I just couldn't deal with the Wraiths fast enough, and with Eldar movement tricks, they always had the positioning advantage. Just fucking Eldar, man. Don't worry about it. Game 3 versus Tom's Death Guard. Deathlord's Chosen was where I clinched a victory. 82-53. Score doesn't tell how close this game felt. That came down to some insane Dawn damage rolls. Hey! But this game was the most fun and the most chaotic. A rush explosion killing his engine seer and breaking apart my command blob. The Death Shrouds destroying a Dawn, all in the same turn, was a sight to behold. But they couldn't outperform me on board presence, and I outscored substantially, almost maxing on secondaries. I'm so glad you inspired me to try a tournament out, as this was something I never would have done otherwise. 07, sir. 07. Dude, I always say, man, tournaments are great. There's this weird online narrative that gets pushed that tournament players are all dickheads. And I'm just going to tell you guys the uncomfortable truth. I have met so many more toxic casual people than toxic competitive. Like, people think it's the competitive players which are the assholes. Nope. It isn't. All of the elitism in Warhammer, casual scene. All of the, why would you take that? Casual scene. All of the people giving you shit, casual scene. That's the truth no one wants to talk about, but that is the truth. Like, I'm not saying every casual player is like that. Please understand. I'm not saying every casual player is that way. And I'm not saying that every tournament player is squeaky clean. Of course not. Of course not. But in my experience, you are more likely to come across a cunt you're more likely to come across a toxic casual than a toxic tournament player. Yeah. There you are. But you will find amazing people in both camps. There you are. Actually, you know what? I'm going to restate this. Okay, actually, hang on. I don't think you're more likely to encounter a toxic one in one group or the other. Okay? But I think all of the horror stories that you hear about Warhammer players actually are based on people who they encountered in a local pickup game than actually at a tournament. I think that's where the mythos around 40k players comes from. Yeah. There you are. Dude, that's so cool. Oh, he's got I remember the Tyranid head on the base. That's such a great game. It's such a great matchup for you to fight Tyranids when you've got the Tyranid trophy. Dude, I like this, man. I'm liking what I'm seeing, bro. This is cool. I mean, the Tyranids aren't fully painted, but the color scheme he's going for, you can see it's going to be amazing when he's finished. Yeah. Bro, I'm loving it, man. I'm having to say, all you motherfuckers talking to me about Dawns constantly are really making me want to bust out a couple of fucking Dawns. God damn it. God damn it. How dawn you? Yeah. I'm Team Lehman Russ. In this house, we play Russes. But I think the Dawn is such a fantastic looking vehicle. But here's the thing, man. Here's a little thing. So this is what I'm talking about when I talk about the Dawn and Doctrine. And I'm talking about the Dawn and terrain. Okay? So in this deployment zone, this is UKTC terrain, right? There's only one place the Dawn can actually move through. You can't actually fit because I play on this terrain a lot, right? You can't fit the Dawn through that gap. You can't fit the Dawn through that gap. You can obviously fit the Dawn through that gap, but I don't think you can fit it through that gap. I could probably measure it and find out. So the only place the Dawns can really... So this Dawn here is kind of trapped, actually. So the only place... You can obviously have your Dawn go up to there and shoot onto that objective, but it can't push past it. So the only way you can go is have your Dawn go like down and round, and there's a gap in the terrain there, unless you're going Hammer of the Emperor. Now, okay, obviously Hammer of the Emperor is a good detachment, but you see how like the argument of Dawn is always better, Dawn Commander is always better, isn't actually true. There's no unit which is always the best choice. There's the right unit in the right list on the right terrain. Like, Leman Russes can fit through all of these gaps, and I play on all of this terrain, and I prefer combined arms. So, of course, to me, the Leman Russ is the better unit. Yeah, and combined arms is the more common detachment that people take as well. Yeah. Yeah, Eldar are tricky. This is a tricky map, this one. Yeah. The color scheme looks great, man. Hey, you know what? Your opponent's Death Guard armor looks fucking sick, bro. You know, that's one thing I will say. I rarely come across a badly painted Death Guard army. Do you know why a lot of people are like, why do Death Guard players get away with being broken and other factions don't? And it's like, because when was the last time you came across a Death Guard army that looked like shit? Ironically, when was the last time? Death Guard players are actually my favorite Chaos players because they always have... I've never come across a badly painted one at a tournament. And I played them a lot at tournaments, and I played a lot of Death Guard players, and they never have a badly painted army. Even if it's just done by the box art. Yeah. Yeah. And communities which consistently put the effort in are ones that get away with being a little bit broken. It's that simple. Dude, absolutely awesome games. Ton of fun. Glad the Dawns were working out well for you, bro. And well done on going to your first tournament. Well done on getting your first competitive win. Oh, the first one. And against Death Guard. They're a hard army. And against Death Guard. Well done, sir. You've done the Emperor's Chosen. Very proud. There you are. Solarius, thank you so much for a super chat, man. Establishing battlefield control. Standby. Check stream discussion. All right, let's have a look here. Play the soundtrack. Okay. I'm playing it. Building. Sorry, it's the woman voice for the Judy Eisner. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Unit ready. Unit ready. Unit ready. Insufficient funds. Low power. GDI, he's even got the transfers. Bro, he's even got the fucking transfers. Absolutely sick, man. Such a cool army. Holy shit. I'm not even kidding, bro. That might be my favorite US army. Wait, are they transfers or do you freehand it? This motherfucker freehanded him, man. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Amazing. Amazing. Full GDI. Now you've got to paint your axis up as Nod, right? Well, now the question is, do you go Tiberian Sun onwards Nod, which is red as the main color, or do you go original Command and Conquer, which was grey was the main color for the Nods? Like, which direction do you go in? I'd be tempted to go grey, but red will be more striking, to be fair. Red would be way more striking. And I think red is more associated with Nod these days. I think it is. Yeah. Such a cool army, man. I've seen little bits of this force come together. You know, I saw a few of the power armor guys, but I hadn't seen the whole... I hadn't seen the it all together, and oh my god. So cool, man. That's actually peak. That's actually fucking peak, man. But if you go grey, you don't have to paint. I don't think it quite works like that, unfortunately. Oh, wow. That was a cool army. Very, very good work, Solaris. Very good indeed. Ishmael, my boy. Ishmael, thank you for the super chat, man. Also, this proves why we need to support Warlord. A certain company didn't step up their game until Warlord's Christmas started to be better than theirs. Okay, that's a big question. Chat, what do we think? I believe there's a chance. I'm not saying for certain. But I'm saying there's a chance that Grotmus only got good because of the pushback that Games Workshop received. What do you think? Do you think it was always planned, or do you think it got good because of the pushback? Because I'm saying, man, like, I don't know. The fact that on Friday they dropped that detachment and then also said the balance patch is coming next week and there's going to be 6 more detachments. Like, GW is, you know, there's no mention of this before Grotma started. Now, here's the thing. Before you all think I'm a GW hater, I ain't. I would rather they corrected course in the face of a fuck-up than for them to blindly keep tanking the rakes that they're blatting into their faces, right? Because the veterans cooked way too well for it to be a rush job, I think. Okay. Planned DW wouldn't care to fix something so quickly. I have to find it. 1 minute. This one? My evidence that you are wrong. If you know, you know. Okay, I'll tell you what my true thoughts is on this. I think that this was always planned, but I don't think they planned to tell us that more was coming. So I think that they always planned for this to come out. Maybe I'm not sure if they planned for it to come out this early. I feel like maybe they planned this for the run up to like Christmas week or something. But maybe. But I do believe this is planned, but I believe they kind of gave us a bit more info than they originally planned to because of pushback. I think they probably wouldn't have told us, oh, and there's 6 more coming, and also there's the balance data slate next week, if there hadn't been quite an obvious reaction to it. I think that is, they often say the truth lies somewhere in the middle, and that's where I think the truth lies. I think that these new detachments have been in the oven. Some of them have been in the oven for a while, but maybe they added 1 or 2 more in. Like, I'm not sure the Dread Talons one is great, but I do believe they always planned to give us something like this, but they didn't plan to give us the look ahead. Yeah. That's my thinking. But I tell you what, Warlord Games is smashing it with their. It's worth mentioning, boys. It's worth mentioning. Warlord Games is absolutely smashing it with their Advent calendar. If you don't know, Warlord Games on their Grotmus is actually doing 25 limited edition miniatures. So some of these have been available beforehand and they're redoing them. Like this guy was last available in the 2014 like open day or something like that. But yeah, they've got a nice mixture. So you've got a limited edition Japanese guy with a rifle. You've got a limited edition Conflict 47 Power Armor Platoon Commander. You've got PC Dogberry, Dennis de Menace. Yeah, that Dennis de Menace. Prince Louis Napoleon. He's a really cool character. And they've got this. They've got a couple more but action as well. So this guy is actually. I actually looked into it because I was like, wait, isn't that oak leaf camo? So this is actually like an SS officer. And it's one of those ones where like he was like a very, obviously he was a knobhead because he was in the SS. Let's not get it twisted. But if you actually look into like his life, like during and after the war, he was in charge of a significant part of the Battle of the Bulge, like push. And then like, after he actually got put on trial for war crimes, actually got sentenced to death, but then got his sentence commuted to like life in prison. Then only did like a few years of it, and then basically like got let out early, and basically got a job, and was just a completely unrepentant Nazi. Like he like people were like, oh, do you think, that what you did was wrong? And he was like, no. Like, no, I don't. And so what happened is like, he got a job like as like a manager at a factory, and all the workers were like, we're not working with this fucking knobhead. So basically he got sacked from his job, because like the upper management were like, okay, yeah, like if you're not gonna, if you the workers won't work whilst you're here, so unfortunately you've got to go, kind of thing. So then he ended up in France, where he was a little bit more careful about who he told what he did, but then it came out, someone recognized him. I don't know if it was like someone from like I don't know if someone like how it happened, but somebody recognized him, because even though around town, that was it. Around town, he used a different name, but he just bought the house in his original name. So then when people were like looking into like, where are Nazis now after World War II, they found out who it was, and they told the villagers, and then the villagers burnt his house down with him inside. And yeah, but there's like a conspiracy theory that he didn't actually die because like the body didn't really like match up with like him. It didn't really match. Like there was some detail. There was quite a lot of detail that didn't match up. So people think that he might have burned his own house down, faked his death, and then used it to properly. Okay, right. I'll stop. Yeah. I'll stop being a massive, like, open Nazi and be a little bit more circumspect. That's it. Yeah. When someone asks you, are you regretful for your war crimes? You say yes. Exactly right. So, yeah, because I've been looking. So some of these are obviously like this guy's cool as well. So like this guy's just a random guy. This guy's like a fictional character. This one's a bit of fun. This one's a bit of fun. This guy was actually Napoleon's only living heir, who actually died in the Zulu Wars. So this one's a really cool model as well. And he actually you can arm the model with the spear that actually was thrown into his leg. Yeah. And he pulled it out and fought with it. Yeah. I think I played him at a Warhammer tournament. Yeah, so this is, it's crazy. I don't know why Games Workshop have decided to include like a not Games Workshop, Warlord Games have decided to include a Black Templar model in their advent calendar, but sure, yeah. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who this guy is. He might be a special character. He might be like a made up one. This one's pretty cool as well. So you've got the mental German guy here, but then you've also got this one. So this was basically real life Kieran Reese from Deep Space Nine. Really, really cool. You should read into her. Like, she joined the Resistance when she was very young, and took part in a lot of Resistance activities, and including like ambushes and like killing people and shit like that. And her go-to weapon was an MP40, which she just like went absolutely ham on it. So yeah. And then after the war, she ended up becoming a nurse, which is kind of cool. So yeah, this is a pretty cool model. So there's quite a few. They're all great. They're all great, but this one, and this one have actually got some really good history behind them. I'll say really good. I don't want anyone thinking I think the SS guy's history is good, because he was obviously an SS fuckhead, right? But what I mean is they've got some very interesting history behind them. Yeah. 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 Her weapon was named. Is it still around? That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. So yeah, I do wonder if Games Workshop stepped up Grotmus a little bit. I do wonder if they stepped up a little bit in the face of like some of the pushback and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you do sweet, dude. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. What have we got next? World War II Destroyer. Thank you for the super chat, man. Posted in 40k photos my entire Warhammer collection. You're going to make me... Oh, sorry, 1 minute. Before I get to you. Cat God, thank you for the generous super chat, man. Thank you for the Bane Blade. Yes. Thank you for the big super chat, man. Absolute fucking hero. I raise my glass to you. First time catching a stream. Love the content. Bro, thank you so much, man. Sorry it's taken me a long time to get back to you. Really, really appreciate the generous support. 07, you magnificent bastard. And thank you for doing your part, man. Fucking hero. There we are. World War II Destroyer. Let's have a look at your pictures, man. In fact, mate, we're quite busy on super chats tonight. So can you just do me a favor? Can you just repost the pictures in stream discussion? Because I want to make sure I'm keeping going. I don't want to be like fucking around inside the Discord and everything. So just repost the stream discussion. Let me know when it's done, and I'll take a look at them. There we go. I want to say a big thank you to Forgotten Soldier. Thank you for super chat, man. My worry is that they take the attachment rule away from indirect fire. I don't want OP indirect fire. I just want it to be useful. I don't think they'll take it away from indirect fire. It doesn't really make sense to. Like, everyone's like, okay, everyone's going on about, oh, artillery is back on the menu. I really, like, indirect fire never left the menu as far as I'm concerned. And secondly, like, I don't think this massively, like, juices up artillery. I mean, what? Your artillery is getting some reroll ones now? And, you know, against your opponent's backfield objective, reroll ones to and reroll ones to wound? I don't think it juices up the artillery massively. Like, and also you got people are going about, oh, what about the lethal hits? What about the ignores cover? Yeah, those things are great, but think about this. Those are two stratagems that are in very, very, very high demand. Very high demand. My bet is you use those stratagems turn 1 on your artillery, and then after that, every other turn, you use them on someone else. That's my take. Because the first turn, everyone's going to be hidden. So you're going to fire off your artillery just against something that's not hidden. And then from turn 2 onwards, it's fucking go time. It's fucking go time. So everyone's going to be fighting in the middle over objectives. You're going to want your best stratagems in the fight that's going to decide the game, right? So yeah, I really don't see artillery suddenly becoming this absolute mega weapon in Grizzled Veterans. I see it as just being good. The problem is, the thing is that 40k is an ecosystem, and things exist within that ecosystem for a reason. And often Games Workshop, like, they take something out of the ecosystem without realizing how badly it fucks everything. Like, a great example of this is there's a reason why nobody bothers with dedicated transports. They take a few, but not many. I will go to tournament after tournament and not face anyone's rhinos or anything like that, right? There's a reason why no one ends up with dedicated transports, and there's a reason why no one's taking ship munchers. Because everyone is hiding behind L-shaped ruins and line of sight is being blocked. Now, the counter to that is indirect fire. Now, you have to be careful. You have to be careful that you don't overtune indirect fire. But the reason that the way you counter that is with indirect fire. Because if you have your very good death unit inside a transport, guess what? It can't be fucked by artillery. Guess what? Most artillery is really bad at killing vehicles. Amazing. Guess what? If you took more ship munchers, then you would be if you took more ship munchers, then you wouldn't be, your entire list wouldn't fall apart because you put one basic squad on your backfield objective. And then you bought 4 other absolute mega death units and you lose your backfield objective and suddenly you've got to put 400 points on holding it. Okay? Like, the problem is that if I have one criticism, of the balance work that's been done in 10th edition, and I'm generally, even in my saltiest moments, fairly positive and fairly praising of the balance that's been done around 40k. But I have one criticism, is that Games Workshop will often bend the knee to the vocal online mob when it's not actually the right decision. Like, Aquilans got nerfed because World Eater players just haven't quite got to grips with their new codex yet. And so Aquilans died for the sins of World Eaters. It's that simple. If you completely undid the nerfs to Aquilans, would they become broken? Nope. So why are they nerfed? And why are they still nerfed? It's that simple. Like, the problem is sometimes Games Workshop will balance something because it's what the loudest people in the room are shouting for, but sometimes the loudest people in the room are fucking idiots. Like, that's true in all walks of life. Yeah. Let's have a look here, World to Destroyer. Thank you for posting those in. Oh my god. That's a lot of Warhammer. Black Templars, Thousand Suns, Necrons. That's a cool looking Necron army, bro. Very, very cool. Votan, Guard, and then some Knights. Holy shit, bro. Holy shit, man. Is that a tracked repulsor? Amazing. That looks like a repulsor and a Land Raider brought together. That's so cool if that's true. I love that knight with the scav rings. Holy fuck, man. Let's have a look. Nice. That is a very, very impressive collection, man. Fucking hell. Very good. It's a proxy? Dude, it looks great. Yeah. Yeah. All incredibly painted too. All well. Very good point, the Red Scout. All very well painted as well. Yeah. Holy shit, man. Dude, I'll raise my glass to that one. Very impressive collection. Wolftooth Gaming, thank you for the 22-month member flex. Double X-Force, baby! Well, nearly. I'll give it to you early. It's Christmas. Double X-Force, baby! Thank you for supporting the channel for nearly 2 years, man. Holy shit. Let's have a look. Played a game with the new attachment, and it felt great. Yeah, man. That's all I ever ask. Gentlemen. All I ever ask is my armies feel right and the game feels right. That's all I ever ask. I think I sort of mentioned this earlier, but I want to just add an extra point onto what I mentioned before, which is I don't hate Games Workshop. I don't hate Warhammer. I haven't abandoned Warhammer 40k for Conflict 47 or for Old World or for Bolt Action. I love those games because they feel right. When I play Conflict, it feels like what I expect Conflict to play like. Same with Bolt Action, same with Old World. And sometimes when I've got a little wobbly on Old World or Bolt Action, it's because when those games haven't passed the vibe check. Like, you know, there was a guy in our local scene who, you know, we basically ended up having to be like, hey, can you I wasn't really involved, but it was basically like, hey, can you stop turning up to all of the social events? They're not even tournaments, bro, social events, and just like flattening people with like 5 Nebelwerfers. Like, please, like, we know you can do it, but this is like the 3rd or 4th event in a row you've done it, and you're actually causing people to like not turn up and buy tickets now, because which we use to support the club. And it's, you know, and that's the only time when Bolt Action hasn't really passed the vibe check, right? And same with Old World, when I was like, you know, I'm not sure about this progressive scoring and the match play guys stuff. So the only times I ever get salty about any game system is when it stops feeling right. And the only thing I ever ask from a game system is it feels right. I treat all the games that I hold all of the games that I play to the same standard. And with 40k, with Guard, it sounds crazy, but ever since the Codex came out, it's just, the faction just hasn't felt right. The attachments have been too specialized. It feels like you're constantly getting, it's like you're on rails and you're getting led down like one route. It's not like you can go off and explore, but you have to go down these specific paths. And there's just, and if you don't take the right things, then it just feels like shit. And it's the same for, you know, that's why Combined Arms, like, you know, remained like a good go-to one. But even that had problems of like, you know, why aren't Super Heavies getting lethals and all this kind of shit? So, you know, it's what, you know, using like Emmy with like Tyranids, right? Like, I don't want Unending Swarm to be overpowered, but I want it to feel right. And I'm sorry, but if at the end of the day, the Unending Swarm, ironically, has a very clear fucking end, because I can only use my reinforcement stratagem like once per game, then that's obviously just not right. And that needs to be fixed, like yesterday. So that's all I ever ask for that's all I ever ask from any game system I play. I just want it to feel right, man. I just want it to feel right. And that's all I ask for 40k as well. And that's why, you know, I'm so behind this new detachment, because I would say for the first time in 10th edition, it feels right. Why the fuck? There's been a little bit if I was to criticize 10th edition for one thing, and again, generally, I'm very positive on the edition. I think there's been some. I think GW has had some big fuck ups, but generally speaking, all of the fuck ups have been mostly outside of 40k, not entirely, but mostly outside of 40k. But if I was to have one criticism of 10th edition, it went slightly too down the it's abstract bro path. And I think we need, why is that way? Oh, because that's for the game balance. Okay, but like, that's kind of breaking the immersion a little bit. Well, that's for the game balance. We went a little bit too down the rules as written. That's for game balance, fucking rules lorry kind of shit. And I think what I'd like to see is just like 1 or 2 steps back. I'm not asking to completely undo the path. Of course not. I like the path. I think the path is good. But sometimes I think we've gone a little bit too far down it. Yeah. Yeah. So I think we need some more detachments. Do you know what, actually, I'm going to go a step further. This is why I think Space Marines feel so good at the moment. I've played Space Marines myself recently and against them even more recently, and they just felt so right. And the reason they felt so right is because, like, the detachments that were being played, like, I took Ironstorm, right? And even though I didn't, even my infantry got the fucking reroll. It wasn't just my vehicles. Every unit got it. I had to double check it because I thought, there's no way this is so broad brush on what's meant to be a very specialist detachment. But it wasn't. Like, the detachment rule affects everything. And I think that's why, on the surface, when we first got our hands on the Guard Codex, it looked really good. But then when we actually scratched below the surface, it quickly started becoming a little bit like, it wasn't as good as we first thought. It was fine, but the best bit about the Guard Codex was they gave they gave tank commanders 2 orders, and they gave Dawn commanders existence. And I think that why it's started to struggle a little bit, the Guard Codex, in terms of like its long-term like funness, is because it's been a little bit just, well, once you've played a detachment once, you've played it. If you play the detachment once, after like 1 or 2 games, you figure the detachment out. And I think why this feels so good, and what I think we need for every faction just needs detachments which you're not being led by the nose down a path. You're being given the rules, and then GW sort of, slaps you on the ass and goes, off you go, champ. Go and build yourself a game-winning fucking list. That's what we need. I think I want every army to have a Grizzled Veterans light detachment where you hand it to the players, and some players are going, oh my fucking God, artillery. And some players are going, oh my fucking God, infantry. And some players are going, oh my fucking God, tanks. And some players are going, oh my fucking God, super heavies. And, and everybody liked that. That's what we need. That's I think we need a couple of those for every faction. And I think the factions that pass the vibe check have those, and the factions which don't pass the vibe check don't have those. Yeah. All right. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Twitch89. Hey, Twitchy, did you become a channel member? Wait, did you get it gifted or did you buy your commission? Twitchy, did you get it gifted or did you buy your commission? Holy shit, man. The manhunt is over. I see you doing a super chat as well for that. Dude, thank you for the super chat. The manhunt is over. What an amazing way to get back into 40k. Damn, it's good to be a Guardsman. We're living in a Guardsman's paradise, boys. Yes! Bro, Twitchy, that's amazing, man. You bought it? Well, Twitchy, as you have bought your commission, It is only right that you have an officer named after you. Oh, shit. I'm trying to find one that fits the mold. I'm running low on officers. I'm running low. All right. You can have this commissar. There you go. Here you go. You can have this commissar. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Well, Twitchy, when whoever gets so the manhunt is whoever gets the manhunter, the manhunted, gets to name an officer model, gets to name a model. But if you buy your own commission, I'll pick the model for you. So I'm gonna give you this commissar here. I'm just gonna put him to one side. I'll name him later, but I'll just put him to one side there, and then there you go. There you are, man. You love tanks?
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
All right. You can have a hellhound. There you are. Because I feel like Twitchy is a good name for a hellhound. There you are. All right, Twitchy, that's amazing, man. I want to say a big thank you to Blackhawk 40k. Thank you for 22 months, man. X-Force, baby. Do Battlefleet. I just finished Execution Hour. I will be doing Battlefleet Gothic. I will be doing Battlefleet Gothic at some point. I'm just waiting for Games Workshop to release it. When GW releases it, I will play it. If GW releases Battlefleet Heresy, probably won't play it. Because I don't like the design of the ships. Yeah. There you go. Long War Battles, thank you for super chat, man. Stream chat, need feedback, pilot rescue scene. Let's have a look. Oh, is this? I saw you post something earlier. Let's have a look. What's this for? Oh man, this is super long. This is a pilot rescue story homebrewed via Long War Battles. Locations of pilots inform intelligence is RNG via dice rolls, so no two players will be the same. Even if you use the same table, Deadbird. This is real. I might not be able to look at this in this stream, man. It's fucking big. What game is it for? A full random battlefield scenario and containment mission. Stocks within the scavenger zone or reconnaissance aircraft limped towards home. The scenario's framework also translates seamlessly to Flames of War, teaming and kill team with the skirmish games. Just ranges, measurements, unit equivalences, and extraction conditions according. Both sides. So I guess you could use like bolt action. Mission designed to reward coordinated infantry companies, reconnaissance scan information, light support vehicles. You should having field with 2 vehicles mounting light to tank guns. All additional arm platforms only light autocannons, heavy autocannons, MMGs, HMGs to prevent brute force armor crush. So the game revolves around movement, precision tasks. I mean, I personally wouldn't put that heavy restriction on. Just make the mission and let the players figure out how they want to play it. Yeah. I don't. This feels too. I mean, this feels too restrictive. I wouldn't be able to play this mission because I don't have a lot of vehicles like that. Do you know what I mean? And then if I don't have that, then someone else has vehicles and I don't, and I'm probably at a big disadvantage. So yeah, I'd scrap that. Oh man, vehicle moves provides tools. I wouldn't, again, just let people take what they want to take, basically. Let's put free opportunity, any heavy infantry opportunities, recon scouts. Okay, I mean, again, I'm not going to repeat myself. You're being very prescriptive. Like, a good mission presents this. I've never designed a mission, but the missions that I enjoy playing are when the mission says, this is what you need to do, and then the players have to solve the problem. You're basically saying, hey, guys, you have to turn it with these kind of forces, and you have to run them this kind of way. Yeah. Yeah, that's my thinking. Crash land pilot. The eye of angle towards player A's line before dying. Roll 3 signature force from player's A's table edge. 1 6 determine drift on 1 to 3. The veer left on 4 6 veered right. How much is inches? Place the burning record part there. Terrain blocks placement. 2. The informant fell towards player's B's deployment zone before crawling away. Okay. 5 turns. I'd give it 6 on a. If you're doing 6x4, mate, you want a 6-turn game. 5 turns isn't enough. Players will just spend the entire game having to run because they're having to try and get. I mean, if you think about it, the ball's like 48 inches apart. You know, at its narrowest point. You know, not taking into account diagonals. People will just be running the entire time. Yeah. Okay. I don't really get that. Must be like a thing that you want, how you want it to play. Wreck denial achieved, pilot evacuated, informant evacuated, alive or secured. I mean, isn't like. So player A's objective is 3d6 from their deployment zone. And they have to get it off the board. Well, what if it's just that's like 10 inches? It's like guaranteed to get that off the board, right? Maybe not. No, it is, yeah. So that's guaranteed to happen. That feels like it's guaranteed to happen. So it comes down to these other ones. Yeah. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's something else, yeah. So yeah, honestly, man, I'm just gonna be honest, I'm not a big fan. I might be because I've just skim read it, and that's like, you know, obviously that's got its own. Obviously I could be missing some bits here, but I feel like player A is very likely to get their objective off. Same for player B. You could have a situation where someone gets where players A's pilot is like 3 inches because they're all like 111, and player B's like informant is like 18 inches, and that game's over before it's begun. That could happen. I feel like it's over prescriptive on what kind of forces you can take. You should have recommendations like, hey, this is what we recommend you take. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm not trying to be a dickhead, but there's no point in me saying, yeah, it's great, you know, if I don't think so. I'm only one person though, so don't take my word as gospel. I never played a mission like this, and I have fundamentally have a 40k brain, which is, you know, a smooth brain. So I could be very, very wrong, but you know, if I saw that mission like in a book, that would be the mission like I probably would struggle to make myself play. I think you need, it's weird. You want to have the list building open and the objectives much more set. That's the way you want to do it. Yeah. You've got it almost the wrong way around. Like, list building should be the player gets to choose how they're going to solve the puzzle. And the puzzle should be, okay, both sides are presented with like the same information. Yeah. Like, okay, here's the information. Here's the mission. Okay, now how are you going to solve it? Yeah. Or as Drew has said, if you feel like it, if you don't make it open, if you feel like it, you don't make it open, you should make a specific scenario that gives specific experience. That's actually a very good point. So either you have it where it's a mission that the puzzle is presented to the players and they get to figure it out, or it should be a mission which is, it's almost like you're playing out a story, like you want to play out a story, and so it's designed to give a specific feeling. The problem is yours is kind of neither of those things. Yeah. But Long War Battles, thank you for the support, man, and I hope you don't think I've been horrible or shit on your plan at all. I would say I would definitely say get more feedback than just mine. Like, seriously, bro, because I am but one man, and I like to play bolt action in a very like chill way, which is just like, hey, let's turn up and like roll some dice. And that mission is, you know, and when I play 40k, I like to play very competitively, and that mission sort of isn't gelling with either one of my brains. Yeah. That's right, dude. I will do at the end of the stream, man. I've just got a lot of super chats to catch up. I'm very far behind. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. Try to do the detachment. Love it. Suck it, you salty boy. I am not a salty boy. I kept saying, GW, you need to do better. GW did better. And now I'm praising them. I'm very, very consistent. Look, you might not like it. But I'm very, very consistent with my stance and my point of view on things. Okay? We don't talk politics here. And credit is always given where it is deserved. It's that simple. And, you know, like I always try, and number 3, I always try and be honest. Like, look, I don't, if, you know, Long War Battle sends in, let's have a look at what we just looked at, right? Long War Battle sends something in. And I just basically go, yeah, man, it looks amazing. It looks great. That's not any help, because that's not the truth. Now, I might be wrong. And that mission ends up being amazing. It turns out to be awesome. And I could absolutely be wrong. And that's why I was like, hey, look, go and get some more feedback. Don't just trust me. I'm not an expert on these things at all. I know God, and that's kind of about it, right? But I was honest with him. And I always try and be honest with you guys. When people send me in models, I always try and be like positive about what they've sent in. But if I could see that it's someone and they just not use like non-oil, they just not use any shaders, I'll say, hey, man, it's a good start. But you definitely need to be looking into some shades. It'll level up your painting massively. You've heard me say that to people, you know? And I always give credit where credit is due. Like, GW, if they do something right, I will say they've done something right. If they do something wrong, I will shit on them for doing something wrong. It's that simple. I'm very, very consistent with this. I'm just consistent. You might not like it. But I try and always stick to those guiding principles. So at least you know that even if you think I am wrong, you don't think I'm lying to you or I'm trying to influence you. You know that if I'm wrong, it's because it's my own stupid fucking opinion, not because I'm trying to push you in one direction or another. That's how I always try and talk to you guys. It's that simple. It's that simple. That way you guys don't think I'm on one side or the other. I'm on no one side. Because honestly, at this point, I don't understand the sides. I just know everyone else is out there And I'm playing the guard. Let's have a look. Potato, thank you, Super Chat, man. Petition to change the name of veteran sharpshooter to Eldar Whale to call back to the Mordian story of ignoring cover to an Eldar. Oh my god. Oh. It should be called Tears of an Eldar Maiden. It's true. I love it. Yeah, I like that. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. I don't need GW to be good. I just need MG to be wrong. Well, Cosmic, if you want to do that, all you do is go on the last couple of Rogal Dawn videos I've done and just shit all over me. That's all you need to do, man. Let's have a look. Cosmic, thank you for the support, man. Hope everyone enjoyed the Mordian reveal for the RTT. They did. When I took it, I had multiple people go, what the fuck is that? Because, well, two of the people hadn't seen me use it before, and they thought it was awesome. And then one guy who had seen it before was my last opponent, Eddie, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I remember that thing." So yeah, there we go. Did I do your first super chat? I think so, Cosmic. I did detachment. Don't be salt. You know, the salty one. GW to be don't need GW to be good. Just need to be wrong. And the RTT. They're the ones that I've got, man. Was there any others that I missed? I think I got them all. I'm just having a look now. Yeah, I got them all. I got them all, man. From the start of the stream with pictures? Pretty certain I did, man. I don't think I missed any, bro. It's not here in the, I don't think it came through, Cosmic. I'm going through now. Those are the first ones I've had off you. I'm checking both back-end sources. So I can't see it on my sources, mate. Sorry. It might not have come through. Beanspud, thank you for the 22 months, man. X-Force, baby! Long-term fan have started the Old World pictures in Discord. Let's have a look, mate. Yes! Taking the plunge into Old World after watching all your after-action reports, putting 40k down for a bit as it just feels a bit samey. That's fair enough. Although with the new guard stuff, it looks better, but it depends, you know. It looks better with the new guard stuff. I've got myself some Dwarf Slayers. Will they be good? Probs not. Will ever blast? Damn right I will. Slayers are always... Slayers are like playing Orcs and Goblins. Even if you lose, you win because the whole point is your army's meant to die in combat. If you get to the end of a game with Slayers and there's any left alive, they're very disappointed in you. What am I slaying? What am I taking? Demon Slayer, Demon Slayer, Demon Slayer. Nice. 24 Slayers, 10 Slayers, and then all of the Doom Seekers. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, man. So, the only thing you need to check is if you can legally take this many Doom Seekers. Okay? This is the only thing. Because there are things like... it says in the Old World book, in the match play guide, which is kind of up, which has also been like basically like a version 1.5. It says that like if you don't have an existing unit restriction, you basically use like the rule of 3. So just check what the existing restriction is on Doom Seekers, and then off you go. But yeah, but I mean, it's still an absolutely insane list. It's still an absolutely insane list, man. I love it. Fantastic. Slayers all the way, baby. There we are. Let's have a look. Simple Logic. Thank you for the gifted membership, man. Drew Macabre. Math hammer analysis for the layman in stream chat. Let's have a look. I did the math and I've answered on whether lethals or rerolls are better. Too long didn't read is the lethals that you punch up and rerolls make punching down more consistent. Rerolling hits only is better than lethals if your hit and wound rolls are both 2+ or 3+. Otherwise, lethals are better. Lethals are better than rerolling 1s for hits and wounds if you either a wounding on a 5+ or a 6, or your chance to wound is higher than your chance to, i.e. hitting on a 5+ and wounding on a 3+. Hot take alert. Competitive Grizzled companies will look very different from combined arms because the rules take advantage of units on the opposite end of the punching up or punching down spectrum. Let's take the shot that always punches down, the Shadow Sword's Volcano Cannon with D3+1 attacks. Strength 24, AP 5, damage 12. If you pocket a CP reroll for the hit roll of 2 or 1, you will consistently delete Dawn Commanders and Land Fortresses while splitting the rest of your guns and something else. Because I have rolled many a Shadow Sword and missed with every Volcano Cannon shot. But maybe that'll change now that I get to reroll 1s. I think I'll just roll a lot of 2s instead. The consistency goes up further if you can stay stationary for the heavy to hit on 2s or to get reroll wound off 1 because they are on objective. Then you can save the command point reroll for a Vanquisher, which benefits from the rerolls in a similar way. I'd even go so far as to say CP rerolling on big weapons will overtake Grenade on the most you strat. Also, the Shadow Sword takes AOC really nicely. Other units that can achieve a hit roll on a 2+ with a high strength will also pop off in this attachment in a big way. Evidence will have 3 Vanquishers if they do not run a Shadow Sword. Multiples of 30 Kazakin, at least 20 Rough Rides will be the norm. At least 12 Bullgrims will be on every dense terrain format. Ogryns will see more action being able to mop up trash. Sounds will see a slight uptick since the datasheet rules are counter synergistic to the attachment rule, but they can independently double order with the command rod. Let's see if it all bears out. I agree with that. So basically what you're saying is with this attachment, with the other detachment, if it was like low strength, low to medium strength, basically lasguns to plasma in many ways, it shooting, you know, you are looking at lethals being like better. But well, small arms lethals are often better, but when you're shooting a lot of weapons that hit good, and wound good, then the rerolls are much more impactful. Whereas lethals tend to be good on weapons which almost don't hit as good or wound as good. That's kind of what's going through my mind. Because you just get that 6 and it just bypasses everything. Lethals let you punch up, rerolls let you punch down. Yeah, this is why I think Grizzled Veterans is going to do... It's really interesting. I know it sounds kind of cray-cray. I know it sounds kind of crazy. I wonder if this new detachment will play really nicely into the Mordian doctrine, into my doctrine. Because I believe in go big or go home all the way. And a lot of other people believe in like, well, you know, it's better to have 5s re-rolling than just a wound on a 3. And I'm always like, nah, man, because I just never get the fucking wounds. I'd always rather just wound, right? So I wonder if, you know, everyone's going on about Dawns in this new detachment. I'm hearing a lot of people talk about Dawns in this new detachment, but I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, Dawns without dem melters? Well, that's not true. Dawns without lethals on the melters? Actually, I actually have a case that Dawns are not for this attachment. Okay, crazy. I know I was like, oh, Mordian, for fuck's sake, shut up about the fucking Dawns. Look, I actually have a case for them, right? Think about this. Would you take a Dawn if it didn't have lethals and it couldn't crash through? Would you spam them? Would you take 2 or 3 of them? You might take 1. You think you still take 1. But I'm saying Dawns get away with being absolutely awesome in Hammer because on dense terrain because of crash through. Dawns get away with melters being a bit funky in combined arms because they've got lethals. Like, but if you haven't got lethals and you haven't got crash through, how many Dawns are you going to take? It's the final thing. It's going to be down to terrain. I think Dawns still are still massively important on Games Workshop terrain because they have that freedom of movement. But you saw the terrain earlier. Those Dawns are only going to have one on any UKTC or WTC terrain. Those Dawns are only going to have one place to move. Yeah.
When it comes to fighting crime,
I still think you'll take some Dawns. Don't get me wrong. I still think you take some Dawns, but I'm feeling them Russes, man. I'm feeling them Russes. Yeah. Super Onyx Fire. Let's see the list, Mordian. I'm not building too many lists at the moment because I'm waiting to see if the points change. I don't know. Apparently the points aren't going to change for guard, but I don't know. In Grizzled, 3 Vanks will take care of strong heavies. I'm thinking triple Vank. I think the cult. There's been a great schism in the guard community. Orthodox versus Catholic, East versus West. But I think that schism is going to come to an end now. I think the cult of the Vank, the cult of the big AP, is probably going to win out now, especially in Grizzled Veterans. Yeah. Now, I tell you what's kind of interesting. Without lethals, what gun do you put on your tank commander? Because normally it would be executioners. But I think Vanks. I think Vanks. I think Vanquish your tank commanders are actually in it. As crazy as that sounds, man. Hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s, wounding basically everything on 3s, rerolling 1s. Or you don't. You take Lord Solar with 4 orders. That's a good point. Is 4 tanks enough, though? Is 4 tanks enough? I'm not sure. And the Lord Solar can't cover the whole board. That's true. Even with a Vox, you'll find him struggling on 1 or 2. Yeah. I think the Lord Solar's good. I still think you'll want to consider a tank commander. Yeah, I have had it where my tanks have got out of range of Lord Solar and it has caught me out. Yeah. All right. Chaos! Thank you for the super chat, man. My beginner Mordian mechanized adapted in stream discussion. Let's have a look. So Grizzled Company. You've got Cadian Castellan with Aquila and I. Cadian Command Squad Spec Ops Veteran. Cadian Shock Troop. So that's going to be a command blob. Okay. With 5 orders. I love it. 2 Lemurus Commanders with Executioners. 1, 2, 3 Catachans. 1, 2 Kazakin. 3 Vanks. 1 Scout Sent. 3 Chimeras. 2 Tauruxes. I like it. Wait. No, I don't. Your Cadian Castellan, your super command blob, what's it doing? Because all the Catachans and Kazakin are in transports, so they can't receive orders whilst they're in the transports. The tanks can. That first blob is doing nothing. Controversial opinion, that first blob is doing nothing. What you want to do drop the enhancements in that list. You don't need them. That's 35 points. Keep the Cadian Castellan. Well, you might as well keep... Actually, put the execution Aquila Eye on one of the tank commanders. Bin off Spec Ops Veteran for the time being. You don't really need it. Keep the Cadian Castellan. A couple of squads of mortars. You're going to have an order going to waste unless you're willing to somehow squeeze in. You could drop the Scout Sentinel. I don't really like that, though. But you could basically drop the Cadian Castellan, drop the Cadian Command Squad, drop the Cadian Shock Troops, drop Spec Ops Veteran, drop the Scout Sentinel, take 3 squads of mortars. Cadian Castellan sits there, boosting all 3 squads of mortars. Aquilan's Eye goes on one of your tank commanders. When they get out, they get double ordered. That doesn't work because your officers can only do their orders in the command phase unless they're getting out from a transport. So your officers try and do their orders in the command phase, got no one to do it to. Your squads get out of their transports. The only ones that can order themselves are the Kazakin. No one else can receive orders until the next turn, at which point they're all going to be dead. So yeah. What do you think is better? Do you think I should go back to 5 squads Captain and 5 Chimera and 2 times artillery? I think that list is fine. I just think your command blob isn't really doing anything. Fix that and you fix the list. Yeah. There you go, man. It's a good list. It's like an 8 out of 10, bro. You fix that bit, it becomes 10 out of 10. You only need a little. I've focused on what's wrong with the list, but overall the list is decent. It's decent. Yeah. I don't really want you to lose the Scout Sentinel. I do like the Scout Sentinel. I don't really want you to lose it. But you've got your tanks and you've got your transport, so it's like, where the fuck does the other points come from? My Kazakin are so good in this detachment. So, yeah. Yeah. I don't really want you to do the Scout Sentinel, but I'd rather you lost the Scout Sentinel and you had something that was decent at sitting on your home objective. Yeah. The only other option is... I just don't know. I don't think you've got another option. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that's fine. Yeah, Kaz, I think even if you didn't make any changes, your list would if you just fix the command blob, I think your list can win games. Yeah. Bleach, thank you for the super chat, man. Have you seen Bricky's vid on the new detachment, Beef? I saw it pop up. I was like, Bricky, what are you doing covering guard stuff, man? But I haven't watched it. But you think there's some beef in there? Is there some beef?
I went back because I was...
Is that the new guard attachment? It's a bit spooky. I can take a look at it, but let me catch up on some super chats and then I'll come back. He's mainly a guard player. Yeah, I know. I'm only busting his balls. Yeah, it's just funny how he's been covering a lot of non-40k stuff in general recently, but then again, who am I to fucking talk? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. He basically calls for a nerf and artillery. You know what? If the indirect fire has to catch a fucking stray and everyone else gets away with it, it's fine. Like, fine. Like, actually fine. Okay, sure. Because remember, guys, sometimes you gotta let the people that don't really know what they're talking about get a little, hey, here's a little thing for you. Hey, you're a good boy. And then the ones that know what we are talking about can crack on with actually, winning the games. I know that's an arrogant cunt thing to say, but still. Chicken Detonator, thank you for super chat, man. Mortars in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. Ooh. 07 so just finished up these 2 Border Prince mortars for my old army. It's a little odd, they're on 50 by 75 millimeters, so I had to add some barrels such to fill out the whole base. Regardless, I really like how these ones turned out. Warlord Games Pike and Shot Mortar. Nice. Also, great to hear you love the Sabaton concert. I saw them a couple of years ago in Detroit, and it's still my favorite concert I've ever been to. PS, get your package, Mordy, it calls to you. I'm going to get it this week, probably. Just because I had a load of videos I was going to put out, and then, so you know how I've been doing this massive push to get more content out, so I can have some time over Christmas. Yeah, that plan's completely gone to shit with Grizzled Veterans, because all the content I was going to put out was when I was feeling really salty, and now I'm looking at the content and being like, but I'm not salty anymore, so I don't want to put out salty content. So I'm actually basically got 0 content in the bank. It's really frustrating. They look cool, man. Yeah, when you play with some non-Warhammer models, you realize like how massively oversized some stuff in Warhammer is. Like, that's how big a mortar should be, not this giant fucking thing. Yeah. They look awesome, man. Yeah. They look really cool. Yeah, I like that, man. Good old mortars are really cool, man. Yeah. I like that chicken detonator. Love the color scheme as always, mate. Think it looks awesome. I'm looking forward to you going to your first event with them or playing a few games. I know you've played a game with them already. I'm looking forward to playing a few more. Yeah. Red Scout, thank you for the super chat, man. First go at Grizzled Company in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look, Red Scout. Just assume the best loadouts for each unit. Mortars on the heavy weapon team. 20 points under to account for the enhancement. By the way, if anyone's wondering where the points for the enhancements are coming from, because they're obviously not out yet, apparently Goonhammer leaked them. So there you are. So Caden Command Squad, Commissar, Lehman Russ Commander, Full Plasma, Caden Shock 10, triple 20-man blob of Cadians, 2 big Bullgrins, 3 Captain Heavy Weapon Squads and Mortars, Kazakin, Bank, Chimera. I like that list. No changes. Oh, I probably wouldn't go multi-melters on the Vanks because they're probably going to be doing some more ranged shooting. I'd just change plasma cannons. Trust me. Your Bull going to be pushing forward. Your infantry are going to be pushing forward. Your Kazakin are going to be pushing forward. You're probably going to Vanks don't. Russes in general are less about pushing forward. They're more about you push something forward. Now the enemy's countered you. Now you kill that. Right. It's about drawing stuff out. So based on that, you're going to want the range over the melter. Other than that, I think that list is good, mate. Yeah. Red Scout, solid list, mate. Solid list. Cuz 40k, Marcus Avoy! Just chilling with 3 years. Carry on. Hey! Triple X Force, man. Marcus, thank you for being a good mate in real life, and thank you for supporting the channel. And dude, thank you for just being here for 3 years, mate. Appreciate it, bud. I want to say a big thank you to CJ! CJ, thank you so much for 23 months, man. X-Force, baby! Nearly double X-Force. I'll give it to you. It's Christmas. Double X-Force, baby! There you are. I remember when Mordian was hyped about Horse Heresy. Bro, I was so hyped for Heresy. Dude, it's like crazy going back and looking at those videos now. I was so hyped for Heresy. Honestly, truth be told, 2025 would have been an almost perfect year if Heresy 3.0 hadn't come out. How mad is that? Like, for my... okay, let me rephrase that. From GW's perspective, I think it would have been amazing if Heresy hadn't come out. Because my content would have gone like this. 3 months, beginning of the year, 3 months of solid Guard Codex content. And then basically the last 6 months would have been, well, I'd say 4 months of solid Guard content. 6 months of, oh my God, Horus Heresy. And guess what, guys? All you Guard players that are feeling a bit like, what the fuck do I do now with my Codex? Yeah, come and play Heresy with all the models you already own. And then, oh look, new detachments come out for Guard. Guess what? Heresy holiday's over. Back to 40k, lads. And you haven't wasted a single penny. Sick. That would have been like, imagine that scenario. Imagine that scenario, man. But you know what? I'm grateful. In some ways, I'm grateful for the giant fuck up that was Heresy 3.0. Because if that hadn't gone the way it went, I wouldn't have discovered the bounty and wonder of the Rift. And let me tell you, Conflict 47 and the opportunity that it's had to show what it can do has been amazing. I now am so happy that I have not one, not two, but like 4 games that I can enjoy on this channel. I can enjoy my guard, enjoy my old world, enjoy my bot action, and enjoy my conflict. I like that. I like that. And I feel like my life is, it sounds crazy, my life is richer for it. Yeah. Yeah, it's just good. It's a shame that, you know, Heresy didn't get, it's a shame Heresy isn't there. But, you know, things may change. Here comes the pitch. Nope, I'm not pitching shit. I'm just saying, at the time I was very annoyed about what happened with Heresy, hence why I wilded out about it. But with the benefit of hindsight, I'm kind of glad it went the way it did in a funny sort of way. Chris K, thank you for the super chat, man. Hail Mordian, Sabaton memory in chat. I love it, man. Everyone's fucking hyped as fuck over Sabaton. Yeah, man. Admiral Sodium, I've returned. Currently recovering from some medical nonsense, but your talk of Sabaton concepts remind me of this gen for 2019 when Joachim was presented with a surprise birthday cake. Watching their shows is always an experience. Hopefully, the tribute from Florida has arrived at your PO box by now. I haven't checked, mate, but I'll be checking once I've got back on the content. Got ahead on the content. Yeah, that's so cool, man. That's so cool. Do you know what? Do you know the vibe? And hey, look, you know, maybe these guys are just like phenomenal actors. Maybe they have pulled the wool over my eyes. But do you want to know what I got from Sabaton? It's just like, it's just a group of lads that just enjoy doing what they're doing. Do you know what I mean? Like, the way they talk with each other, the way they interact, like, it's very natural. You know? Yeah. It's very natural. So yeah, I really enjoyed their show, and I thought that they came across as just basically just a group of mates that enjoy doing what they do. Yeah. They were really, really good. That's cool, man. Yeah. What do we got next here? I want to say a big thank you to CJ. CJ, thank you for the super chat, man. What infantry-based artillery is worth using Mordian minute on? So none, because you're hitting on 5s. But if you had to twist my arm, I'd say fobs with bombast cannons, because that gets them to strength 8, which suddenly means they're wounding a lot of infantry on 2s. Yeah. I don't think you need it on any of the other ones. Yeah. So getting bombast from 7 to 8, strength 7 into strength 8, I think that's the best way. But I don't think that's worth giving up hitting on 4s. Last Draken, thank you for the super chat, man. Final RTT of the year. Is it though? Because, you know, Grizzle Vector just came out, so maybe you can squeeze one more in. I'm just saying, maybe. Draconis Maximus, game 1 got the bye, award of 70 points. Fair enough. Game 2, Mission A versus Nids Assimilation Swarm. For what I heard, the guy was a good player who has competed in many events and won a few RTTs. A lot of big stompy monsters with ways to heal themselves, like Necrons. He advanced and choked me out of digging in my forcing me to deep strike at his flank. But after a while, I lost my heavy guns. I ended up conceding as there's no way to catch up. 46 to me, 100 to him. Interesting. Big bug jail. Game 3, Orc Warhorde, win 95-51. Nice. Turn 1, Deep Struck, Arjak and friends on my expansion. Orcs moved up being cagey. Turn 2, Rapid Logan in the midboard, but saw Gaz getting close for a turn 3 war. Logan Vect was already doing work preventing an auto crash strat. Gaz with a 20-inch threat range. I wanted Logan alive, so I reacted to move him 2 inches. I moved my Centurions as bait and sacrifice, which worked. They brought me 2 turns as a T3 war came in and flooded and slaughtered the green skins. Beast Tiger charged Logan redempted but failed to hurt anything before Logan butchered them and moved on to Gaz. I managed to hold 2 or all points in No Man's Land most of the game, and Stormlance allowed me to control combat as I fell back. Unloaded 2 Redemptors before 2 minutes charged back in. Opponents ready at the end of 4. Logan denied 1 command point, -1 to wound strat, and 2 CP auto and death spam, as it would be a total of 5 CP. Amazing, man. Overall, the Endurance build with 20 Terminators did well against Orcs, but struggled with the very aggressive Nid monster army. I may try it again with some tweaks, feel it's missing something still, or it just needs a better pilot than me. 11 40mm make it so an opponent can't literally put a toe on the point, as they take the hits on a 2+4+ weapon skill 4. 4 wounds. Maybe with the new detachment, hope tomorrow will give them new tools. If not, I'll stick with the Stormlands. Yeah, maybe we'll get a new detachment, which should be cool. A captain leading a 3rd team, I feel will be brutal with that rights of battle, but they can't leave Wolfguard Termies. May as my buddy who plays Deathgash Knights, as I feel this would be a good way to test them. But side note on my YouTube wrap up. Nice. I mean, the double Termy brick. I mean, look at that. Like, it's just a lot of heavy armor. It's funny because you just look so intimidating next to the orcs. Like, every model you has is twice as big as every infantry model he has, which is kind of funny. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I think you probably just need a bit more practice with it. My advice, man, is stick with it for a little bit longer. Oh, yeah, I saw this. This is cool, man. People have been stroking my ego a lot by posting their top channels. Apparently, I am a lot of people's #1 watch channel, but I think that comes down to the fact that I put out so much content. I think that's what it is. Not everyone puts a video out a day, right? So it's kind of like victory by default. But yeah. Last Draken. Sounds awesome, man. And yeah, look forward to seeing how... I think stick with it and have a look what the new detachment brings. Don't stick with it forever, but maybe like 1 or 2 more events. And then if it's still not quite clicking, there you go. It's the streams. You're probably right, Siriade. Yeah, you're probably right. Jenny, quantity is a quality all of its own. Apparently so. Bleach, thank you for the super chat, man. Leontus, 3 Vanks, 1 Basilisk, 1 Command Squad, and Arty teams. Thoughts on this as a core for a new attachment? Maybe with Castellan and Kazakim? 3 Vanks, yeah. Basilisk. Interesting. Not against it. Command Squad and Artillery teams. So 3 Vanks, 1 Basilisk, 2. How much does that come to? Obviously, it could change, but right now, what does that come to? 130 for Leontus, 145 for each Vank. Is it 140 for a Basilisk? Command Squad. Obviously, need a squad for the Command Squad to join. And then Arty team, 95. 95. Oh, piss. 1 minute. 95 plus 95. 65 plus 65. 140 plus 145. 145. 145 plus 130. 1,025 points. I like it. Indirect fire. Heavy armor. 1,000 points left over. Everything ordered. I think... See about maybe getting an extra... I want you to have another tank for damage. I always feel like 3 is not enough. But I could be persuaded to look past that if you look at taking double Bulgrin. That or I like the core of the list. Fundamentally, I like the core of the list. I think you need a little bit more damage output, and then you need some screening. But I like the core. Fundamentally, I like the core of the list. I might be tempted. Do you know what I might be tempted to do, bro? I might be tempted to have Leontus just order four Lehman Rusties around. I don't know what the last one could be. Maybe an Executioner. But I'd be tempted to have 4, or Dawn, maybe. But I'd be tempted to just have Leontus order 4 tanks. I know it'd be better for... It's a lot of orders in one place. He might not be able to be everywhere he needs to be, but even with the massive Ox. But I'd have Leontus ordering 4 tanks. Then I'd have the command squad ordering 2 artillery teams. That is your heavy armor sorted. That's your artillery sorted. Then it just comes down to taking infantry and screening. And that can be Kazakin, Bulgrin, and maybe some shit munchers. That sounds like a list to me, mate. Yeah, I think the core's very strong, though. Maybe a little tweak, but it's very strong. Ibram Gorn, thank you for the super chat, man. Let's have a look here. K47 in stream discussion, absolute massacre. Let's have a look. Played my 3rd game of Conflict yesterday, Soviets versus Americans. By the end of turn 3, I had an ISU 122 T34ZP, 5 of 7 daughters, no ZA guns. That's where you went wrong. 1 of 4 bears, 1 of 6 Mars Ghoul, and lost a maxed out squad of Mark 1s and a truck. They were my heroes, and I forgot they got guts, instantly wiped by 8 Fireflies. The ISU, if you hadn't forgotten those guts, those Fireflies would have died. The ISU, the Daughters and the Bears, are the only units that kill anything. I'm demoing the game to my friend next weekend. Daughters and Power Armor are on one side, Bears and Ghoul on the other. Also, my dad had a maxed out Paragon squad, a maxed out Power squad behind the Churchill game. I rolled like shit all game. My dad was perfectly happy to end of turn 3 as it was getting late. Also, love the new guard attachment. Finally feels like my Praetorians have an attachment that fits them. Dude, everyone's loving the new guard attachment because it finally feels like we all have an attachment which we can all enjoy. I can enjoy it as Mordians, you can enjoy it as Praetorians, people can enjoy it as Cadians, for Steel Legion. Everybody likes attachment because it just works for everybody. It's great. As for your game here, I remember looking at some of these pictures, and I'm thinking one of the issues you have is some of your units aren't really mutually supporting each other all that much. Also, if you had remembered to put the guts back in the bag, when those Fireflies came down, you could have wrecked them with a free shoot, or you could have been on ambush against them. Yeah, either way. Yeah, I think the thing with K47 is you really, if you're facing Americans, you have to have units mutually supporting each other. The T34ZP, I think it's a totally... I'm going to try taking it out of my list for a little bit, but I've got a suspicious feeling it's going to be like Tesla. I'm going to take it out and then putting it back in, but I think it's fine. It's a fine vehicle. It's good that it comes with the extra turret, because I think the regular T3485 might do some work. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's... I think the daughters are very good, but you definitely need the ZA guns for them, bro. Definitely. Yeah. 100%. But dude, looks sick, man. And it still looks like you had a fun game, which is the important bit. And you're demoing it and you're converting more people. Yes, the revolution spreads. The fire rises, brother. The ISU was great. That's going to be hard to take out the list. Bro, I think you're on something. My suspicion with the Soviets is they're going to end up leaning on some bolt action stuff. Like ISUs. I'm thinking, do you know what's interesting? I'm kind of looking at the SU-76. You know, the one with just the medium, upgraded with AT rounds, right? It's cheap as chips, very spammable, and it brings long-range anti-tank and HE. Sure, it's going to die like piss, but this is conflict. I'm not sure if that's really anything special. So yeah, I think I do think you're right. Leaning on some of that traditional armor definitely has a place for sure. For sure. Yeah, heavy tank, heavy AT 295. Yeah. Just having some heavy AT you can just slap down range. Yeah, man. I'm not just saying the SU-76. I'm saying in general, I think bolt action armor very much has a place in K47 for the Soviets. Yeah, for sure. Let's have a look here. Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat, man. Also talk about artillery, some lovely old artillery in stream discussion. The painting fever has slowed but not died. Also need my Krieg ready for RTTs in New Year 2026. Bro, I'm so ready for 2026 now. 2025, definitely. I started off ready and then became unready. I'm so ready for 2026 now. Smash it with a new detachment. 11th comes out. Whole new meta to enjoy. I'm looking forward to it. I really do hope 11th different shakes things up. Even if it means we lose Grizzle Veterans, I really do hope that it does shake things up.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Let's have a look here. Nice. Let's have a look, man. Evening all. While talking about Big Boom during the stream, my pain fever has calmed down due to work, but it's not stopped. Over the weekend, the Big Irons came out as the Merc company for Norm. We wouldn't really be one without some real artillery. So we are blessed by Sigma with not just one cannon, not only 2 cannons, but 3 cannons! Even though we're using 2, but backup doesn't hurt given our arty rolls. Let the sky be filled with cannonballs. Any giant beastie regret showing up. We have faith, we have steel, but we sure as hell have sodding gunpowder. Nice. I mean, here's the thing, man. Like, Renegade Crowns can be... Your Empire... Your models can be used in Empire and Renegade Crowns. So having 3 cannons is not a bad thing. Cannons are great. Like, whether they're in Empire or whether they're in Renegade Crowns, cannons are great. Yeah. Love the paint scheme. Really like how those wheels came out, mate. They're really cool. Yeah. Love that. The pain fever's only slowed down because you're in the Medicaid recovering. Yeah. But dude, models look awesome. And I have 3 cannons that I'm thinking of adding more. Because now you can take 6 in an Empire army. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to take 6. But I'm not saying I'm not going to take 6. Yeah, man. You can never go wrong with more cannons. Let's have a look. Anthony Williams, thank you for Super Chat, man. This mad lad is a member of the community that has always painted clever and beautiful models. He needs some credit. His name is Hedgebrush. Check stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Oh, yeah. I've seen these. The fucking dummy thick fucking model. So, yeah, it's like, oh, this is a cool model. Very nicely painted, you know, really well converted. And it's like, by the Emperor. Although, I feel like this might be is this a Xenos model? It looks a little bit like a Kroot. I'm feeling this might be a Kroot. You know, a dummy thick Kroot. Big titty Kroot girlfriend is what I'm feeling. Yeah, man. Yeah, no, Hedgebrush does some good work. I see his stuff pop up in stream discussion. Yeah, he does good. Thank you so much for the support, Anthony Williams. And thank you for looking after your fellow community member. Fantastic. Let's have a look. CJ, thank you for the big super chat, man. If Grizzle Veterans is too good, GW will have to do something for melee armies. How about we just skip the free advance and charge extra movement in profile and just deep strike into close combat? Thing is, right. I truly do not believe Grizzle Veterans is overpowered. I truly don't. I think it's very powerful. But I do not think it's overpowered. Firstly, the reason I don't think it's overpowered is because a lot of the stuff people are talking about, like what it can do, overlooks the very important fact that it's an unbelievably command point intensive army. Huge limiting factor is it's a command point intensive army. Huge. So there's that. And secondly, you're giving up army-wide lethal hits, which is just crazy. It's just crazy. So, and everyone's going on about the artillery being busted. Right, look, motherfucker. If you can't handle a fucking field bombast gun re-rolling a 1 to hit and maybe re-rolling a 1 to wound,
There's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it.
it's not the problem. Oh, but I can ignore cover. Oh my god, it can ignore cover with an AP -1 weapon. Will someone please think of the children? Jesus fucking Christ. And I have to put it on my shitty bombast. Which, you know, I might roll the dice and roll a double 1 and get to fire 2 shots. Oh my god. The unrelenting power. Get a fucking grip, frankly. Is the detachment powerful? Yes. But if you are all falling for the artillery red herring, I can't do anything to help you. Yeah. It's not worth ignoring cover for weapons such moderate damage. Exactly. All that has happened is that your artillery has got real ones to hit. Like, can we actually just... Can we all... We need our boys to stop shitting their pants! Like, can we all just take a chill pill for a moment and step away from what it can do and what it's actually going to do? No unit ever operates in ideal circumstances, ever. Can we all put the fucking math hammer down? Put the cookie down! Put the math hammer down and actually engage our fucking brains and understand that not every unit is going to have every weapon in range in the most optimum way every single turn from turn 1. Can we also understand that you're not playing against a bunch of NPCs? There are other people on the other side of the board, and those other people are going to try and do things that stop you from doing what you want to do. If you play against someone who just fucking... just drools their way like a knuckle-dragging troglodyte Neanderthal into just, oh, well, I'm just going to put everything forward. I've just died. God, so overpowered. No, motherfucker, maybe if you don't expose your entire army turn 1, turn 2, that maybe you won't get fucking tabled, okay? Again, I'm not saying that attachment isn't powerful, but no one's played any fucking games with it yet. And it's giving up a lot to get what it gets. Okay? It's giving up, and it's a very, very good detachment. But the number one reason why it's good, and the number one reason why we're all creaming our pants over this, is not because it's suddenly going to table everyone in the world in 2 turns. It's because it actually affects our army. It's very flexible. The best thing about detachment is it affects every unit. Like, for the love of God, can you all stop crapping yourselves when Guard get 1 foot out of the grave? Okay? Can you all just chill the fuck out? Alright? You've got bigger problems. Okay? Can you all stop having Guard Derangement Syndrome, GDS? And can you all just chill out for a second and realize you've got bigger fucking problems? They're called Victrix Guard. Okay? Now, Victrix Guard, I'm not convinced are utterly butt-fucked, broken. But, you know, Victrix Guard came out and the next weekend, Ultramarines won 4 fucking tournaments. Okay? Like, now, it's a good detachment. It's a very good detachment. Okay? But just chill the fuck out. There you are. All right? Chill the fuck out. If it needs, give it, I don't even care if you don't give it 3 months. Give it 2 months. You can't include December. Okay? You can't include December because no one's going to play fucking games over December. So can you actually just like give it, at the very least, a full January? All right? Maybe a full January and a full February. Okay? Before you decry it. All right? Because I really feel it's one of those attachments which it's going to be like Aquilans. In the end, it's going to turn out that it's an IQ stat check and not for the person running it. Aquilans got nerfed because a bunch of World Eater players couldn't fucking figure out how to play Warhammer properly, and rather than trying to learn how to play properly, they just complained until they got their own way. And now if you undid every nerf they did to Aquilans, no one would complain about that unit. That's it. That's it. Guard have still got big problems. Like, I'm sorry, but Guard have still got huge problems. The points are so fucking tight. You've no idea what it's like. If you're a Guard player and you've never played in the faction, go and play Space Marines. You'll be amazed. You'll be like, these motherfuckers are cheaper than my Guardsmen. Go and play Tau. As crazy as it sounds, go and play fucking Tau. Tau players are out there fucking wild and out. And I'm there with like, oh my god, my Guard lists outnumber my Tau lists outnumber my Guard lists, and by model for model, they're better. Guard are so tight in the points right now. Now, if you're gonna nerf Grizzle veterans, I'm not even joking. I want a 10% points cut across the entire board. I need 200 extra points. Like, otherwise, just why the fuck am I even turning up? Yeah, why the fuck? Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Buy 6 Dogberries and 6 Joan Pipers. I'm getting one of each. Like, probably one of each of the special edition models, probably. Maybe not everyone. I don't know if I need Dennis the Menace, but I'm getting basically one of each. Yeah. Nostalgia Vivek, thank you for the super chat, man. Here's some pounds. Let's look at the ship boxes. Fuck's sake, Nostalgia Vivek. Like, right. Where are these boxes, man? Where are these boxes? Do I need to type in battle fleet boxes? I have to get Dennis the Menace. Dennis the Menace is brilliant. Yeah. Was it drop fleet? 1 minute. I sent them on DMs. Oh, you did. That's correct. I remember seeing the message coming in, man. Let me have a look. Hi, mate. Just thought I'd bring this to your attention because there's some new box of drop fleet. There are battle fleets kind of similar to army boxes for 40k or starter armies for bot action. They are normally 100 quid each, but from this place to 85 each. The points vary massively depending on what you build, but it looks like it will be around 1,000 points, give or take, depending on options. I don't know if they're sticking around permanently or not, but they don't say that they're going away. And approx, you're looking at 200 quid or so in minis for a heavy discount. I bought this as one to start my second fleet. So, what's the... That definitely tickles my fancy. What's the what do you call it? What is the points cost of a game of drop fleet? Is it like 2,000 points or something? I mean, for like a standard game, what is it? Let's have a look. So this is the one I'd want to get, which is the UCM Battle Fleet, because humanity first, baby. What did you get? It doesn't actually tell me. I think the Scourge are kind of cool. Scourge are Tyranids. Yeah, I don't know what each box contains is the only thing. Yeah. I think most are 2,000 points. Interesting. Well, they look cool, man. I actually have a Firestorm Games affiliate link as well. Just saying. But, so you get about 200 quid worth of ships for less than 100 quid. So if you got like 2 boxes, I guess the big question is, if I buy 2 boxes, would that give me a solid starter force? Let me have a look. Yeah. Okay, I found something here. Okay, so it's on pre-order right now. You get 1 battleship, 4 cruisers, 2 destroyers, 1 monitor, 2 cutters, 8 frigates, 2 corvettes, 2 liars. And the 2 destroyers can instead be built as 1 heavy destroyer. Interesting. Interesting. That's quite a lot. That's quite a big fleet. That's a big bitch. That's a big bitch. Yeah, I have to say, I do quite like the look of that. They remind me a little bit of the ships that the Sith have in Knights of the Old Republic 1. You know, the ones from the Rakatan Empire. Yeah. That's cool, man. That's a big ship. I really like the look of like this this one, like the standard light destroyers. Yeah, I think they're really, really cool. That's cool, man. Look. I'm definitely open to drop fleet. I promise you I'm open to it. I'm definitely open to it. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when. And it's honestly kind of one of those where it's a little bit like kind of waiting on Heresy fleet, and if it doesn't seem not Heresy, GW battle fleet, and if it doesn't show itself soon, you know. Yeah. I think that's probably time to get some battle fleet, you know. Half-inch Dream, thank you for super chat, man. I realized that a commissar and a command squad can happily order 2 ogres of Bulgarian squads from 24 inches away while giving his leadership boost to the Guardsman squad. That is very true. It's very, very true. He can take advantage of the Master Vox. And the only issue you have is you're not really taking advantage of the part where he can join them. He can join them, and like it's cool that he can join them. But yeah, if you've got a command squad if you've got a blob of guardsmen with a command squad attached and there's no other second leader, it's not a bad idea to have the commissar in there instead. But if there's no free slot, you might as well go with the Ogrins. Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily take a dedicated commissar Ogrin ordering unit, because that kind of makes it a lot less efficient. Yeah. Why not take 2 commissars? Because only 1 commissar can have the enhancement that allows them to order Ogrin. So the second one wouldn't do anything. Ishmael, thank you for super chat, man. Gotta go study, gents. No worries, mate. Thank you for the support and good luck. Bleach, thank you for the support, bro. Wanted to know if you finished that mud skipper you were going to name after me. I don't think I ever saw it. Went under username T-Bane at the time. I have it written down. So I have I have it written down, and oh shit. 1 minute. I have it here. So it is painted. I just need to so it's painted. I just need to have so rather than naming the model, it's just going to be piloted by T-Bane. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm just going to put like a little thing like on the cockpit there. So the mech itself is called the Bomb, and then because that's one of the transfers I had, and then the pilot inside, it's going to have like, I'm going to put it like there on the model, and it's going to be T-Bane. There you are. So yeah, it just needs to, I just need to paint it on. So yeah, there you go. All right, Bleach. Yeah. Because then that way, you are the person piloting it, rather than the mech being named after you. You are the person piloting the mech. Yeah. What we got next? To Krampus, thank you for the super chat. Can't wait to play the new detachment. Drop some festive music and stream discussion. Time to start building my auxiliary rusts. Game Store had Horus Heresy 30% off on Black Friday. I'm not surprised. Yeah, man, it's time to get back on the guard, bro. It's time to get back on the guard, 100%. Let's get this song playing, man. Is this a De Krampus 40k? Let's have a look. De Krampus 40k, Ad Mortem Fidelis, a Sanguinalia tribute. Nice. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to let this play whilst I grab a drink. And I'll take my headset with me so I don't miss it.
Bright in battle slain, who bore the world's unending pain. On sanguine alloys eve we stand, with ash upon our hearts and hands. To a defendimus, ad mortem fidelis. Thy wings were torn, thy lifeblood shed, to guard the throne from tyrants' dread. So we who march in silent line, give all we are to will divine. In tenebris lobem, in tenebris lobem, ad mortem fidelis. No feast have we, no joyous light. We honor thee in trench and night, in cold and ruin, smoke and flame. We whisper low thy hallowed name. Fortitudo in tenebris, ad mortem fidelis. Thy courage held when hope grew thin, thy face shone through the dark of sin. Steel our will against grief and dread, to follow where thy follow led. Defunctis ioramus, ad mortem
There we go.
fidelis. For we
All right,
are
let me have a look.
dust, yet duty bound. Our grave is every
Okay.
battleground.
I'm going to be right back.
O martyred prince,
I'm going to shit myself, so give me a moment.
commend our fallen unto him. Virtus et honor, ad mortem fidelis. In service hard our spirits rise, in sacrifice our honor lies. Though numbered with the silent dead,
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Ugh. Holy shit, literally. Oh, I feel... Oh, but I've still got soap in my hands. I'll go and get it and wash them better. I feel several stone lighter.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
All right. There we go. Fucking hell. Jesus. It was like that scene in South Park. Oh, hot, 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 hot. Hot, 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 hot. It felt, yeah, it was pretty good. Let's have a look. Arrow, hey, my dude. Long time lurker. Took my tacticals for my first 10th edition game, the Formwell. Thanks, inspiration. You're very welcome, sir. Tacticals are great. Everyone overlooks them. Everyone shits on the firstborn, but still get the job done. Let's have a look. We've got some more super chats coming in here. Long War Battles, thank you for super chat, man. Honesty is what matters. I need honesty, thanks. Dude, no worries. And I hope I wasn't too harsh to you, man. Lucky Cast, thank you for super chat. MG, do you have a tentative list for the detachment? So you're all going to get really angry with me. But I got 2. Traditional Met card. Traditional combined house. I said traditional mech guard and traditional hybrid guard. All right. Okay, that's not quite true. I don't know if trad mech guard will actually work, but I feel like, you know, 5 demon russes, 8 infantry, 2 artillery pieces, 20 scions, 20 Kazakin. I'm just saying. No. So I haven't actually thought about it yet. So Lucky Cass, I haven't actually thought about it yet. My feeling is that you can pretty much plug and play anything into it and make it work. Not that you could just take a random collection of shit, but you can build a list with, you know, which is a sensible list with well thought out units and plug it into Grizzled Veterans, and it will do very nicely. A bit like with combined arms, right? I feel like there'll be more efficient choices and less efficient choices, but I purposely haven't planned any lists yet because we don't know if points are going to change with the Minotaur and Field Manual. So it's a little bit like, you know, I don't want to like build a list or recommend a list and then, oh, look, the Field Manual drops and it's all changed. Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, guys, it's going to be Wednesday or Thursday. Like, I'm talking about, like, when I do my tactics videos at the moment, I'm basing it on the fact that points might go up and down, but the detachment is probably staying pretty, do you know what I mean? Pretty chill. Hence why, like, I talked about, hey, look, Kazakin in this. And, you know, that's great because the Kazakin, even if the points go up, they should still be able to do everything that we talked about. So I've seen a few people which have, like, jumped the gun, and maybe they know things I don't know. Maybe they know things I don't know, but I'm still a little bit like, Now, if you were to twist my arm and tell me and ask me to commit, to come down off the fence and to commit, I'd probably say I mean, I'll probably just do it live. I got some ideas, but I need to do it live. Okay. So the thing is, there's lots you're going to want to pick. Like, oh, you could take Gaunt's Ghost and then sticky something in the middle. There's lots of cool tricks you can do. But if I was to do this from a rough, like, beginner, like, easy to pilot jobby, I'm actually not really feeling infantry. I'm actually not really feeling mechanized in this detachment because, unless it's Kazakin, because I kind of want to be giving everything orders all the time. So personally, I'm feeling a commissar because I want to take the enhancement for the commissar. I could be persuaded for double Bulgrin, but I actually think there is an argument to be made for one of each. And the reason the argument is because Bulgrin are really expensive. And also Ogryn get, you order them in the command phase, and then they get reroll ones to hit in shooting and in melee. So it's kind of like they get more AP as well. So I'm kind of feeling like Ogryn are being slept on a little bit, but I definitely go for one of each of those. As for artillery, a lot of people are kind of going on about like big artillery, but I'm kind of feeling like the thing is when you take like a Castellan to babysit some artillery or something like that, right? The problem is you're going to want to use all three of his orders. Otherwise, you're going to feel like you're wasting your time. And then that ends up you overspec into artillery because if you spend like 300 points in artillery, that's going to cut into points you need elsewhere. So I'm kind of feeling like if you're going to have the Castellan artillery pit, you actually want to go down the mortar route because that way it'll be super cheap. I'm kind of feeling the mortar pit. Truth be told, I'm kind of feeling it. I'm looking at this as a very, very basic level. Like, this might not seem like the most inspired list, but it's definitely one that I'm looking at a relatively like basic level. Oh well, actually, no. There's two ways I'm looking at it. Either you go Command Squad, Lord Solar. You go Supreme Command Blob and take 4 tanks. The Lord Solar orders all of them. Or you don't take... But I think you want the Lord Solar in this list. Truth be told. Because of how much command points you want. Yeah. So, I think you go Lord Solar. Even though he's spenny, I still think you take him. That's the wrong one. That's the shit one. And then you go... See, things what I would probably do is I would have the Lord Solar in a big blob. And the idea being that I can commit him forward if I need to. Rather than just keeping him sat on a home objective. Because I know I'm going to have artillery on the home objective, right? So I'm kind of thinking to myself... Lord Solar... Cadian Command Squad... Big Cadian blob. It's a risk, but some units have to die, right? So we're kind of feeling like that. Then I want my tanks. And I'm kind of thinking... Vank. Probably 1 Dawn. So I've got 3 Vanks and a Dawn. Ogryn and Bulgrin. Big blob. Now, the Ogryn and the Bulgrin kind of help fill some of the... I haven't got my indirect fire, so now I want double artillery team. And... See, this is the thing. It starts getting very spenny. I'm not really happy with this list, in all honesty. Because I feel... I don't know if I want the Dawn. So expensive for a fucking tank. I'm spending 105 points more on this stupid motherfucker. I don't know if I want the Dawn. Crazy. I just don't think I want a Dawn. And I know I'm going to annoy people verily, but I just don't know. Because what's going through my mind, right, is I actually want Kazakin. Like, I actually want like 3 squads of Kazakin. And the means to order them, but I don't have that. I can't afford it. So what I mean, people going on and on and on about guard needing a points nerf, and it's like, bro, you understand? Like, I can't even take everything I need. I can't even take everything that I need. I need the Lord Solar because I need a lot of command points, but the Lord Solar is a massive point sink. It's like 10% of my list just so that I can get some, between the command squad and the Lord Solar. Lord Solar is ordering the tanks. That's the thing. The problem is now I've got 450 points. And like, if I take 3 units of, I mean, this is the only thing I can think of. I'm not even convinced, man. I'm very unconvinced. But 1, 2, 3. See, I want the Lord Solar. And then I need Acadian Shock Troop Squad. And a Castellan. But then I haven't got. Yeah, I honestly, I know it sounds crazy. I think I'm fucking that off, man. I know a lot of you are going to be very angry with me, but I think I'm fucking that off, frankly, for a, I think I fucking off for like a Lemus Battle Tank. Get those, or an Executioner. The full rerolls is so nice. I haven't got the enhancement. Remember, I've got to take into account points for the enhancement, though. I don't know. I'm not really feeling it. Like that, I don't even really, nah. See, this is the problem. You can't actually, the guard points don't allow you to get everything you want. Like these Kazakin, the Kaning Castellan needs a command squad to order them, so he can get the orders out to him, right? But then I don't have the points for the, like, if I want the good enhancements. Well, I don't have the points for the enhancement because for the commissar. Do you see what I mean? I'm just not sure we need any nerfs in any way, shape, or form. I'm just not convinced. Like, I can't. You're telling me all these things detachment can do, and I'm like, okay, but like, it's not quite gelling. I haven't really got enough armor that I'm comfortable with. Haven't really got enough infantry that I'm comfortable with. Haven't really got enough artillery that I'm comfortable with. Do you know what I mean? I think you look at all these like crazy things you can do, and I'm just not sure. Do you know what I might do instead? Okay. I got a crazy fucking idea for you. Okay. You guys are gonna get really annoyed with me, but I don't give a shit. Right. Bam. Bam. 2 of those, thank you. Bam, bam, bam. 3 of those, thank you. Let me have a look here. 1 of those. You know what? I'm gonna go down my route. Fuck you guys. I'm doing my thing. You guys can't stop me. It's my list. I do what I want. Okay. Fuck Bulgrins. They're too expensive. Oh, they're really good, Mordian. Don't give a shit. They're too expensive. Get fucked. Okay. I'm taking these guys. They're cheaper. Oh, don't worry, Bleach. I got some orders. I got some fucking orders. Okay. Need a Scout Sentinel. There you go. Right. Then I'm thinking, you know what? Then I'm thinking I need some infantry and some orders. I'm not thinking I need too much infantry though. I need some indirect fire. What's the cheapest indirect fire a man can buy? Probably the mortar pit, right? Probably the mortar pit. Yeah, I think so. But wait, no, wait. I've got it. Where is this bitch? I want one of them. And I want one of them. And then I want...
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
I won't quite fit. God damn it. It won't quite fit the way I want it to. It's a terrible shame. Because what I want is 4 units that I can boss around.
When it comes to fighting crime,
You know,
there's only one man keeping the
maybe
streets
this.
safe, while keeping it real.
See, it won't quite work. Because I still need to make room for that enhancement for that commissar. God damn it. It's tricky, man. It's tricky. I don't know. It's very tricky. See, I was going to say 2 mortars after this, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, man. See, I don't know. I need to I think we need the new points. There's a few things which don't quite work. We need the new points to come out first. We definitely need the new points to come out first. I'm thinking there's just not quite enough. I don't think you can have your Ogrins and your Kazakin. Unless you go very elite. I don't think you can have your Ogrins and your Kazakin and your tanks and your artillery. I think you've got to be like, and your regular blokes. Maybe you just go 3 Kazakin. Maybe your whole infantry is 30 Kazakin and 2. Your whole infantry that might work. You could go. You assume the new points are going to help? I do not assume that. I do not. But I'm thinking, I'm thinking, let me have one more go. One more go. Oh, shit. I'm thinking for my infantry. I'm thinking 1 Castellan, 1 command squad, 1 big blob of Cadian shock troops. And then I'm thinking that's 5 orders there. And I've just used 1 of them on a Cadian on their own squad that they can order about. So then I'm thinking probably like double Kazakin. So that's using 3 of 5 orders. I'm going to go triple Kazakin. And then 1 artillery team. And then I'm thinking, I go Lehman Russ Commander, Lehman Russ Commander. And then I go, why the fuck are you showing me Legend, you stupid bitch? What the fuck, man? Is that just Legend stuff? No, it's all mixed in. 1, 2, 3 Vanks and a Basilisk. Now, this works, but doesn't take into account the enhancement. So it doesn't really work, which is a shame. But I could make it work. So what I was thinking is the Basilisk can get the spare order from the tank commanders, and the artillery team can get the spare orders from the Cadian command squad and the Caning Castellan. That leaves 290 points, which is enough for 2 squads of Ogrin and a Commissar. But the problem is that doesn't leave you enough points for the Commissar's enhancement. So maybe you'd have to swap out the artillery team for a mortar team, but that just feels a bit shit. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. It's difficult to get everything you want. It's very difficult to get everything you want in a guard list. It's very difficult. I think you have to... I think there's going to be 1,000 different Grizzled Veterans lists, and they're all going to be different because no one will be able to get everything they want. That's what I think is going to happen. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah. Yeah, Bleach, obviously, steal it, man. It's not my fucking list. I just came up with it on the fly. Please feel free to steal it. Hunter, thank you for the support, bro. What do you think of Scion Gigablobs in the new detachment? I think it's very good. I think the new detachment is better for Scions than Bridgehead. Because even though Bridgehead makes your Scions... battle line, just take 3 Gigablobs of Scions and 3 squads of Kazakin, and you're looking very good. And then probably... That's like a bazillion points. So then you spend the last bits of your points getting like some heavy armor and you're good to go. Yeah. Raven Mercenaries. Thank you so much, man. Why, hello, Mordian. So, vindication is the word. Raven, I already said you were right. Privately in the Discord. I'll say this. Currently, it's vindication pending. Because we haven't had the new points yet. But no, I think you can say vindication. Yeah. I think you say vindication. You know, it's same with this feeling. You see, Raven, say this feeling. This is the feeling that I get sometimes. But no, you were right, man. You know, you were absolutely right. Almost like you had inside information. GW spy confirmed. Mike H, thank you for super chat. Please help me understand how to use Vanks. I feel like some of the things have invols, plus with the command roll, I rarely get a solid hit. Same is true for Hunter Killer Missiles and Las Cannons. The thing with Mike, the thing with Vanks is take 3 or take none. It's not just what they can do, it's what they might do. And it's the fact that there are a lot of invulnerable saves out there, but the thing is with the Vanks that if they fail that 4-up invuln, you can just slip through a massive damage wound. Yeah, massive damage wound. So the Vanks, a lot of it creates a dilemma for your opponent because it's not about what they will do, it's about what they might do. Like if your opponent just fails even one of those Vanquisher Cannon rounds, it's like a minimum of 7 damage. It's an average of 9 to 10 damage for a lot of data sheets that cause them. For a lot of vehicles that completely cause them. Like, they might not be completely dead, but it's like, oh well, you can't take more than one of those. And typically, you only need one of the 3 Vanks to pop off, And then all of the accoutrements, the plasma and the lance cannons and stuff, they tend to finish it off. Like a wolf pack of Vanks will reliably just delete an enemy unit, an enemy like vehicle a turn. And even if you don't face vehicles, because they've got plasma cannons on the sides, they're very good into infantry as well because of blast. So yeah, David Gaylord has a good way of describing Flamer Vanks as a melee threat with railguns on them. He thinks they're a better efficiency than Ballista Dreads. So I don't know about the Flamer Vank because I mean, it's the thing is you can't. My experience is the Flamer Vank charges in, does nothing, and then dies on your opponent's turn. So I don't really get it, but I'm sure there's something there. Why not just take a Hellhound? I guess because of the Vanquish cannon. But yeah, he swears by him. Hey, he swears by him, and the fact that he's even taking them, I'm up for them. Yeah. Vanks are kind of interesting. Well, Flamers are kind of interesting in this detachment in general because of the fact they get rerolls to wound against objectives. Yeah. Mike H, I take 3. Could just be a meta thing, man. See, I don't just take Vanks. I take Vanks and something else because to cover their capability gap. So I tend to take 3 Vanks and then 2 tank commanders with all the plasma on them, and they support each other very nicely. So when we need to like overwhelm the 4+ invulnerable save infantry, the 10 plasma cannons and 2 execution plasma cannons tend to get that done because of all the sponsons, right? And then when we need to deal with vehicles, the Vanks tend to get it done, and what they don't quite finish off, all of the big plasma does it. But I don't know if that's still going to be the case because obviously lethal hits is very useful on those plasma tanks. So we'll see. I do think the mythical triple Vank, not triple Vank, is 6 Vanks too many? Three commanders, 3 tanks. Now that would give you 9 orders. And you'd only be using 6 of them. So you'd have 3 orders left over. Now I could use the extra orders on Chimeras. Or see, everyone's talking about fucking Dawns, but I've got a plan. I'm thinking, boys, and that's dangerous for me to do. Very dangerous for me to do. Gentlemen, I may not have a brain, but I may have an idea. Hold, please. Gentlemen, behold your new competitive grizzled veteran army. With 20 points left to one side for an enhancement. 3 Rust commanders. I'm thinking Vanquisher cannons or plasma cannons. 3 squads of Kazakin. They can order themselves. Yeah, I'm not stacking orders, but they can order themselves. 6 more Lehman Russes. All good variants too. You may not like it, but this very well may be what peak guard looks like. Now, I really don't mean to alarm you, but if you're willing to forego the Kazakin and maybe downgrade one of the Lehman Russes, you could get a lot of 10-man shit muncher squads. Right? Right? Like if we just play this scenario out, as it were. Because the Kazakin are good, but there's only 30 of them. And what if you just say, sometimes I don't need good infantry. Sometimes I just need shitty infantry to do shitty jobs. Maybe a little bit of scouting whilst we're at it. That's 5 squads with 25 points left over. I don't know if that's enough points to get me what I want. I'd probably have to downgrade too many executioners to punishers. And I don't really want punishers, I'll be real with you. So maybe it doesn't quite work. But you get the point. You get the point. Maybe the first is better, I'm not sure. Maybe the first list is better, I'm not sure. There's no screening. That's a problem. Let's just take the punishers, okay? Just bear with me. Just bear with me, chat. The punishers only get me 1 extra squad. I'm not sure about that. We may have hit the nail on the head the first time, but I got one more. I got one more trick to play. I can get 70 infantry if I go down to Hellhounds. What if we go lower? Hydras. Holy shit, the dash track's 145 points. Lol. I may have the list, gentlemen. 3 Lehman Russ commanders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 10-man squads of your choice. 3 Hydras. 3 Vanquishers. And a Scout Sentinel. Gentlemen, I think we have our list. No, no. I mean, I'm just fucking around. No artillery. You could swap out some. You could swap out the scout sentinel and 3 of the squads for a mortar pit if you wanted to. Yeah, if you wanted to. Yeah, I think there's something there. All right, what have we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. When's Death Road video coming out? Also, what Creek have weapon squad? So the Death Road video is already been farmed out. We're just at the moment, Cosmic, it probably would have come out already, but A, it's evergreen, it's not going anywhere. Like, it's not dependent on balanced data slates or anything. And B, there's a lot of stuff happening in the 40k world. When 40k starts doing stuff, we need to cover it. And then that video sits there ready to go out when it goes out. So yeah. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Krampus. Thank you for super chat, man. Hey, on thought, did Drea just get okay? 3 blobs of Rough Riders and above Death Riders, all hitting on 2s rolling 1s. No, because Drea only. So to Krampus, I wish, but Drea only has a 6-inch order range, so he didn't get good because he can't physically order that many units. Drea gets good when he can join Deathcore of Krieg. Until that point, he's no good. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Guard needs a 50% points cut across the board. Bro, I wish you were in charge of the balance team. I wish you were. I don't know if we need 50%. Frankly, 5% would be enough. You can't give him Loudhailer, Bleach. He is an epic hero. Epic heroes can't take enhancements. So, if we got 100 extra points, it would go a long way. But I truly believe Guard... I truly believe that Guard needs a 10% points cut. Maybe 7.5%. The points are too tight at the moment, man. We're getting... we're having Space Marine players laughing at us because they can get everything they want and change. Like, oh, fuck it. I'll chuck some fucking Reavers in there, you lol. And it's like, bro, I wish I could just chuck something in a list. I can't make one wrong decision. There's no wiggle room. Yeah. Ishmael, thank you for the support, man. Batch painting is not fun. Halfway through, I'm starting to think prime, wash, and dry. Brushing is good enough as I contrast all the leather. Batch painting is good when you've got like an audiobook on or like a TV program that you've got on. I don't know, man. I really enjoy batch painting, but some people don't. Some people fucking hate it, man. So yeah, there you go. I think that I like to batch paint in 5 at a time. 5 at a time. If you try and batch paint more than that, I think it becomes very grindy. Simple Logic, thank you for the 12 months, man. X-Force, baby! Also, triple stealth in the new detachment. What do you mean, like using the enhancement for triple stealth? I think there's something there. I think stealth plus take cover on a bunch of Kazakin could do something. Kazakin are so good in the new detachment that it feels like it's a crime not to take 30 of them. The problem is, like, if you're taking 30 Kazakin, where are you cutting the points elsewhere? Yeah, 30 Kazakin. You're going to want to take like 30 Kazakin and 2 squads of Bulgrin, and then it's like, oh, what do I have left? That's the issue with the thing is, everyone's looking at Grizzled Veterans with like, oh, well, this unit is good and this unit is good. And yeah, you're right. All of the units are good, but you can only get like 10% of what you are talking about. Because you can only get a very... guard units are so tight on the points right now. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. I need a poll on what should be the next Cosmic song. Should be Space Opera Song 8, the 8-Hound Emperor, or Imperial Guard Regiment song, whichever one you pick. A Conflict 47 song, a new faction, a seasonal song, you pick. I mean, I would pick for a Conflict 47 Soviet or Japanese song, and I would go for an Imperial Guard song, and I would obviously pick I pick Mordians. I mean, we've got the Mordian 50th, but what about Mordians in general? I'm just saying, Cosmic. That's what I'd go for. But that's the executive decision that I'm making. Either that or Vestorians. Wolf, thank you for the 3-month, man. Drop Fleet Eye Candy True Discussion. Thanks for 2 months, man. Dude, thank you for your support. Let's have a look here. Hey, Drop Fleet, baby. Drop Fleet Eye Candy of a game I'm about to finish. New recruit is the Drop Fleet list builder. Nice, man. Those are cool. Those are. Oh, they're the human ships. The white ones are something else, though, aren't they? Yeah. That's cool, man. They look like Tau ships a little bit. Drop Fleet looks like a great game. I heard some people complain about it because, like, they kind of feel like the ships shouldn't die. Like, ships should take damage and then, like, retreat off. And I was like, yeah. But things dying is always fun. Yeah, things dying is always fun. So, yeah. It looks cool, man. Nice. Ishmael, thank you for super chat, man. My boys, I love them even if the time painting them, I'm beginning to hate them. Industry discussion, batch painting. Let's have a look, man. Let's have a look. I mean, they look okay. I feel like you're doing okay. I've identified what the problem is. You're batch painting like 100 models at once, you absolute mental bastard. Like, just batch paint 5 guys. Then, to completion. So, like, 5 green, 5 weapons, 5 trinkets, all that kind of stuff. All right? Do 5 at a time. Right now, you're doing like 50 at a time. No wonder you're going fucking insane. 5 to completion. 1... So you do all the same color on 5 guys, and then so on and so forth. Yeah. Exactly. 5 guys to completion at once, CJ. Exactly. Any more than that, and your arms get tired. Batch paint a max of 40 at once. Not even that, man. Max of 10 at once. I did a batch paint of 20 guys once, and I was just like, nah. The only time you can get away with it, that's for 40k. The only time you can do less is if you're painting old world and you're painting the older models, which are a bit more simple, or bot action. Yeah. Yeah, the fatigue of constantly painting but not finishing anything is going way down. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Cosmic, my boy, thank you for the super chat. Does this mean we're gonna see the Graves tank more? Of course. Dude, I've got potentially 2 tournaments before the end of the year. I've got one which I'm definitely going to, which is this Saturday. But that's just a fun Christmas one. Like, one guy, we're letting him bring an extra 200 points so we can bring a Reaver Titan, for example. So I'm not sure if I can get away with bringing Grizzled Veterans to that one. But then there's one on the 28th of December. Now, I was going to take the time off. But there is one on the 28th of December, which is just a normal RTT. Last one for the end of the year. And I'm thinking, I could take Grizzled Veterans to that one. Yeah, because I was going to take Kevin to the fun one. And then I was thinking I was going to take... I was going to take Kevin to the fun one and proper Grizzled Veterans to the one on the 28th. But the thing is, there's a good chance I just don't go to the one on the 28th. So maybe I take Grizzled Veterans and... like triple Baneblade or something. You know, just go for a meme. No, double Baneblade and Bane Sword. And then Lord Solar. But come on, man, how often do you get to run Kevin? Yeah, I know. It's not about... And I normally take... This is the traditional Kevin tournament. It is. But I want to play Grizzled Veterans. Maybe Kevin and Grizzled Veterans. Maybe that's the way to do it. Kevin and Grizzled Veterans. So Kevin is fun because he's Kevin. And then Grizzled Veterans, I can just take like a few combos and be like, hey, I literally just took these because I wanted to try out how the combos felt. Yeah. I know these aren't the best way of running it, but it was just like a... yeah, something like that. Kevin's got to have friends. Yeah. Kevin... you can give Kevin stealth and siege attachment. That is true. Siege Kevin. I want to say a big thank you next to Cosmic. Take Bulgarians Commissar. They're good and you suck. No, they do. They are very good, Cosmic, but it's a very expensive combo. This is the thing, like, there's a lot of stuff that's good in Grizzled Veterans, but it's expensive. Not that Grizzled Veterans is expensive, just Guard is so overpriced at the moment. Like, I honestly find it easier to build Space Marine lists than Guard lists. I find it easier to build Tower lists than Guard lists. Guard lists, I'm just like, I'm dying on the points, man. Yeah. I'm dying on the points. Cosmic Drew, thanks for one. The mid pit versus the Chad 2 Siege arty teams. I mean, you're probably right, Cosmic. You're probably right. But Siege Krieg Siege guns are just like, you know, they're so swingy. They're so swingy. Oh man. See, I'm such I'm a quantity guy. I'm a yield guy. This is what I'm struggling with. I'm a yield guy. Who would win? Commissar Gregor Drugov or Lord Sol Drugov? Even in 40k with his own rules, he would win. Oh man. Yeah, there you go. So we're fully caught up on super chats. Holy shit, man. That took a long time. You guys have been amazing tonight. You've been incredibly generous with all of the support. I don't think I missed it. I'm just gonna double check here. Make sure I've not missed any from Cosmic. Got Ishmael. Got Wolf. Ishmael again. Okay, yeah. I did not miss a bunch of yours, Cosmic. You're lying. I literally just did them. I did Mid Pit, Bulgrin, Graves Tank, Pick a Song, 50% points cut, Death Road, and the one at the beginning. Mordiamobile. Oh, I did the Mordiamobile one. Yeah, I did do the Mordiamobile one that you asked at the beginning. I did do it, yeah. Yeah, I think I've done them all. And buy 6 Dogberries. Yeah, no, I've done them all. Yeah, literally, I've got them all. They've just done that, like, they all came in thick and fast at the beginning, and it's taken me ages to get through them all. Right, do you know what time it is? Firstly, I want to check what the new model is on the Warlord Advent Calendar, quickly. Ooh, that's interesting. Otto Skorzeny. So he was the guy that led the commandos. Yeah. He was the guy that led the who did all the fucking behind enemy lines. That's why he's got a Stahl helm, but he's wearing like a British uniform. Yes, interesting. Okay, that's cool. Right, so check that, and then I really need something to eat. But fortunately, I'm a gentleman of refined taste. So we're not going to be eating any old dross. We're going to be eating some fine aged cheese. Some mature cheddar. And we've got a cheese board here. And we're going to be eating some of this cheese. And putting it on some crackers. So here we go. Yes. Delightful. Toothsome and nutritious. Thanks, Jenny. Appreciate it. It's only 2 a.m. Fireside. Is that the Fireside podcast? David? Is that you? I'm guessing it is. I mean, I've still got another hour to go on stream. Need a bit of ham to go with the cheese? I do have some ham. I think I got some antipasta. I don't see why not. Gaming Stuka. 40k Fireside. What are your most what units are you most excited for on the table now, Tim? For the detachment. What's your spicy hot take? My spicy hot take is everyone is saying that the detachment is overpowered, but no one's actually tried to build a list with it yet. Because the problem is that the guard points are so fucking tight that you can't actually get half of what you need. So I think Grizzle Veterans is actually in a totally okay place. And as crazy as it sounds, I think Guard need a 5% points. I think I need another 100 points on my list. But that's talking very high level. Talking specifically, Bulgrin are an obvious choice. I think Ogren are slept on. Because they get the rerolls when they shoot and when they're in melee. Because even though you got fixed bayonet, you're still under the effect of the order until the start of the command phase. So it still affects you when you Ogren shoot with their Ripper guns. Plus Ogrens get extra AP when half range. So I think there's something there. I think Vanquishers are very good now. They never needed the lethal hits anyway. So now at worst, they're hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s. And depending if you set up a good firing lane, which is hard to do in some terrain, but it's very easy to do on things like GW terrain. You're probably hitting on 2s, rerolling 1s, which is very good. And then you've got an inbuilt 4 reroll against the ideal target. So I like Vanks. I think everyone's losing their minds over artillery. I don't think artillery gets much better. What, you're telling me a field arms battery suddenly becomes meta because they can reroll 1. Everyone's going, oh, but the stratagems. Yeah, the 2 really good stratagems. You're going to use the really good stratagem on an absolutely mid unit. You know what's? You know, I might use the ignore cover stratagem on a artillery piece early on when everyone's hiding, but the moment the fight for the middle begins, that's going somewhere else. Same with lethal hits and stuff. And so I think there's some red herrings out there. And I think there's some obviously good units. And I think there's some less obviously good ones. I think Kazakin probably are the best one for it, though. Double, I think you go take aim and extra AP. The temptation is to go take aim and first rank fire. But I think you go take aim and extra AP. I think you take 30 of those. I think you probably, unless you're willing to forego any good objective control, though, you're probably picking between Ogrim and Kazakin, or Ogrim / Bulgrin and Kazakin. It's interesting, though, as chat is saying, you could get... Do you really need the command squad to join anything now? There's 2 orders at 24-inch range. I'm not sure you do. I'll tell you what's in a very interesting. I'll tell you what's in a sort of strange position. Is vehicles. Because on the one hand, for me, the sweet spot was always 5. 5 tanks for doing damage. And the thing now, the tank, if you take double tank commander, you're getting 6 orders. If you take Los Orleantes, you're getting 4 orders. So you kind of either got one too many, which you have to figure out where you're going to spunk that, or you've not quite got enough. So yeah, there's a few, a lot. I think people are creaming their pants over the theory of the list, the theory of the detachment. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure how it'll actually translate to the tabletop. I think it will translate, 100%. I'm not saying it's bad at all, but I think it will translate, but I don't think it's going to be quite as straightforward as everyone thinks it is. I still think combined arms of King Lethal is just mandatory to make guard work. I still think combined arms is a very good detachment.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
The thing is,
While keeping it real.
I think Cajun heavy weapon teams are strangely good now.
Indeed.
Because they overwatch on a 4 with real ones to hit. That's pretty good. I wonder if this list. I wonder if this detachment ends up becoming. I would tell you what. I bet this detachment ends up becoming pure infantry. Been driving Dawn at Overwatch. That's true. That's true. And the Dawn is very good at Overwatch. You just need a couple of those. Well, the thing is though, is it though? Like, here's the thing, man. Is it though? Because the Dawn without lethals, is it really that good on Overwatch? I don't know. The big thing is normally when you overwatch, now obviously it depends on what you're firing at, right? But the Dawn overwatching, and if it has those lethals, because you can't use the stratagem to give it lethals in your turn because it's in your command phase, I'm pretty certain. Yeah. So I don't know. I feel like the Dawn does have good Overwatch. I'm just not sure without lethals if it's as good. It might be though. I wonder if pure infantry becomes very interesting in this detachment. Because when I say pure infantry, I mean non-vehicles, anything with legs. Because I think 2 squads of Bullgrim, the Commissar, and Rough Riders, and Kazakin, That already feels very interesting to me. All those Rough Riders can be ordered by a single Cadian Castellum. All those Kazakin can be ordered by a single Cadian Castellum. All 6 squads can be ordered by Creed or Lord Solar and a command squad with them. Mm. 40k Fireside, I've been using less and less holds personally. Basically, just want a Dawn plus 1 other thing for dealing cleanup and keeping people honest. It's been great on the more closed formats. Yeah. I can... Balls of 3 Vanks on GW is quite great. I'm terribly vexed by the new UKTC terrain, man. I actually don't think the last pack was that bad. I think they've I don't know if it's just me, man. I'd love your take on this. And maybe I'm being a little salty, but I feel like the biggest crybabies in 40k are fucking melee mains. People who main melee armies. Like, I don't think the last UKTC boards were bad. I think they just made shooting, like, actually something you had to respect. And then everyone could... All the melee players cried. And they added those fucking squares in. And now it's like, oh yeah, so now you can just hide everything again. Melee players want to be able to hide everything and then just run at you and just bomb you. And it's like, hey, how about, you know, you try actually, like, not doing that? Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, I find all terrain is just set up to benefit melee players. And I think the last UKTC ones actually had a little bit of, ooh, maybe there's quite a bit of shooting lanes here. And then it's like, oh, no, it's fucked. I wouldn't mind if melee players wanted it that way. If I could then use indirect fire. Because, like, okay, well, you get to hide. But I get to try and stop you from hiding. And then they got rid of that. No. Mm. Yeah, I agree, Fireside. I thought Old Search and Straw was good. Dude, I play melee armies as well. Like, I have Black Templars as well. Fucking love them. And when I play, like, Tyranids, I tend to play more melee focus, which is, I know what you're not meant to do. You're meant to take big bugs and stick them in a invasion fleet, right? But I still feel like terrain is too melee, it's too orientated around making, like, melee, how to put it? I feel like it's designed to shield melee players from the reality of playing Warhammer. And I think one of the issues is that certain factions are so specialized towards melee that the idea of being like, well, you know, bringing a knife to a gunfight should mean you get fucked isn't really fair because they only have knives. But I think that's more of a faction design issue than anything else. But the trick to Grizzled Veterans is striking the balance. Because you're going to have a lot of toys you want to take, but you're not going to be able to afford all of them. I'm feeling a lot better after my cheese and biscuits. I was flagging there a little bit. I think that'll do for now. I always need a little bit of a food break in stream. Otherwise I end up getting grouchy. There we are. I'd love to see Mordian teach Gaylard K47. I would love it for more people to pick up K47. I know David is deep in the hole on 40k. But the funny thing is, I think for good competitive players, K47 is a remarkably satisfying game. I've never played any tabletop game like it which rewards skill and good play. I don't play anything else that does it like it. It's a game where if you lose a game, you can almost point to exactly what caused you to lose it, and next time you won't lose it again for the same reason, unless you're very forgetful like me. But yeah, that's the great ironic thing about K47 is that I think most competitive players won't go near it because it's not 40k, and ironically, it's a game that they would enjoy greatly. Now, you would download some K47? Bro, slide into my DMs on Discord. Let's make it happen. It's a Christmas miracle. There's no pressure though, man. Like, I'd love to teach you, but you know, if you want to, email me or Discord me. We'll figure something out. But if you change your mind off stream, I won't be offended even slightly. I do think you'll enjoy it though. We've got a few super chats coming in here. Sam Gardner, by how long has the new detachment delayed the inevitable rebrand to Warlordian Glory? Great question. I'm just waiting for the t-shirt to come in, and then I'll be all right. No, so I was never going to become Warlordian Glory. I will always play games that interest me and excite me. Whatever that may be. Whether it's 40k, Old World, Mordheim, Necromunda, K47, Bolt Action, whatever it may be. I will always play games that I find satisfying to play as a wargamer. Because I'm not actually a slop tuber. I'm not actually a salt tuber. I'm actually a wargamer first. And so when I get very angry about stuff, it's not because I'm trying to, like, you know, farm that salt, farm that beef or anything like that. It's simply because I'm annoyed because the game isn't satisfying. Isn't satisfying what it once was. So has the new detachment delayed the inevitable rebrand to Warlordian Glory? I was never going to become Warlordian Glory, except for a very large bag of money. And then I'd retire. But what I will always do is be very upfront and honest. And I'll be honest about whether I'm enjoying a game or not enjoying a game. It's that simple. Now, the new detachment is very good. There is one problem. Look, and I don't want everyone getting annoyed with me. All right. But there is a problem. The new detachment doesn't fix something. It doesn't fix. Well, two things, actually. It doesn't fix two things. It doesn't fix the points problem Guard has at the moment. where seriously, I go over to any I go not to any of the faction, but the two of the factions that I've played recently, Marines and Tau, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is like an all-you-can-eat buffet. I can just get everything. So it doesn't fix that. It doesn't fix some of the unit gaps we've got with so much stuff going to Legends. So it's a very, very, very good detachment, and I do like it verily. But I don't know if it magically fixes guard. I think it's nice though. It's definitely a step in the right direction, and it doesn't have muscle mummies. That's true.
I only have one rule.
It doesn't have muscle mummies.
Everyone fights, no one quits.
But yeah, I think the new detachment is very good.
Job, I'll shoot you.
But I'll tell you what, boys. I'm hoping and praying for something in. I'm hoping and praying for just, please, sir, can I have a little something with the Ballast Deus? And I have a horrible feeling. I have a horrible feeling that all I'm gonna say is this: I'd rather nothing changed than something else happened. Do you know what I mean? I'm not gonna mention it in case the monkey's paw curls over. If they give you an attachment that you wanted with a strategy named after you, just keep being a salty fuck. I hope they remove attachment now just to make you sad. Oh yeah, I realise I'm on the internet, so having nuance, in my opinion, is impossible and doesn't translate well. I don't know, man. I'm so fucking sick of this. Everything is so, it's either trash or OP, and I'm just like, fucking hell. I know Cosmic just trolling me, but I'm like, I'm not being a salty fuck. But Cosmic, you were saying earlier that they needed to cut guard points by 70%. So, bro, I'm getting mixed signals, man. I'm getting mixed signals. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? See, what people really want is... See, the people... They don't actually want you to tell the truth. They want you to just tell them what they want to hear. The Matrix is a system, Neo. Cosmic, I answered you. Cosmic, right. I don't know if you know this, but when you stop paying attention to the stream or you go off the stream, it doesn't pause. It keeps going. So if you leave the stream and I answer one of your super chats and then you come back, I haven't missed it. Ironically, you have missed your own super chat. No, I will say this though. No. Let's chat. Let's comprehend. Let's comprehend. Let's actually go down this rabbit hole for a moment. Cosmic, put the banana away. Put the banana away. And hear me out. Crystal Veterans is really good, right? But let me give you an example of something. How much is a fully tooled up Scion Gigablob? 10 Scions and a command squad. I'm guessing it's 200 plus points. So Scion Command Squad, Scion Squad is 140, I think. $140 plus 85. 225. £225 points. I don't know if that's worth it. Even in Grizzled Veterans. I'm not saying it isn't worth it. I'm saying it's right on the fucking, you know. It's close. It's real close. Because remember, to take the command rod, I was like, take the command rod, take the command rod. That's true, but you got to get the plasma pistol. And I know you're thinking, oh, I've given a plasma pistol. It's not a big deal. I guess you get first rank fire and take aim on them. But that just gives you 2 more plasma shots than what you would have had. So you're telling me, okay, because the las rifles don't mean dick, because you don't have lethals, right? You don't have lethals. So the las rifles don't mean dick. Sure, they're hitting on 2s, rolling 1s. Doesn't matter. Doesn't mean dick. So yeah, think about it. How have Scion Gigablobs suddenly become magically better when you had... Sorry, you're getting 3 extra plasma shots, but you're losing 1 plasma shot, so you're gaining 2 extra plasma shots. But you do have strength 4 as well if you want to. Okay, that's true, but that's a command point. How are you going to command point that and ignores cover and lethal hits and ablative armor in a turn and probably the snap 2 in a turn? You don't have 5 command points. You don't have 5. Best you got 3. Best you got 3. Oh, so ignores cover, lethal hits, +1 strength. Strength 4 strength 4 is okay. Like, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad. But that's 1 squad, and it's taken up 10% of your army. And honestly, that 1 squad is going to drop down, kill something, and then fucking die. We talk about trading in this game. We talk about trading in this game. You got to kill something real expensive for that to be worth it. For the CP investment and the points investment. It's expensive. It's spenny, yo. It's spenny. I don't know. I don't know if this moves the needle on Scions as much as people think it does. Because if those stratagems are used there, they can't be used elsewhere. Because for all of you that are like, yes, but then I could take Rogal Dawns. Okay, great. Now you've got a Rogal Dawn without the stratagems that you think make it so good. And it hasn't got lethal hits. And it hasn't got crashed through. Okay. I'm not saying that Grizzled Veterans is bad. Grizzled Veterans is very good. But the fucking problem is not the detachment. The problem is this fucking points. Yeah. So I'm very excited for it, but I'm also a little bit like, how much should this move the needle on certain units? Anyway. After all that, the Space Marine will reactive move behind cover. Well, to be fair, he can't, because you can only reactive move within 9, right? So, to be fair, he can't. The problem is that Marine players have fucking learnt from Guard players. Because the problem is Marine players have learnt from Guard players. Because now Marine players are taking loads of, like, fucking... They're taking like 2 or 3 big death blobs and then all these shit munchers. And it's like, God damn it. I could drop down my sound gigablob, but it can only kill like 5 intercessors. Damn it. Oh, yeah. So it's tricky. Call of Duty, tell us about the best heavy weapon teams and loadouts. So for typically for your Catachans and your Cadians, typically you're going to want to go mortars. For your Kriegers, you're typically going to want to go flamers. The only exception I really see to this is Cadian command squads with las cannons now being in grizzled veterans because they can hit on 4s, rerolling 1s on Overwatch. But you are, as was pointed out before, you are kind of using Overwatch then on the shitty las cannons rather than maybe something else that wants it, like a Hellhound or something. But yeah. So yeah, so Cosmic, I think the best weapon loadouts are still mortars. Because apart from maybe on one squad of Cadians, or obviously Scion Flame. Scion Flamers are really interesting. Not Scion. Krieg Flamers are really interesting because they get reroll 1s to wound if the enemy's on an objective. That's spicy. 3 Krieg Flamers jump out. What order do you give them? Because they don't need take aim. They don't need first rank fire. They still have to have. They have to have an order. You have to have an order. Don't just get reroll 1s to wound. Target weak spot. Yeah. Target weak spot. Yeah, TG. That was a good. Yeah, target weak spot. Krieg Flamers could be it. There's a lot of little things in here that. So this is what I'm saying about the detachment. There's so many. The thing that makes me truly excited for it. The thing that makes me truly excited for it is just how it makes so many things viable. Krieger Flamer is it'd be strength 5, AP -2, ignoring cover, damage 2. That's pretty nice. And it keeps that order through till next turn. So if someone moves, then you can overwatch them. Does the +1 strength for more than a minute take them to an interesting breakpoint? Yeah, it could do. You could tell them first rank fire, second rank fire. That's interesting. And then you could wound vehicles on like a lot of vehicles on 5s. I think you're better off just twatting vehicles with anti-tank weapons, but yeah. Fun Jacob, there goes a command point. Yes, but well, not for the +1 AP. +1 AP is just an order. Yeah. This is what I mean. Like, so the reason I'm really sort of going on about this point about guard points is because there's loads of people out there that have seen the new guard attachment and are like, nerf, and it's like, guys, shut the fuck up. What the fuck are you on about, nerf, man? What the fuck are you on about? Yeah. Jared Man, thank you for the super chat, bro. Thank you for the 20th of a month member flex. X-Force, baby! Yes! Double X-Force even. First negative about K-47. Metal Mark 1 infantry. What, the Soviet ones? Wait, do you mean the Soviets or do you mean the British? Because if you mean the robots, yeah, they are pretty shit. If you mean the Soviets, I just built 10 of those motherfuckers. I loved it. Piece of piss to build. Or is this not even a build thing? Is this a rules thing? Yeah. This is a rules thing. I love the Mark 1. It depends which Mark 1 infantry you're talking about, but I do enjoy the Mark 1 infantry for the Soviets, yeah. Briars and Bantams, thank you for 10 memberships, man. Sorry, let me try that again. Briars and Bantams, I was burping at the same time. Briars and Bantams, thank you for 10 gift emotions, baby. Yes. yes, 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 yes. Thank you so much, man, for the 10 gifts of memberships. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. God, I would kill for conscripts and grizzled veterans, although it is a little bit hypocritical in the name of the detachment. Average Right Shark, thank you for Super Chat, man. Tentative veterans list in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Castellan and 3 siege guns, Slime Arbo, 3x2 scout sentinels, 3 Catachan command squads, heavy flamer, Vox medipack, 2x20 Catachans, 1x10 Catachans, 2x Cat heavy weapon squads with autocannons, Commissar with abhuman detail, Ogrin, 2 Bulgrin, 2x6 Bulgrins. Slam Arbo uses Obsec strat ahead of Bulgrin and Ogrins, who will contest all 1 objectives, while the 20 times platoons and heavy weapon squads focus on the 2 with the 10 times in support, whichever needs help. More artillery saturates 1 big target per turn. You have no anti-tank. Your problem will be that you have no anti-tank. Bulgrins, Ogrins. Yeah, your list just has... the big problem is, what do you do when the knights come for you? Nightman! Oh! Fighter of the day, man! Anyway, oh, man. So, that's the big thing. You need some anti-tank. I'm not sure what. I mean, I dropped the 2 Catachan heavy weapon squads and 1 of the Bulgrin, and that'll give you 330 points. Oh, you've got the Scout Sentinel, I suppose. I'm guessing they've got las cannons. I think drop 1 of the Ogrin units. Because you've only got 2 orders anyway for the Commissar. So drop 1 of the Ogrin or Bulgrin units, whichever you prefer. And put those points into some anti-tank. Then you'll be okay. Yeah. But yeah, just as long as you... Yeah, I think you might not be so bad. To be fair, siege guns, scout sentinels. There's a little bit, you know, there's a little bit. But yeah. Just a smidge more. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, what was the poll result on the song I Make Next? I didn't do a poll, Cosmic. I took control and used my executive powers, my emergency powers, sworn to me by myself. And I said that I wanted a Soviet Conflict 47 song, and then I wanted a Mordian, a new Mordian song, but like a general song for the Mordians. Not just for my regiment, but a general Mordian song. There you go. That's what I decided it. I used my supreme authority. There you are. Right, I'm gonna build a fucking right. I'm building. I'm gonna make it work. I'm gonna make it work. I'm gonna build a veterans list. Okay. Now, we had the 9 Lehman Russes and 3 Kazakin one. Is Soviet you had in mind? I mean, generally, I'd say a general Soviet one, but if you had to push me, my favorite Soviet unit is the Muscle Mummies. Yeah. So just shit on Mordian in a cosmic song? No. Right. Gentlemen. I am going to transcend. I'm going to break every Mordian law. What if we just took only... What if we didn't take, like, the infantry corps and stuff like that? What if we just took a list of broken units? Right. So, what if we took a commissar with the upgrade? What if we took Bulgrin ×2? What if we took 3 squads of Kazakin? Now, how do we get those 3 Kazakin? How do we get those 3 Kazakin to have the orders that they need? We're going to need the Lord Solar anyway, because we're going to need all the command points. We're going to end up with what looks like a massive random collection of shite, but fine. We're going to need a Cadian command squad or a Krieg command squad. I see in my future a unit. I see in my future one single squad of Krieg and no other objective control. Right, 1 minute. I need to get rid of all this shite that's clogging this up. We're going to need the Lord Solar, a Krieg command squad, and a single squad of Death Corps of Krieg. Okay. Our 3 Kazakin. Ah, no. You see, I don't want 3 squads of Kazakin. As good as they are, I don't want 3 squads. And the reason that I... Or do I? You see, what was going through my head is I could put the Aquilan's Eye on the Lord Solar command blob, on the command squad, which would allow me to order the Kazakin. Because I want take, aim, and extra AP. Now, I either could have a dedicated Castellan to do that job, or I could have a command squad to do that job. Well, I need to find something for my Lord Solar to do. Now, what tanks is my Lord Solar going to order? We are anonymous, but we're slated to not get any changes for guard. So, I don't think a super heavy is the way to go. Unfortunately. We need some indirect fire. Could it be triple Vank? And then the spare order goes on the Kazakin? Because that's 6 orders from the command blob, all being used up. I don't need the Rogal Dawn Commander. Not with the Lord Soul. I don't need the Rogal Dawn Commander. I think it has to be triple Vank. And them. I think I have it. Hmm. 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 So far, we have all the infantry that we need. Bulgrin and Kazakim. We then have the anti-tank. What we don't have is, or I would like to have, that is very interesting. But I don't think. Ooh. 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 Do we go for the artillery? Do we go for the artillery? I don't think the artillery is massively broken in this attachment, despite what people's thoughts and thunks are on it. But I will take a Castellan. And I will take everyone says the fobs are the best choice, right? I don't agree, but why don't we just take 3 of them? Just do what the internet says. I have 160 points left over. But I don't really. I've got about 120 points left over. Of course. Giving 40 points for enhancements. This might be it. The ultimate bullshit veteran list. Double Bulgrin with a commissar with them. Caden Castellan in the middle of 3 field orders batteries. Triple Kazakin, triple Vanquisher with taking advantage of the Lord Solar and the Command Squad. And then we have the Attila Rough Riders with which take advantage of the bonus order you get once per game from the Crew Command Squad. Because let me guess, they're going to go in, but they ain't going to survive the clapback. So why do they need more than 1 order in the whole game? There you are. 1 Command Blob, 12 Bulgrins, 30 Kazakin, 6 Field Ordnance Batteries, 10 Rough Riders, 3 tanks. I need a utility unit. Probably right. Maybe it could just be 5 Rough Riders. Now, I absolutely fucking hate that list. I absolutely fucking hate that list. It goes against everything that I stand for. It's a bunch of bullshit gimmicks. But that is kind of the list, though, isn't it? I don't know. I'm not sure I'm convinced. I'm not sure I'm convinced. It's very... See, this is the thing, but this is how the 40k competitive player's mind thinks. It's all about combos. Combos, combos, combos. That's not the guard. That's the Ash Militarum. If you were going to gimmick, you drop a Catskin squad for a Catch and Command squad plus Ogrin to escort them. Why? What does the Catch and Command squad can't order them? I need a bit more information on that, so yeah, I'm sure there's something you're thinking of, but I'm not seeing it. Okay, so that's an Ashta Militarum list. Yes, it can. How? How does the Catch and Command squad order the Ogre in? I don't. That's not the right one. There you go. Oh, the Kazakin, not the Ogrins. Oh, okay. The Kazakin are already getting orders in my list, though. They're getting them from the Lord Solar and the Command Squad. 1 from the Lord Solar, 2 from the Command Squad. Anyway, I don't like that list because it feels like a collection of units and not... Well, does it, though? Does it, though, chat? Or is that some grizzled veterans? Is that a grizzled veteran list? The Kazakin represented by the elite infantry, the ones covering the only ones that have survived. Obviously, the Lord Solar would be there if it's a bunch of veteran company. I don't know. Maybe that is the list. Play into the list. Okay, I still don't like it. I still don't like it. Okay. But that is a list. Now. What if we just don't reinvent the wheel? See, the thing is, maybe we're going to... Let us not forget what we know. We know field ordnance batteries aren't that good. We know that artillery teams are good. We also know, in our hearts, we know that you only really need 2 sources of indirect fire unless you're going for the mortar pit, and then you want 3. Now, previously, we had, if we wanted a full mortar pit, we had to go for Creed, because that would give us 3 orders. But now we can do the same thing with Acadian Castellan. Or we can go for just 2 sources of indirect fire. Or we just don't take advantage of that third order if we don't need it? Because you got to think, right? Previously, I was taking a Cade. Right, let's just do what we do best and let's strategize. So previously, I was taking an artillery team and two artillery teams and a Castellum. Now, bear with me here, chat. But why am I taking that third artillery piece? What, because I got an extra order? But that's 95 points I'm having to take from somewhere else. I don't know if that's worth it. Now, I could take a command squad instead to satisfy the OCD of, well, 2 orders, but then I'm spending 10 points more. At the end of the day, we know the combos that work. What if we just took the shit that already worked and then made it better? Rather than trying to take the shit that worked and then reinvent the fucking wheel. That's what's going through my head. It's going through my head. Going through my head, going through my head. That's what's going through my head. Let's take what we know works and just make it more efficient and then see where we end up. Exactly. Make the combos that we know work better with each other. Okay. 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 I think I've got something. I think I'm cooking. I'm cooking, boys. I'm cooking. Now, I want 2 artillery teams with the heavy mortar. And I want a Cade Castellum for them. That's it. I know that works. I'm not fucking with it. Okay. Okay. Now, I know that I like two commanders and 3 vanks. I know I'm going to have an order left over. But maybe I can find something. No, Mad Larkin, you fucking dickhead. Did you not just listen to what I just said? Oh my fucking God, I'm going to kill everyone in this chat and then myself. What did... Bro really needs a point cut for his mental health. God. If one more person suggests 3 artillery teams, I'm going to end the stream. That's it. I've had enough. I've warned you time and time again. And it's going to be... And now I'm going to give you a damn good thrashing. Okay, I'm joking, by the way. It's only because I'd literally just said, let's not worry about wasted orders. Let's just take the stuff that already worked to make it better. And then literally straight away, Mad Larkin, take a 3rd mortar. I was like, God! Ah! Oh my God. But my lord, have you considered not one but 3 artillery teams? Cosmic, thank you, super chat. 3 artillery teams, siege cannon. God! Okay. Okay. Cosmic, thank you for your support. And at least you did say 3 artillery teams with siege cannons. That's fine. That is an alternative suggestion. I'm not going to do that yet. I'm not going to do that yet. Guys, I will take the 3rd mortar, but I want to take what I know works first and then take the 3rd mortar. Okay? Remember, let's take what we know works and then see what points are freed up by the extra orders. Okay? Okay, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. All right? So, what do we know works? In my mind, what happens if I take my current hybrid guard list and work from there? Now, I know you guys thinking more, you're set in your ways, but bear with. You know, like I said, let's not reinvent that fucking wheel just yet. Okay, that means we're going to have... It means we're going to have 1 tank order left over and 1 infantry order left over. But the thing is, right? The thing is, I know that I like 5 Russes. I know that 4 isn't enough, and I know that 6 is too many. So I know I like 5. Now I've got a spare order left over, but do I actually worry about that right now? Or do I think about changing that later? Okay. Anyway. So we've got that. Now normally, let's go all the way. Now normally what I would do is take some Cadian shock troops here. And I'd take 20s. Right? And I'd look at I'd look at 4 of them. And what I'd look at 4 of them, and I'd be looking at a creed and a command squad to order them about. That's what I'd take, right? So I don't think that's gonna, but that we don't need that this time. We don't need creed and a command squad.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune.
Interesting. Thoughts are going through my head. If we take creed and a command squad this time, what do we end up with? So I take creed. I take a command squad. I just got too many fucking orders. So we don't need creed in this situation, I don't think. And we kind of want the commissar with his thing, right? We kind of want that commissar because that actually adds something that I've been missing. Oh shit, man, it's coming together. Oh shit, son. All right, 1 minute. Oh, you fucking sly dog. Okay, guys, it's coming. It's coming. Right? So we don't need creed and a command squad here. In fact, we don't need creed and a command squad. Acadian Castellan and Acadian command squad actually gets us enough orders for 3 shock trooper blobs and our 2 artillery teams. Okay. Now, that's not quite enough infantry, but we can work on that. Now, the question is, what route do we go down? read the commissar. What route do we go down? Read the commissar. I don't think you want less than 60 infantry. I think you need that. Do you even do that, man? Okay, so there's kind of two things going through my head right now. I know I've got some super chats to catch up on, but hold fire, boys. Hold fire. What's going through my head right now is I could take a unit of Bulgrin, a unit of Ogrin, and a Commissar. That's going to come in at 360 points. Now, that leaves me with 65 points left over. Now, I'm going to need to leave space for that. I'm going to need to leave space for that enhancement. So, how many points do we really have left over? Probably not that many. But you know, I could do this. I'm not sure how I'm feeling about it. I'm not sure. I'm thinking. One of these. And do I have the commissar already? One of these. And then bigger squad. Bigger squad. And then a scout sentinel. Okay. Got a slight whistle in my throat. So that leaves me 20 points for the Commissar's enhancement. I think it's meant to be 20 points. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Now that is going to give me 1, 2, 3, 4 units of infantry, 5 units of infantry. It's also going to be 2 sources of indirect fire. It's giving me utility sentinel, and it's giving me 5 tanks. Now I do like that. My only trepidation with this list is it feels somewhat unnatural to me to just have the 2 squads of 20 Cajun shocks. I'm 1 tank order over. I'm just not worrying about it. Technically, the Scout Sentinel can have it. He's not gonna, but technically. I just don't know how I feel about that. I just don't know. I feel like there's just not quite enough bodies there. There's just not quite enough bodies there. But that's one option. There's also, like, what if you just had the Commissar lead 1 unit of Bulgrin and don't worry about the 2nd unit? There's an argument to be made with that as well. I know it's a little... Do I even care? 3 orders, 4, 5 orders. Five orders. I've got the Kazakin can just order themselves. Who cares about double stacking? Kazakin can just order themselves. I got 40 points left over here, and I'm not beholden to any enhancements. I love when my Bulgar Ogre fails a battle test and the commissar executes one. That's true. Man, some granular points would be really helpful right now because I just take these Cadians with no special weapons on them. Oh, man. So that's kind of... I got 40 points left over. I could get rid of the Scout Sentinel and just take a Hydra. I'm not beholden to any enhancements. Does make up for that last tank commander order. You know? I'm kind of not against that. I'm not worried about the Scout Sentinel ability. I'm worried about him scouting forward and then getting me an early objective. Chucking a priest? Nah. Fuck that noise. I'm not sure what I'll do with the last 40, but... That's one thing. You think that could outflank for scoring? I'm not worried about that. I've stopped bothering with that, man. It never seems to pay off. I don't even take a single commissar anymore. Never. It's rare that I get this objective that I need on the turn that I need for even 30 points commissar to get it. It's a crazy thing. I took it out a few months ago and I've not missed it. Because the enemy they just like screen out the backfield anyway. Even if they they don't even bother. Do you know what I mean? Like it just never pops. Yeah, it very rarely pops off. So I'm not worried about the 40 points. I'm kind of happy with what I've got, which is I've got 90 infantry, 2 artillery teams, and 5 tanks. Now that is a very, very... I'm not worried about the last 40 points. The 40 points are wiggle room for the time being. 40 points I could take the fucking... What do you call it? Enhancement for extra AP order. And so I won't even have 40 points left over. I have like 20 points left over. So whatever the other enhancement is, I'll take that. maybe the extra AP order on like the Lehman Russ commander. And maybe the extra, or then the stealthy one on like the Cadian Command Squad, something like that. Or maybe both go on the Castellan and the Cadian Command Squad, maybe. So that feels like a quote unquote proper. That's 55 points. Is that total? Oh, well, I'll take one enhancement and not worry about. I don't know how much the enhancements are meant to be. How much is the eyeball enhancement meant to be? Yeah. Because I'll take that one. $20. How much is the stealthy one? 30. You're not telling me it's 30. Oh, so that's 35 points, not 55 points. Oh, sick, Halen Jedi. So yeah, no, there you go. I'll be 5 points under. 5 points for the Emperor. Oh, I'm not taking Loud Hailer. I don't need it. I don't need Loud Hailer, man. I'm just taking Cadian Castellan and Cadian Command Squad, so neither one of them need it. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. So yeah, I'll just take I'll take the two enhancements. Bang bang. It just gives me a few tools in the toolbox. And there you go. And then I can have my Kazakin. If I want to, because not every unit is going to need an order every turn, right? But it'd be not, sometimes you might need it. But I'll just have my Kazakin run out there and get, if I need to, they can have the double order. Yeah. So that's kind of what's going through my head. There. I quite like that. That's a very Mordian classic. Mordian Classico. Mordian Classic. Grizzvet. Okay, so we're going to save that one. And we're going to catch up on a few super chats whilst we... itchy back. And then I might think of another one. Another one. So I want to say a big thank you to Simple Logic. Simple Logic, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for keeping us fresh stock with new conscripts. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Big shout out to Ozroth, my boy. Ozroth, thank you for the super chat, man. Tonight's painting in stream discussion. Let's have a look, bro. Oh, wow. Had a snow day today, so I painted up some snowy boys. Tonight's painting project. Still have to paint guard, but till then, I can run them with my cane I painted a while back. Nice. That looks awesome, man. Hey, to be honest, he looks better, man. Fuck Gaunt's go. Fuck Commissar Gaunt. Get him gone. Kane's much better. Makes sense for all of our Helens, right? There you are. Which one's Jurgen? Probably Bragg. He's got the big gun. Jurgen always brings a big gun, right? I know it's only a melter, but autocannon will do. Yeah. You take that back. Never. Dude, that looks cool, man. Nice. I like that. That's cool, man. I want to say a big thank you to Twitchy. Thank you for support, man. It's like the Avengers. Take the best of all the separate combos and make them work as a team. Yeah, I just hate armies like that. I think the thing is, I kind of hate taking armies which are just... That's what I'm going to call. I'm going to call them Marvel lists from now on. I hate Marvel lists where it's just a collection of fucking heroes, but there's no... It doesn't feel like an army. Like... Like, do you know who I root for in Avengers? I root for the invading dudes because they look like a really cool army. I think the Avengers look lame. You know? I was pissed they didn't just nuke the city. I thought that would have made sense. What do you mean 18 Victor's Guard and 3 superheroes? It sounds so fun and fluffy. You know what 18 Victor's Guard does sound fun and fluffy? It's just amazing, like... It's just amazing, like, how they can be everywhere at once. There you are. I'm just, you know what? I'm not an epic hero. I'm not an epic hero kind of guy. You know? I'm not an epic hero kind of guy. I'm a make my own heroes kind of guy. I'm a... My dudes. These aren't the Lord Solar's dudes. These are my dudes. Yeah. That's just how I am, man. You know, I like my dudes. But I don't begrudge anyone from taking any epic heroes. And I still take the Lord Solar and stuff. I just don't take Lord Solar Leontus. I take the Mordimobile. Or Lord Solar Macarius. Yeah. A Silent Warrior, thank you for the super chat, man. Evening, sir. What do you think of Slime Arbo plus no retreat for a cheeky turn 1 sticky middle objective? It's quite funny. Yeah. It's quite funny. It definitely kind of forces your opponent to come out when they really don't want to. He can be ordered super on fire. He has the regiment keyword, the regimental keyword. He can be ordered. It's ironic. He can also, you can, if you want to, use the reinforcement stratagem on him from combined arms because he is an infantry regiment unit. That's how he comes back. Yeah, check his data sheet, man. It's definitely a fucking typo, but it's been there for 2.5 years, so. Slime Arbor, rerolling hits and wounds of 1. It's very true. On all that poison, he hits on 2s, wounds on 2s with poison, rerolling 1s, rerolling 1s. He's actually he's actually really good. He's really good in the new detachment. See, this is the kind of shit that I love. See, the one exception to the hero rule is Slime Arbor. Well, the 2 exceptions were Slime Arbor and Strachan, but then Strachan went to the big farm far away that we can never go and visit. So now it's just down to Marbo. Yeah. Now, I got another list for you. And simple logic, he touched upon it. I don't know if you guys are ready for this yet. I don't know if you're ready for it. But let me make a list.
Every paycheck of fortune, every formation of parade. I love the Corps.
One minute. Just got to set things up here.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
I don't know how this is going to work, but
Indeed.
1, 2, 3. Three, 4, 5, 6. That is 12 blobs of Krieg, all with orders. That's quite a Kriegy list.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day
It's
on
a
the
damn
farm.
Kriegy list.
Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade.
The question is, what do we spend the final 935 points on? I got some options for you. There's 2 routes we can go. Sorry, 6 orders. 6 orders for 6 units. We've got 2 routes. Route number 1. I know it's not, might feel weird. Oh no, it doesn't work. I think you can get away with it by saying Ursula Creed represents the old Chris Venner. I think you can make that work. So we go Creed. Canadian Command Squad. Canadian Shock Troops. And then you go 1, 2, 3. And then you go 3 artillery teams with siege cannons. 3 Death Riders. 6 orders. $75 points left over. Dealer's choice. That's a proper Krieg army, that is. All the that is a World War One in space list. You want to swap the Deathfires out for Rough Riders? It's literally a straight swap. It's literally a straight swap. I think the Rough Riders are better. You can take a heavy weapon team, but I think you leave those 75 points to one side because you want to see what the balanced patch brings. And, you know, maybe it ends up being a 5-man Krieg combat engineer squad. Maybe it ends up being a Krieg heavy weapon team. Maybe it ends up being something a bit bigger. Super Onks Fire, 20-man Cadians are cheaper. I worry, Super Onks Fire, that you may have missed the point of the list, which is proper Krieg. How am I taking a proper Krieg list with fucking Cadians in it? You and Mad Larkin, get in the bin. I'm only teasing, man. I'm only teasing. So that's one way of going. That's one way of going. Now, if I wasn't being quite so memey, I did. There you go. Now, if I wasn't being quite so memey, I would take Acadian Castellan. Now, Acadian Castellan plus 3 artillery teams plus 120 Kriegers leaves us with 595 points left over, and we are somewhat desperately in need of some anti-tank. Now, it would be possible. Oh, no, not quite. Three Vanks is good, does work, but no orders for them. That's bad. I'm thinking. I got some thoughts and thanks. See, the thing is, I want to cut into the artillery, but I worry you're all going to kill me. I haven't had anything to drink, Bruce Fallis. I'm just thinking. I don't really drink that. I don't really drink anymore.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Now I'm thinking.
Indeed.
Triple Dawn. 1 tank commander, 2 regulars. Problem is that comes to 700. That comes to 725 points. No, 775 points. She requires him to find 180 points. I'm not sure that's possible. Max fob. That is interesting. It lacks anti-tank. But like I want to make so I was thinking triple Dawn because you could basically use it to, it's like pseudo triple Macarius, isn't it? That's what's going through my head with it. Now you could go down the max artillery route. That would be doable. Biggest slice up the Cadians take Dre for 4 orders. Dre is a bad choice. He only has a 6-inch order range. You can't give him an enhancement because he's an epic hero. So he's very bad. Now you could probably afford... I could afford double Dawn. That wouldn't be the same. You could just take 3 tanks. But I just don't like that. So the Dawn Commander. I just don't think it just looks a bit shit. That's what bothers me. I think, you know, triple, proper Krieg. Proper Krieg. Throwing out the feelings of winning. Three field ordnance batteries and another Castellan to boss them all around is 210 points. Like, at some point this is going to stop being funny. I've just not reached it yet. Now, where things start getting really crazy is I could also take 3 mortar squads. Cosmic, I'm taking both. Cosmic, you're telling me artillery team's the better choice. Bro, read, motherfucker. I'm taking both. Now, I could take triple mortar team. But I wouldn't have the orders for them. I haven't put the right weapons on any of them, Cosmic. I'm just presuming the best options. The heavy maul is absolute shite. Cosmic, you fool. What are you talking about? Wait. You are all wrong. I am right. Yes! Behold my majesty, for is it not genius? Triple Krieg Combat Engineer. Yes, I can feel the awe from this side of the camera. My God. With 30 points left over and no need for any enhancements, I know exactly what we spend this on. A single commissar. Either as a utility piece or to just have him in the wave. Bro, I just said engineers. Then you can have the credit. I didn't see it in chat, but if you suggest it, that's fine. Now, Mordian no engineers got nerfed. Ban that man! Now. This is a memey fun list. But we could make it less cray-cray. Now, normally... Now, if it was a proper Krieg list, we'd all go field ordnance batteries, right? And siege guns. Now, there's two ways to play this. We take 3 siege cannons. In fact, there's not 2 ways to play this. There is only one way to play this. You see, we can solve our anti-tank problems. The foolish enemy will presume that we will take our units and use them, our artillery, and use them as indirect fire. But what if we took the FOBs with heavy lance cannons? And we took the artillery teams with siege cannons. Suddenly, we do not lack anti-tank. We are the anti-tank. Now, that might be a little crazy. I don't have enough points for the heavy weapon teams. Oh, I do have enough points for the weapon teams, but not for the Krieg ones. Now, I think that's a silly way of doing things. But you could, if you were to be more sensible, this is what I would do, right? If I was being more sensible, I'd take bombast field guns and then siege cannons. And the reason I would do that, and I'd use them all as indirect fire. And the reason I would do that is because I don't need the reliability of the I don't need the reliability of the artillery teams, because their ship muncher killing capability is covered by the field ordnance batteries. Boost fast. This would look better if you had visual representation. Okay. You want? Okay, fine. You want visual? God, I'm losing it. You want visual representation? Okay. No. You want visual representation? Okay. Here we go. All right. 1 minute. All right. Here you go. You dick. 1 minute. 1 minute. Not done. Not done. Nah. Too thick, and I never say that. One minute. A minute. This is my greatest piece of art I've ever done. Wait, we're not finished yet. No, that's no good. That's no good. I have to do it old style. That looks like a dick. 1 minute. All right, are you ready? Here is a visual representation of that army. It represents the deployment and playstyle. I'm very proud of it. You know? Refund, please. There you go. That's it. Do you understand now how the 120 Kriegers, 3 field ordnance battery, 3 artillery team, 3 Krieg engineer list would work? Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Now, we joke, right? But we don't have to think about it. This is 166 infantry and 9 artillery. It's got indirect fire. It's got some high strength weapons. It's got some utility pieces. And a shitload of infantry. Chichi, of course you will. There's no terrain. Did you miss all of the indirect fire? I swear to God. Right, chat. Have you all been like huffing glue over the weekend because you saw the new detachment? And you've all been out there building models like mad and painting them like mad? Right? I swear to God, the amount of troglodyte comments that I have had this stream. Oh, I'm not going to take 3 artillery teams. I'm just going to let the order go to waste because I feel like it's a trap taking 3 artillery team. You're missing an artillery team there, Mordian. I'm not going to take the extra tank. I'm just going to use 5 orders out of 6. That's fine. You need the vehicle there, Mordian. Of course you won. There was no terrain. Like, what is happening? To quote Ripley, did IQs drop sharply whilst I was away? Ma'am, I did not say it was indigenous. Having used it 3 activities. God damn it. God damn it. I give up my valuable time to try and help you people. What do you mean, you people? Okay. Ironically, I think that no word of a lie, I think that Kriegless is actually really powerful. Like, I'm not even kidding. I think that Kriegless has got a lot of fucking potential. Huge amount of... If I had that Krieg list in the last tournament I played at, I would have won every game. Just think about that. Imagine having an army where you go first and you don't groan. You go, sweet. Actually, chat, think about that for a moment. Everyone always groans when you go first, right? But what if you actively wanted to go first because you got to get the first hit in? You got to get the first hit in. It's like playing Empire in Old World. You always want to go first as Empire in Old World because you want to get your cannons off first. It's a gun line, but in an era no one uses them. I have everything to run that list painted and ready to go. Just think about that for a moment. Maybe. 1 minute. I might be one artillery team short. But you can bet your bottom dollar I could get it ready. I could get it ready. I could definitely get it ready for the 28th of December, which is when my which is when the final tournament of the year is. Or I could run it to the as we were saying, I could run it to the event this weekend. But that's meant to be more of a fun charity event. Now I know the terrain at this not charity event, it's just a fun end of year event.
When it comes to fighting crime,
I think the third artillery team is on the wall area.
while keeping it real.
Indeed.
Yeah. It is. I got 4 days to build and paint an artillery team.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
It's definitely a meme list. It's definitely a meme list, but I think it has some potential. What would it do against the Reaver Titan guy, though? Because there's someone bringing a Reaver Titan. And they're just getting an extra 200 points just so we can allow it. Okay, so that's one way. However, bear with me. Because there is... Let me duplicate this. All right. Get rid of the Commissar. Get rid of the Krieg command squads. Go for Cadian command squads. Get rid of the Krieg veterans. Get Cadian. You wouldn't even need that many Cadian command squads, actually. But we'll come back to it in a minute. Five. Now, we don't need this many Cadian command squads. Let's rejig the officer corps. You need a Castellan for the artillery teams, a Castellan for the field ordnance batteries, and then you need 1 Cadian command squad and Creed to order all of the remaining Acadians. Get rid of the Krieg engineers. Oh man, this is really going to shit you guys up. And then we have a choice. We have a choice, chat. I don't even know if it is a choice, though. Acadian Castellan. 3 squads of Kazakhstan. With enough points for an enhancement. And I'm thinking Loud Hailer. So he can order all of these guys in a 12-inch radius. That's what I'm thinking. No, there's another option here. We don't go for the Kazakhstan.
Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune.
We go.
Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
Mortar teams. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3 orders. 1, 2, 3 orders. 1, 2, 3 orders. 2 orders. 4 orders. Oh, we're so close. I can almost taste it. I can almost taste. I can almost taste it. Oh my God. Wait. Can it be done? Can such a thing be done? I don't know if man was meant to have such power, but I want it. What if we made it a command blob? That would save us some points. And what if we took another command blob? That would also save us some points. Wait. We've currently got the order. We've currently got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 15 orders. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 units, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 units that require orders. I need a single additional order to make all of this just work. I could have taken extra command squad. After all, would it be so wrong? But wait, I feel like I'm not being the most efficient I can be. I feel like I'm not being the most efficient I could be. I don't need 2 command blobs. I only need one officer to be able to project those orders out. To the troops. I just don't think I can quite get the Lord Solar. I just don't think I can quite do it. Maybe there's a way. Maybe there's a way. Oh, 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 oh. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, oh. Dun, 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 dun. Here you go. It's been done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 14, 16 orders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Fuck! Okay, the command squad doesn't need an order at first. The first blob doesn't need an order. After that one's going to stay back for a term. And then one squad's going to die. And then we'll have all the orders that we need. There you go. Or is it? Wait. What if we just bring our own orders? Yes! I am a genius! 80 shock troops. 90 infantry in total for screening. 90 infantry in total for screening. And then 12 indirect fire choices. The order efficiency. My God. The order efficiency. The indirect fire. I can feel it running through my veins. Maybe Bricky was right. Oh. So it turns out just giving an extra order out is pretty good. The thing is, I don't know if I don't know if you actually give a shit about the mortars. Because I've shot a lot of mortars, and it basically means, like, each mortar you shoot basically kills a marine. So I actually think you're making the list worse by going for all the mortars. I think you're actually better off just going for the 3 fobs and the 3 artillery teams, and then you go for 30 Kazakin. I actually think, like, I don't think you want the Lord Solar in this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 12 orders. 12 orders and current. You know what's kind of funny? Maybe there's a nice middle ground. $12 orders there. 4 battle line plus 9 there. So that's 13. Kazakin order themselves. I think this might be the better list. Ursula Creed, 2 Cadian Castellans. Each Cadian Castellan babysits, one babysits the fobs, one babysits the artillery team. And then Creed does 4 orders, and the Cadian Command Squad does 2 orders. So that's 6 orders. Are you 1 order short? I'm 1 order short again. I keep being 1 order short. But that's fine. One of the blobs will die early on, right? I think that's actually where it's at. So you basically take all of the artillery and then take 100 basic bozos for just like screening and shit. And then 3 Kazakin. And so you're not like overspec'd into mortars, which aren't really going to do a huge amount, but you've got some there for just to fuck with your opponent even further. Yeah. Yeah. Do I have had a tank? Probably not. Well, not so bad. I mean, the melter mines on the Kazakin. I mean, I've got some anti-tank. I don't think that's a necessarily game winning. I don't think that's necessarily a tournament winning list, but I think it's a game winning list. But it's mostly a game winning list because it's a massive gimmick. That's why it's mostly a game winning list. Anyway, we've had our fun with the silly list now. I'm gonna catch up on super chats and see catch up on super chats, which I'm very far behind on again. And then we'll see where we're up to. All right. Silent Warrior. Already done that one, sorry. Keeper of the Imperial Soul. Thank you to the Super Chat, man. Meme list in stream discussion for shits and giggles. Let's have a look. All right. So, Beast Boss Gazgul. 20 Beast Snaggers, 20 boys. 6 Breaker Boys, 10 Gretchen, Killrig, Squighog, Stomper. Beast Boss and Snaggers and Stomper. Bought everything tonight by trading in all of my painted Warcry. Only $30 out of pocket costs. My God. So wait, you actually got all of that? So not only have you like papered out, theoried out the list, you've also committed to it? My God. You brave, beautiful motherfucker. Well, I gotta see this thing in action now, man. I gotta see this thing in action. Holy shit. I mean, the Stomper's obviously a big meme, but the rest of it's pretty legit. Nice. And you've got to have a big Stomper. You've got to have a Stomper. Also, fair play. You're basically getting rid of shit you're not going to use with Warcry, right? Yeah. That's crazy, man. That's cool. That's very cool. I love it. I love it. I think you'll have fun with it. It's a great list to sort of see the end of the edition out with, because you can just fucking have fun with it, you know, and not worry too much. And you can adapt things and add to it bit by bit over time as, you know, as your tastes change and whatnot. And then you can just, you'll be ready with a big old fucking orc list ready for fucking 11th, which is cool. Yeah. I like it. I think that's a nice, fun thing to do. Ibram Gaunt, thank you for the super chat. 6 Shrek Wolfen or 9 Nacht Jaeger, 12 points difference. 6 Shrek Wolfen every day of the week. Nick the Salamander, thank you for super chat. I remember building a list with 2 Basilisks, 4 to 5 Russes, and a Rogul Dawn, 5 transports with 2 to 3 blobs, outside transports. Points don't feel right. Oh yeah, no man, it's crazy how tight we are for points these days. So when I towards the end of 8th edition, I was running a list which consisted of 6 Chimeras with a squad of infantry in each one, 6 Lieben Russes, 2 Manticores, and 3 Scout Sentinels. I think I can actually, I might even be able to find. Let's actually look, because I know I do need to stop streaming in a minute. I don't want to stream to. I'm going to stop streaming in like 20 minutes or so. But let's see if we can actually find some of the ancient scrolls, man. Let's see if we can find some ancient scrolls. The archives. The Mordi archives, right? Let's have a look. I think it was end of 9th edition. Warhammer 40k. That's all 9th edition. Like battle ports and stuff. I might... Tournament reports? I don't think it's that one. I'm pretty bad at organizing my old videos. I'm not that great with organizing the new ones these days. I used to shove everything into like one playlist. I think I used to just take... I thought I put them in here, but maybe not. Yeah, no, this is... I don't think this is right. I found that old battle port where Simon lost his shit to me, though. That was funny. He still goes on about that. Oh, here you go. All right. Oh, it wasn't so bad. It wasn't so bad. Maybe I'm misremembering things. It wasn't so bad. Look, this is my guard mechanized infantry list, end of 9th. So 3 Leman Russ tank commanders with the Martial cannons. And then 6 Chimeras and then 3 Basilisks. That was a Basilisk as well. It was a Medusa, but I used it as a Basilisk. That's not so bad. Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. So things weren't actually that different. I feel like it was maybe slightly different in 8th. But 8th was a long time ago. Do you know what I mean? It was a long ass fucking time ago. Hello. See if I don't think I have my lists.
So final.
Oh man, no. No. So things probably weren't that different actually. Maybe they were. But they weren't so bad. Yeah, yeah. 2 Bases, 4 to 5 Russes, Rogel Dawn, 5 transports. Maybe that was end of 8th. That feels like an end of 8th situation when Leman Russes were 130 points each. Yeah, you better believe it. You guys have no idea how much you're overpaying for things now. Those weren't bad Russes either. Those were like plasma Russes. Yeah. 130 points for a Leman Russ. I bet everyone in this chat would suck off every person on the Games Workshop balance team to get 130 point Leman Russes and 55 point Chimeras and 40 point squads of infantry. Don't worry. I've already done it. Did it make a difference? Ian Surgeon, thank you for the super chat, man. Hey, Mordian, glad I could join. Started working on my second Leman Russ and exterminated for my Krieg/tank army. Workshopping names, any suggestions? You can always go for the classic Iron Duke, but that's more for a tank commander. Or you could go for the Thunder Child, which is a original H.G. Wells War of the Worlds reference. Or you can... Those are more sort of sensible ones. Or you could go for some silly ones. Like you could go for like Daddy's Belt, something like that, or say my name, something like that. So it depends what if you're being silly or serious with it. But if it's going to be an exterminator, I'd probably call it Grim Reaper, because I mean that can apply to both Punishers, but no one takes Punishers, so yeah, there you are. Cosmic, thank you for the support, man. Take 6 to around Krieg Blobs. Already did it, and I loved it. Glaumoff, thank you for the 36 with member flex. Triple X Force, baby. Yes. Thank you for supporting the channel for 3 years, man. Holy shit, bro. 07, go for that triple Krieg Mortal Bomb. Well, we kind of had that with the Engineers, just didn't have the Cyclopses. I might be able to squeeze something in, but the Cyclops is a bit of a meme. I think you'd have to take the transports and everything. I think just having 3 squads of Kriegers just being like, remote mine. I think that's all you need. Yeah. Super Onks Fire. Thank you for Super Chat. So I took a Krieg meme list to an RTT. Sounds like a hell of a title to me. So I took a proper Deathcore of Krieg list to an RTT. That sounds like a hell of a title to me. Twitch89, thank you for Super Chat. Run the list. You won't. Question is, do I run the Krieg list or the arguably much better Cadian list? What do you think? The Krieg list is fluffy. It's very fluffy. Krieg list. I'm open to it. Long War Battles. Bolt Action. 250/9 or 222. Let me just remind myself which the 250/9 is. Is that the mini-mag? Ah, the mini-mag with the autocannon. Ooh, so the 222 is slightly faster, but can't go over rough ground. But can take advantage of roads. I personally, from a kit point of view, I would get the 250. And the reason for that is, I will demonstrate. The kit is designed for you to swap between options. So you can take the autocannon one, like I've got here. Or you can take it as the normal mini-mag. So you can take it with the autocannon, or all the other options, especially if you get the Warlord kit, are push fit. So, oh look, now we've got the normal Hanomag variant for transport. Oh look, now we've got the light anti-tank variant. So that's why I would suggest going for the 250 if you're going to get the Warlord kit. If you're not going to get the Warlord kit, I think it's pretty much 6 of one, half dozen of another. And it comes down to which you prefer, because both have got, you know, like I said, the 222 is slightly faster, but the 250 can go over rough terrain, which can be a godsend getting it where you need to get it. So I'd probably still lean towards 250. I probably would. Just because I prefer the ability to go over rough terrain. Yeah. CJ, thank you for Super Chat, man. The Krieg list has a Deathcore Marshall size hole in it. I know, bro. I know. It's alright. It's alright, let it out. I know. Oh my days. Alright. Alright. Gentlemen, I think we're gonna wrap things up there. It's been a nice long stream, and look, at the end of the day, let's sum everything. Let's bring everything together. Let's sum it up. So, I want to say thank you to all of you who have joined. I want to say thank you to all of you that have liked the stream, and a huge thank you to all of you that went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships. I want to say my thank yous first before I forget, because I know what I'm like. I always forget that shit because I'm a fucking idiot. But now, let's just, before I rush off, let's just say something. Gentlemen, Grizzled Veterans may not be perfect. There may still be some issues, points, and trying to squeeze all of the stuff in that we want in a list might be kind of tricky. Might be a little tricky. But I will say this. I am really enjoying being back on guard list building. One of the big problems that I had with the guard codex was because things are very specialized, and because there were some things which were obviously better than others, and because there were some big problems which 12 months on down the line, still nearly 12 months on the line, still haven't been fixed, it became quite frustrating because like no one was. It became quite frustrating because the codex got solved very quickly, and it also became a little. And I know it was similar for you guys. Things became quite samey because every list there was just obvious better ways of running it or not, right? And what I will say is this: Grizzled Veterans, whether it ends up being powerful or not, whatever happens, it's good to be reviewing guard lists again. And it's good to see that the detachment has so much potential to be run so many different ways. Look at the list we built today. Everything from 9 Lehman Russes and 30 Kazakin to pure Krieg. Like, it's actually made... Since the artillery team got introduced, how much have you wanted to run triple fob, triple RT team, and max Kriegers, and you've just not been able to do it? Think about that for a moment. Like, this if you're a Krieg player, you should be really happy right now because this attachment actually made Krieg viable. And that's it's the same for me as a Mordian player. It's the same for many of the players out there. Like, the problem with the codex is, as Halen Jedi said, the whole codex dropped and everyone played the index attachment. Yeah. Hammer of the Emperor, did a bit better. And Recon did a little bit better. But by and large, things were pretty solved pretty quickly. And I think that's because the detachments were so specialized. And now it feels like this detachment, maybe it ends up being powerful. Maybe it doesn't. But whatever happens, you can come up with 100 different lists for Grizzled Veterans, and they're all going to be wildly different. It accommodates every playstyle. Do you want to go Triple Dawn? Do you want to go loads of Lehman Russes? What do you want to do? This list can kind of help you do it. There's a few tricks to it. Like, how do we square the circle around maybe having some spare orders left over? There's a few tricks for it. But overall, I think this attachment is going to be exciting just because so many players are going to be able to take advantage of it. Yeah, it feels like our creativity is uncaged. Exactly, Twitchy. What nailed it? And that is squad morale restored for me. Because, and I've said this over the last 6 months, during the extended salty summer that I've been going through. I've said, like, the game's too easy to solve. Wargamers are problem solvers. And I've said all I've wanted is to be able to sit there theory crafting lists. People will say to me, "Oh, Mordian, you're set in your ways." It's like, yeah, because I've tried everything else and I've ended up back at the same fucking point. All I wanted was to be able to come up with loads of guard tactics, loads of guard army lists, and share those for you. That's all I've wanted. And now that they've allowed us to start building lists again, because I don't want to run someone else's list. If I see some good player running a list online, I'll walk in the other direction. I don't want to run someone else's list. I want to run my list. And I'll take advice and I'll take inspiration from other armies, but I'll always want to put my twist on it. And I know you guys are exactly the same. I know all guard players are like that. All guard players are like that. How many times have I said it? You can... One of my favorite things about the guard community, and it's funny as fuck. It's funny as fuck, and other people just don't get it, but I get it. I get you boys, because I'm one of you fucking boys. Because I think exactly the same way. People say, oh, why? People say there's this sort of myth going around online that guard players are bad. Guard players are bad at the game. Why is the guard win rate so low? Why does it never move above 40%, no matter how many buffs you give them? Why is it guard players are bad? And that's not what it is. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of the guard player's mindset. Because the Xenos and Astarte's mind cannot comprehend. You can tell a guard player exactly what the best combo is. You can lay out for him the perfect competitive list. You can run him through it, and he will nod along. And he will understand everything that you are telling him. He's not stupid. He will understand everything that you're telling him. And you can say to a guard player, you should be running. You should be running. You should be running Rough Riders and Death Riders and Bulgur and all this kind of mad stuff. And the guard player will go, that's really well reasoned, and you definitely seem to know what you're talking about. Yeah, you're probably right. And then you'll say, so you're going to run it? And he goes, nah, I think I'll still run my Baneblade. Nah, I'm still going to run Krieg. But I've shown you statistically from 1,000 different variables that the Cadian blob is better. Yeah, but I play Krieg. You shouldn't be running so many Lehman Russes. You need to be taking this unit instead. Yeah, but I like Lehman Russes. This is the thing. Guard players know what they need to do to win games, but they're not willing to compromise on their own standards to achieve it. Whether it's someone who likes running tanks, someone who likes running infantry, someone who likes running a specific playstyle. Guard players aren't bad. Guard players just know what they like, and they have a personal connection to their army, and they like to see their vision made manifest on the tabletop. It's that simple. It's that simple. And now a lot of guard players, that manifests itself in like running pure tanks, like I said, but that's not the only thing. Guard players like tanks, but it's not the only thing. And this is why I am so excited for Grizzled Veterans. Because the problem with the Codex is that it didn't really provide the rich tapestry of guard players with anything that they needed. They actually didn't really need specialized detachments. What a lot of guard players really needed was a generalized detachment that they could use that could accommodate their army, their playstyle, their way of doing things. And that's why so many people stuck with the Index. And that's what Grizzled Veterans does. Whether you're a Treadhead, an infantry commander, a Krieger, a Catachan, a Cadian, a Mordian, whatever you might be, a Scion player, whatever you might be, this detachment has got you covered. And that's why it's so much fun. And that's why I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys cook up. Some of it's going to be great. Some of it's going to be fucking terrible. But all of it is going to be fun. And that's the important thing. There you go. Yeah. Sideswipe. If someone desires the list to be better, they are asked politely, yet firmly, to leave. I do not run meta. I run Imperial Guard. And when that is not good, I lose. It's that simple. It's that simple. So, yeah, this is the kind of detachment specialized attachments have their place. Don't get me wrong. Specialized attachments absolutely have their place. But something that's a little bit more... What you want to do with guard attachments is have something that's a little bit more high level, which the guard player can mold to what he needs. Rather than providing the mold and asking the guard player to jump into it, he won't. Provide him with something quite high level, which he can then mold to his particular playstyle. And that's the way you make a good guard attachment. And that's why Grizzled Veterans works. It's that simple. And on that note, we are going to wrap things up. Gentlemen, I said it once, but I'll say it again. Thank you very much for all of your incredible support. Thank you for all your patience. I know it took me a long time to get to a lot of super chats tonight. And thank you for all being the best goddamn community on the internet. Amazing. One last shout out to Jared Man. Thank you for support. So I stepped out earlier. The Mark 1 metal British models are hell to build. Yeah, they are. Yeah. Hashtag King too. Yeah, the British robots are terrible to build. I'm probably still going to wait for them to come out in plastic before I get any. Yeah. So it feels good to be happy again. Exactly. Hey, even if the nerfs come out now, you know, maybe Wednesday or Thursday, whichever day it's meant to be, rolls around and it's all goes to shit, I'm not worrying about it. It was nice to just have a few days. Sounds crazy. It's nice to have a few days. And at the end of the day, if it all goes a bit cray-cray, I think the detachment has some legs to stand on. And not to get cynical, but even if it goes a little funky, it's only 6 months till 11th. And there's plenty of other game systems that we can play and enjoy to keep us satisfied. So yeah, whatever happens, right? But fingers crossed, the balanced data slate comes out and the guard just get a little bit of wiggle room in those points. Just a little bit. Who knows? But whatever happens, squad morale restored. Yeah. We are the Imperial Guard. It's time we started acting like it. All right. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your support. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. And as always, I'll see you guys next time.
On Mordian never fades, and the sun's a ghostly flame. We march to war on full display in the Emperor's holy name. Hey! The drums they pound, the boots they shine, and step through death's domain. For the 50th Rifles hold the line, and never shall we wane. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron Guard will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. We march through ash and shattered halls where demons scream and die. Our volleys ring like chapel calls neath Emperor's watching eye. Oh, some will bend and others burn and others fade away. But the 50th Rifles never turn, with iron will we stay. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron Guard will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3. buttons catch no grime. We fight as one, we live, we die in perfect holy time. No fear, no drop of cowardice, our thunder breaks the night. Our last guns cut through fog and mist with fog.